There we go. I think that's the right one. Hello, chat. I never actually watched the coverage. Been working on content past couple days, so I figured might as well watch the coverage with you guys. See, I asked if anyone was interested in watching it. Had some interest, so I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'll watch it with you guys. Let's vibe. Feel free to ask me anything while we're watching this. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the games too. Mostly just gonna like enjoy the coverage myself. But if I don't feel like chiming in on anything going on, I'm gonna say something. But yeah, other than that, let's get into the games. Kind of happy that the first one to start off with is Prism. That's nice for me. Get an enjoyable game. This is actually a really interesting matchup. A lot of people talk about this matchup, saying it's like pretty doomer for new. I like kind of agree with that. It's like pretty bad on the new side, but it's definitely losable on the Prism side. What I found is on the new side, if you're playing whack-a-mole on the auras and just trying to like clear the board, you're just giving the Prism infinite time to set up and try to win the game. Where if you try to race them and they combo off, you ignored the board all game and now you can never win because there's all this crap on the table. I do think that you're just supposed to race on the new side. I don't think you can win trying to play whack-a-mole. I think that's just a losing prospect. I think you just have to slant your list to be very aggressive and just try to race the Prism down. Let me pull up chat real quick, because I don't think this is updating. Oh god, what is happening with my green screen? Why is it freaking out? Let me throw on a light. Hopefully that'll fix it. I think it was like my autofocus messing it up. Well, welcome to your first stream. Let's jump into the games. This is gonna be a little atypical for my streams. I usually like do my own gameplay or whatever, but I just felt like relaxing and watching this. And if I'm gonna sit here watching in silence, I might as well watch it with some friends.
In a certain sense, to counteract the news that are showing up to beat the Zens, it's going to be a little bit favorable for Vesper on this side. But we have seen Arthur Torre overcome adversity before, so let's see how he navigates this match.
I think this sets the stage for the weekend so well, Ponkage, because New looks to be one of the top two decks here this weekend. I don't think that surprises anyone. I think we all knew coming in. We kind of expected Zen New to be right there as number 1 and 2. We'll, of course, have...
Actually, on my bingo card of what I thought was going to go on for the weekend, I actually thought New was going to be more popular than Zen. Why is my green screen doing this? Hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera real quick. Let me add an extra light. Hopefully that fixes it. Let me turn off the autofocus on my camera. Properties. Configure. Camera control. Focus off. Apply. Nope, that didn't do it. Why is it doing this? Okay. Hopefully that fixed it. Yeah, my bingo card for the weekend, I actually put New as I thought it was going to be the most popular deck. I think for like a smaller event, it's pretty reasonable for New to not be the most popular, but I expected a lot of people that like wanted to find skill edges in games to gravitate towards New, the control deck. I was wrong, but it was still pretty close. And I actually thought New was going to win the whole thing. I thought New was going to be seat 1 in Swiss, and it would end up being, so long as the New had a reasonable bracket, then New was going to take the whole thing. I was at least partially right that it was an assassin that took the whole thing. Yeah. Huh, the Zuri got must have had a good Swiss. It makes sense playing a deck like that if you think you're just going to face the two Mystic Heroes.
Full metagame breakdown for you in just a little while.
I haven't like seen any of the Zuri yet, but my thinking on the deck, just conceptually, was basically similar idea to New of how you're winning the matchup into Zen. Same idea. You just disrupt them, and it's harder for them to make an informed block because of the dominate and such. And then into the Assassin Mirror, the New side... So, like, New wants to say no blocks, and then present a question to their opponent that there's no right answer to that question, because there could be 20 million different reactions, and also I can change which reactions I do based on how you block. And then the new wants to force their opponent into playing smaller hands, where their deck is less efficient playing smaller hands. On the Azuri side, Azuri wants to play smaller hands. So you're putting the Azuri into the spot that she wants to play the game. And also, the Azuri wants to force the opponent into smaller hands. Same idea. But Nu is much worse at playing smaller hands, that you can start making more informed blocks. Also, your blues are kind of trash, so you don't really have much of a hero power on Nu's side. So, makes sense if you're just getting those two decks. Took a big risk, no AB. I mean, like, the no AB is not a risk, right? Like, if you present AB 100 million, are you ever beating a Kano? Like, it just doesn't actually move the needle in that matchup. You're not ever winning that without dedicating, like, your entire deck to beating that matchup. And even then, it's still not even good. You don't have the pressure. You need to have pressure to actually beat Kano. If you just sit there and do nothing all game, it doesn't matter. They have infinite time to stack you. But let's jump into the game. And, oh my god, why the fuck is my camera flickering? I'm going to pull up another window and Google this of why my camera's flickering while I play the game.
But it does look like Nu right there at the top. And Nu is here to pick off those Zens. Really, really wants to punish them. Loves the matchup. Loves any Guardians that might have wandered into the arena. Very willing to pick on those. But there are some holes in Nu's game, and I think they're mostly illusionist shape, Ponkage.
Definitely. Enigma and Prism both not something Nu wants to face. Even Wizard is in that category as well, so Arthur Trey probably not too happy to be facing not only Illusionist, but also Vesper on Prism in this round one. Now, looking over at his equipment side, very, very interesting choice of weapons for him over here. Double Mistblade, not something that we see often.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the most fascinating parts of Nu is what is your dagger loadout going to be. There's so many configurations we've seen. I heard somebody, I can't remember who it was, but took down a battle-hardened playing Nu with scale.
I also want to know who these signatures are. His boots and his Prism have a signature on them, and I don't recognize it. That's not Livia's signature. I know that signature. Yeah, the double Mistblade's kind of interesting with no AB. It's like really saying, hey, I'm racing. Like, I'm just going to go for it and just try to kill you. If you do the thing, I accept that I lose. I think that's, like, kind of reasonable.
Put that one on the map. I probably got lucky. Didn't seem like much of a player, but ultimately did get that W, so...
Yeah.
When I remember who that is, I'll let you know.
Just riding the coattails of other people not knowing how to play against Nu, I think. That was quite it. But yeah, double Mistblade, when the opponent goes on Phantasmal Footsteps, it can be a little bit tricky because...
Open ALS is something I like doing in this matchup, of just like, no matter what next turn I'm getting to play the game, you can't disrupt me. I'm not as excited about it on turn 0, though. I really want to be able to do that so I can pivot with my soul, but we don't have any soul yet.
Point out his flick knives, which can be very, very critical to just pick off an angel that's hiding behind something else, or maybe hiding behind some blocks. If you just flick knives one of your daggers, and it just pops the ward 4 on an angel, you can maybe get rid of something threatening like a Soraya.
What was the pitch that turn?
Best way to kick things off.
What was the pitch for that ALS?
So that's
3 Heralds? Yeah, doesn't really do anything. You're not, like, making any progress. I might have just thrown a Herald and set the ALS, to be honest.
Play. Just going to go ahead and lead with that Arclight Sentinel. That means this turn's basically eaten up. Not any way to cheat action points here for the Nu. Just going to get some pitch stacking done. Powerful cards going to the bottom of the deck in Just a Nick and a Codex of Frailty. But that's it for the turn for Arthur Trehey. And in fairness, Vespa had to give up Arsenal to go ahead and put that Arclight Sentinel into play. So I don't think that's a huge loss for Arthur Trehey. I think you're fine with the pace of the game thus far. First Arclight Sentinel out of the deck, seems fine to me.
It basically felt like he just swapped out who's going first and second.
Yeah.
He was going first, he just played Arclight, and now he's saying, no, now I get to go second because you just Arsenaled and did nothing else, and I got to have the first 4-card hand of the game.
Blue Wartooth Herald to play here from Vespa. Yellow card in the pitch zone. Offering 5 with this first salvo. Of course, playing against Prism, so challenging. Every single one of these Heralds picking up an on-hit effect.
Tome in hand?
Always fearing those Figments.
That's really big
getting
out
there,
an Arsenal.
Snowballing the game against you. How Arthur Trehey defends will be critical.
And speaking of these on hits, aside from
that's
the
like
going
really
to
good to
Soul
know there's a
and
blue pick in the deck.
getting a Figment, Angelic Wrath coming over the blocks for Arthur Trehe over here.
Right off the
This
bat.
is a big deal getting that first soul.
Finds the connection here. Angelic Wrath coming down. Let's see if there's further reactions from the part
if
of
that
Arthur
is a
Trehe,
tome,
or will this first
that
salvo
tome
be
here might mean
successful
that the
for
game's going to be
Vespa?
over very quick.
Arthur Trehe taking a moment to think over here. Does he have the defense? He does have it!
Sink below.
Okay.
We've seen him use
That's
that
not
card
the
to
end of the
great
world.
effectiveness before.
Watch him sink into the
He
sigil
was on
right
a
here.
2-card hand. They can't do too much.
I'm here for it. I'll relive that moment.
So coming back to Vespa's chess piece, we haven't spoken about this yet. Now there has been a bit of a discussion in the Prism community over what chess piece they should run into new. Some of them think they want to go into the Aura game plan, like typically what you do into Guardian, and you run Vestige for that, so you can snowball with a whole bunch of Tomes of Divinity and, you know, spit out ALSs and protect angels with the ALSs. Some people think you should be on Rapture to just overwhelm Nu with a whole bunch of heralds, because Nu doesn't really have lots of poppers, and certainly not 7-power poppers to get around a Herald of Triumph, for example. So Vespa over here opting for the Vestige, and we already see him arsenal a Tome of Divinity, I believe. So he is quite set up already to start popping off.
Had one soul here,
make use of the Vestige.
I think we just go.
Arthur Trehe going to go ahead and try and challenge that arsenal here. Leave no witnesses is the play.
Ooh, are we still going for it?
I think I saw a reach
That's
for that
wild.
Halo of Illumination.
Okay.
Maybe looking to get some action headed to the soul. This is the get out of jail free card for Prism. Once per game, you get this Halo, and it just does everything you want.
I also believe it's because I think he has another Tome of Divinity in his hand.
Ooh,
so when you pop a Halo and you're already set up with 2 Tomes, now your Vestiges turn on, your Tomes are turned on. You're just going to draw a whole bunch of cards over here as Vespa.
A massive turn for Vespa here.
Yeah, very, very early as well. This does not bode well for Arthur Trehe. Normally, you know, this sort of turn happens, you know, a few more turns into the game. The Prism needs to find that second tome or find the ALS or something. But Vespa's saying, I found my second tome right here, turn 3 of the game.
If we get another soul here,
go ahead and get
that
the
might be
figment
the game,
of the game.
basically.
Looks like Figment of Erudition is going to be the search. Still plenty of resources floating, and I suspect Vespa will do a good job of clearing out that arsenal should we have read it right and that leave no witnesses being left without a target.
Yep.
Ponder coming down as well. You see how the snowball accumulates, Ponkage, already setting up for the next arsenal, but there is that tome, as you mentioned, coming out of the arsenal.
Let's go gambling.
Deciding what to pitch here. Remember, light cards do pitch for 1 more, thanks to a Vestige of Soul.
Just going to pitch it. That all you got, so no buff there.
That's kind of cringe having to pitch that here, but makes sense.
Now, one thing about this Prism list when they are on Vestige is sometimes they are forced into a play like this, especially into a deck like Nu that wants to disrupt you so much. On his like Leave No Witnesses, on his like
my concern is we can't use all the cards, but if we have a bunch of auras, then it should be fine.
These Merciful Retributions, sometimes you're just forced to make a play like this. So, you know, we're going to see whether Vespa can find that ALS that he so desperately needs to go ahead and flip his Angel and protect it very, very critically.
Well, flipping it and protecting it doesn't really do anything if we don't have the soul to pot of greed.
Go ahead and pick up 3 new
We really need like a Genesis
second tome. A massive hand here for Vespa.
Ethan cameo.
As he looks to establish some arena presence early on in this match.
And critically already has dodged that on hit. The Leave No Witnesses is just essentially vanilla 4 damage. Banish the top card of your deck, I guess, but you know, nothing much else right there. So, you know, the world is Vespa's oyster here.
And you see Vespa having quite a long think. You can understand why. Loaded with cards in hand. Looks like maybe some auras potentially being deployed here.
Right?
I believe I saw Merciful Retribution almost coming on Parable.
That makes sense.
Humility.
Not a massive inclusion in a lot of the Prism lists these days. Sometimes you'll see maybe 2 of them.
2 float.
But you rarely see a full playset of Parables of Humilities these days.
We don't have the second
That's
soul.
already showing us he's running 2 at the minimum. There's 1 pitch zone as well.
Yeah, did pitch a couple more yellows there, so didn't have the ultra-powered blues buffed by the Vestige of Soul.
Just saving some damage.
But still 2 resources floating beyond here. That Parable is going to go ahead and get some reduction.
Yep.
Protect that fragile life.
Glad you enjoyed the video.
Does play with.
Feel free to disagree with me on any of the points.
I've flipped the Figment into an Angel.
My word is not law. I don't speak for everyone, but I didn't enjoy the meta.
Footsteps instead preserve a bit of their life.
I mean, there's still so many cards in hand, Ponkage. There's still so many paths this turn could go down.
Yeah. I do want to point out he is lacking enough soul to go ahead and flip the Angel and attack with it. and to get the draw effect. So maybe he's saying this isn't quite the time. Maybe we just won't see him flip the Angel, make sure it can't get blown up by something, especially like that Flick Knives on Arthur Trey's side.
Sure, Flick Knives a real threat. And yeah, just playing a little slow here. An additional aura coming down. This one is the Merciful Retribution, as you said. Very aura-rich hand. And look, it's hard to say that went well for Arthur Trey, but facing down 2 tomes.
I actually really don't like the prisms.
Like, there's still a path.
I actually really don't like this position on the prism side, to be honest. We got rid of our get out of jail free. Our tomes are gone. We still only have 1 soul. We pitched away a soul shield. We did shuffle, though, right? So the soul shield should be back somewhere in the deck. We got stuff on the board, and no damage progress has happened on either side yet. It's like, it's fine. I'm just, like, a little spooked. We, like, might actually have a hard time doing a soft combo without the Halo. It's probably fine. I'm just a little concerned. It really is going to depend on how much chain disruption we see from the new side. Because, like, if we just, like, don't get to play the game again for, like, multiple rounds, it's going to be very difficult to actually, like, do the thing. We need to get that second soul. Yeah. That's, like, part of the problem with that turn 0 ALS also. If we had not done that, it would have given us a chance to block with a Soul Shield. We could have had the ALS set and just, like, thrown a Herald, whatever. And then on the next round, we Soul Shield, because that was one of the pitch cards that turn. We get our Soul, we still have the ALS set, we draw into these books, and then we go. It's not necessarily wrong doing it this way. I'm concerned. That is my only thing. I'm not a Prism player, but it is a lot, but it's like we still have to win the game. The thing with this matchup is you have to find a turn to pivot, and like when you have a tome set with your Halo, that's a fantastic pivot turn. But we didn't actually pivot. We just put stuff on the board. Stuff on the board doesn't actually win the game. Stuff on the board does not reduce our opponent's life total to 0. It's stuff on the board in combination with... So, that's why I'm concerned. We need 2 in soul. You need 1 soul to flip and 1 soul to swing for the Pot of Greed effect. We need 2 soul. Halo gives you 1, but we didn't have soul going into the round. If he bonks an aura, great, we get our second soul. Go time. But it's going to really depend on what the hand texture of the new looks like on the next couple of rounds. Like, basically, we don't get a choice on whether or not we get to go. Everything is determined on the new's hand texture. And so, that's why I'm concerned. Like, this is good value, but that's not what the matchup's about.
Out of this game, potentially, you didn't get absolutely buried, which 100% could have happened.
Yeah, the Halo being gone as well.
Oh, shoot him for 1.
Arthur Trey has survived the Halo turn without facing down an ALS or something like that is very, very big. Now,
I love shooting for 1 with the
neat little
courage
and
and
stuff.
stuff.
Just happened there. The Ponder that
Triumph Figment, that
on
sucks.
Vespa's turn does trigger Merciful Retribution because it is technically an aura, so that's why we see Arthur Trey take that 1 point of arcane damage, particularly Arthur Trey's side. No arcane barrier to be seen.
Greedy.
He knows, he understands his role in this matchup. He is the beatdown, he is the aggressor. He can't be paying for arcane damage here and there. He just needs to make sure he can put on the pressure and keep this board clean.
Come on, man. I believe in you. Don't be like, don't be like me.
Here for Arthur Trey. I don't think you can play the game for very long with that Merciful Retribution being present. That is something that's going to have to be dealt with. There's the threat of flip from that Figment Veridition. There's a paucity of action points on the side of Arthur Trey.
I will say it is hard for us to die with a Parable in play if he ignores it.
We spoke about the soul deficit right now that Vespa's going through. He doesn't have the soul to flip the Angel and get the draw effect from it. But if you kill a Merciful, that goes with the soul,
again into Dagger to kill an aura.
To do it. But you also can't just leave the Merciful there forever. So that's a decision Arthur Trey needs to make. And
if our hand does anything,
no blocks. How Prism is a knowledge check for the opponent's local
maybe a footsteps block.
Arthur Trey is going to need to exhibit that knowledge if he wants to overcome this board state.
And look, I have to tell you,
we could block footsteps and then flip.
Arthur Trey before Pro Tour LA was not a name that was on my radar. It only took me a little while of watching him play. Sometimes someone shows up at a Pro Tour and they're a name you didn't know very well, and they succeed. And it was just their day. Everything broke well. And Sometimes variance goes ahead and presents itself in positive ways in card games and just crowns its own champion. That was not the case with Arthur Trahe. You watched this guy play.
The Dromai from last BT that won?
Stone-cold master.
I'm so bad with
names.
We
saw him play perfectly round after round after round. And if he needs to pass a knowledge check to go ahead and get over this very, very difficult matchup, I'm confident he has all the tools to do so.
I completely agree. I remember watching him at that Pro Tour.
That knowledge check comment. I know.
Against a KO, and the KO turn 0 would cost
this
points.
is,
that's happened like twice.
Dromai that won the PT
so,
last time, that knowledge check comment is going to come back in a bit. I saw a funny from his Twitter.
I agree with you. He can pass this knowledge check.
I said it to him after watching him play in that top 8. It was either after the quarterfinals or the semis. And I was like,
the death
dude,
flags.
You're a stone-cold killer. Like,
they're jinxing him.
Master. And for somebody who just hasn't spent a ton of time around the top of the game, to see it come so quickly, big things ahead for Arthur Trahe for sure in Flesh and Blood.
Fate foreseen going to the pitch zone here for Arthur Trahe. You have to wonder whether maybe he was expecting the Vespa would be on a bit more of a Herald plan, because if you know your opponent's on auras, a card like Fate foreseen could be kind of bricky.
Yeah, can be a bit of a problem. Does have the Codex of Frailty here.
Yep. Arthur's turn to read a book.
So we just ignoring?
Yep. We saw Vespa play 2 tomes, and Arthur's out here with his own book. Codex of Frailty. Have you read this card, by the way?
Nope, I have no idea what it does, and I'm not learning, so we're just going to see what happens here. It looks like Arthur's moving cards around randomly. I'm sure we'll get to some results.
He's debating on playing the Triumph here.
Critically does have
and then just getting a card into his
arsenal.
arsenal.
We saw him earlier pitch Codex of Frailty on turn 0, which is something that can happen. When you draw a Codex too early before you have a relevant card in your graveyard, it can be really, really awkward. Honestly, super clunky, a yellow that blocks 2. But this time did have the lead no witnesses from the previous turn.
Yeah, and is able to use that to go ahead and clean
I think I
up
actually
that
get the parable here, to be honest.
A little bit of soul accumulated now for Vespa, a couple instances. That'll pay off those figments.
I'm assuming that we're playing Poppers.
Has that Ponder trigger. Going to go ahead and give Vespa a window to do anything he may want to do first.
It also makes it ridiculously hard to
soul,
actually kill our opponent.
Soul is turned on, so this is a perfect time to play some of those
Merciful's
four-cost
annoying,
auras.
but
You
it's
just
not the
pitch
end
a
of the
blue
world.
light card and play a Genesis just with 2 cards, which is another thing why Vestige is so critical for these aura game plans. Your Merciful goes to soul, your Heralds go to soul, suddenly you just get the extra resource, and those 4-cost auras or the 4-cost like Tomes of Divinity suddenly become a lot easier.
So that way if we throw a Herald, get another search, we can flip again.
I want to talk a little bit about Prism as a choice for this weekend, Ponkage. I think it's a brilliant choice, honestly. We talked about Nu and Zen being the most represented decks in the room. And look, I think the Prism positive into Zen is maybe a little overstated. I do think it's a good matchup. It's not a phenomenal matchup. It's not a buy. It's not an easy matchup. I think it's a good matchup. I think this new matchup, though, is very, very strong. And where those are the 2 most represented decks, and you're talking about a good matchup and a great matchup, that's such a good spot to be in. And the biggest thing holding Prism back is the knowledge required.
Who are these
to play
cards
her.
signed by?
But for folks like Vespa, other champions of Prism out there, I know Matt Falks.
Oh, that's not the same
a ton
signature,
of reps
right?
with this. Of
No,
course,
that's a different signature. That might be the
top 8
artist.
competitor and Pro Tour champion Matthew Falks. If you have the knowledge to play Prism well, I think the world is your oyster.
Oh, and Vespa, you're hitting on that Light of Soul. Got the Herald of Protection off the top.
Huge.
If we have an ALS
Finding
here,
a Figment of his choice.
I think the game's actually over.
This was being paid, I believe, to flip the Figment of Erudition. He did banish a card from Soul. He pointed to it, so we have to assume that's what the Light of Soul was pitched for. But that is
are they going to talk about the loop?
Incredible start to this.
Take a shot every time they mention the loop.
Another Figment out there to the battlefield.
2 Figments and the Parable still there on Vespa's side. So just resolving all his triggers first before he actually does the flip from the Figment of Erudition. Currently on the stack. Looks like he found a Figment of Rebirth, put a Herald of Erudition on top as well. So knows he's going to draw right into that.
No balance of justice from the news side is also kind of interesting.
Not a bad spot.
I see a lot of the news play that in this matchup.
Knowledge there. There we see the flip.
Yep.
Into Soraya.
Yep, so both players know that Vespa now has Herald of Erudition in his hand, +1 unknown card, and Vespa representing the 2 floating. That is not a mistake. Vestige of Soul is turned on, and he did pitch a blue light card, so he does have 2 floating. This is looking to be like quite a bit of card draw, and there's an ALS in his hand, Brian.
Wow.
That's probably game.
Everything coming up Vespa right now, and this is how it goes. When Prism does its thing, it is unquestionably among the most powerful decks in the entire format. If you know how to navigate to this point, you are rewarded with so much value, card after card. Card draw is not something that comes cheap in Flesh and Blood. It's something you usually have to work very, very hard for. Prism throws those rules away. You are punished a bit with a lower life total, you know, a little bit of vulnerability to the most aggressive decks, the most go wide decks, but Prism has figured a lot of that out over time, and ALS covers a lot of holes against those aggro decks. Prism definitely a deck to watch this weekend.
Especially when you're using the
ALS
ALS
still
to
the
protect
Triumph,
your Soraya.
right? Yeah,
Vespa
the still the Triumph. So that's like kind of a brick
near
here.
certain that the Soraya
We
is
probably
surviving
have to get
until
rid
the
of it
following
just
turn
to like
once
cycle
you
out
It's
our
very
arsenal.
hard to beat a Soraya that lives 2 turns. It just is. The math on it doesn't check out. All the cards you're adding, all the damage you're presenting, so hard to overcome. And as we add more Figments, more auras out there, the problem gets bigger and bigger.
Your second
for
Soraya
Arthur
swing is worth like about 10. It's so ridiculous.
Taking a moment to decide what he wants to follow up with. Critically does not have something like the Goliath Gauntlet. So it looks like this erudition would mostly just mostly be coming in for 5, unless he also has something like an Angelic Wrath to protect it.
Big water.
Oh,
and there you see that ALS, and Arthur takes a big
cycling
sip.
out the arsenal.
That Pellegrino, maybe a hard swallow.
Mm-hmm.
And he's realizing he's got his work cut out for him over these next few turns.
Yep.
This is a difficult board to navigate.
That is just one of the worst feelings when you took damage already on this
If
turn.
we don't
you look
cycle
at the
the arsenal
board,
out, I probably
you say,
would have just swung
use
with
my
one
life
of the
total as a
eruditions.
resource here to go wide enough to deal with it. So you take the damage, and then the Prism goes Arclight Sentinel, and then now you're just sitting there wishing you had blocked, because all you can do on your turn is dagger the ALS anyway. Unless, you know, suddenly Arthur Trahey comes out with something like a lead the charge or something. Unless that happens, it's going to be probably dagger pass.
Yeah, I don't know, Pankaj. There was a moment when, probably around the time where Vespa first really showed what this deck was capable of after an undefeated run through Swiss at the Calling Phuket, where those type of cards started creeping back into decks again. We started seeing Time Skippers, started seeing lead the charges. I think that moment passed, and I don't know if anyone's going to show up this weekend really over tech for Prism. And frankly, there's a lot you have to account for. You have to be ready for so many powerful decks.
Funny people on our team actually had Time Skippers in their Zen deck.
May not be there, and that could spell doom
they respected
for folks
Prism
who are faced with things like Soraya into ALS.
Mm-hmm. And we see exactly why Arthur Trey took that the first few points of damage from the Soraya. He had a red hiss in hand that he just pitched for that dagger. He had the ability to go wide, were it not for that very, very timely ALS. But
2 gone.
2 gone, exactly. 2 ALSs gone.
A lot of pieces gone.
2 Tomes of Divinity gone as well. That's a lot of that, you know, burst card
I think
draw.
that was
already
double
gone
your
from
edition
Vespa,
pitch
but
last turn.
Vespa, you know, still has 34 points of life to get through Arthur Trey's side, and Nu does block pretty well.
It does, and the board does not look that out of control right now. It looks still within the range of something that Arthur could manage.
Yep. And the Figment of Rebirth is there, so the loop, in a sense, is being threatened, except Vespa
they
does
said
not
the loop.
have enough soul.
Take a shot.
He needs something like a Genesis as well to make sure he has enough soul to consistently put the ALS on top, draw it back with Soraya. And soul source like that is usually Genesis, but he's just pitched one, so you have to wonder maybe he has another one in hand.
Yeah, that would be the first thing I was thinking. And 4 damage comes through again, and I saw Arthur with another Fate Foreseen in hand. Does look like he's tacked a little bit to prevent those heralds. And
so we have 1 ALS.
Yes, you may want
deck?
that more into a more herald-centric build, but I do think it is important to have good defensive options early in the game to stop things like that first herald connecting and stopping the snowball from commencing.
Oh my god!
Oh, now you see
no ALS.
Why Vespa lined up this turn as he did. He's going to go ahead and create Genesis as well as the great library of Solana. We have a Fabled in play, Pankaj.
And none of yellows on Arthur Trey's
So now
deck
we have to
try and
grind
get rid
through
of that.
heralds, I guess?
mean, Codex, I guess, is a yellow, but we've seen one played, one pitched, so unlikely
to be a long time until you put 2 of those together again.
Speaking of cards pitched, though, Vespa pitched his 3rd
Oh my
ALS.
days.
Okay.
So Arthur
All
Trey knows
7
there's
of
no
them.
more ALS, at least until Vespa shuffles his deck from like a Prism Search or something. That 3rd ALS is neatly tucked at the bottom of Vespa's deck, and that opens up a lot of playlines for Arthur Trey. You take a lot of risk against Prism
we can
sometimes,
shuffle the deck.
where you use a life total as a resource to try and deal with their board, and if the ALS you get blown out. But now Arthur can make those plays with some level of certainty, knowing that Vespa will not have that 3rd ALS to blow him out.
Does have looking for a scrap in hand, so some ways to extend this turn a little bit, get a little wide for Arthur.
Does he have a blue 1 power
Not
in
sure.
his graveyard?
That I'm not sure of. Yep.
Yeah, that's another one of those sticking points. I think
going to look as well.
I was going to check right there. Oh, he does. The blue pick to pieces. Okay, good. Because, we spoke about how sometimes you don't have a target for Codex. Looking for a scrap, another one of those cards, your graveyard needs to be at a certain state if you can actually make full use of that card.
Yeah, it looks like does have it in this go around. I have to say, of all the permanents that have entered the arena this game, the one I am most concerned about for Arthur Trehay is probably Great Library. I just don't think there's any realistic way that this card's ever going to leave the arena. And if Vespa is able to convert on multiple turns, again, we've seen Advantage weathered fairly well from things like Tome of Divinity, from things like Soraya. I think the card disadvantage that Arthur Trehay is facing, not really feeling the effects of that.
You have to get the Erudition off the board.
But it's cumulative, Pankaj. It adds up turn after turn after turn, and Great Library has.
I think if I have the option, I just
just push that into the stratosphere.
Go again, kill the Erudition, and then dagger the Genesis.
As many cards as he possibly needs in any situation. Bonds of Agony going to be the play here from Arthur Trehay.
Again.
So you were speaking about Great Library, and I was very much in agreement that Arthur doesn't have a way to get rid of the Great Library
Prism
from the
a chance
to the Great Library.
Fully
but
block
his best
out
is to make sure Vespa doesn't keep enough cards in his hand to have 2 yellows in the pitch zone to go and get the extra intellect from Great Library. And this Bonds of Agony is exactly the way that Arthur Trehay can threaten that. And
I think I would have preferred daggering
one of the scarier moments when you're against the new and they just hold full 5 cards, start a turn of Bonds of Agony, and say, you figure it out, my guy. And you just
be absolutely anything.
It's too many permutations. We know he's running Red Hiss. There's also the Mask that we haven't seen activated yet. Justin Nick is a card that exists. It's so many permutations. You just have to think about how, you have to assume this is going to hit when you're defending against it, and just think about.
I think the Rosetta heroes look really cool.
And how can you come back from that if that happens?
I'm interested in the life game.
So much for this turn gives a lot of freedom to the order in which you're going to play it, and the deceptiveness you're able to play it with, being able to keep those cards in hand,
so
not
far,
having
they
to
line up particularly well against Zen,
and just having a little mystery about the turn.
If we remove Zen from the equation and just assume that by then it's not an issue,
what's going to happen here? It tells me there's almost certainly a form of Go Again in hand. You expect that Hiss to come down
they're perfectly
and
fine
go
in the
ahead
next
and get
meta.
this Bonds of Agony, an extra action point added onto it. It's going to be Path Well Traveled instead. Okay, so we see our first Transcend of our Mysteria-themed Pro Tour for the first time. She created in hand. The first
so far
of
we're
many
blocking
times.
3 on 0. So even if he
will be a recurring theme throughout
with
the
its
weekend.
own effect, we're still
and
fully
now the
blocking
question is, what is he going to do with that Chi? Is he going to
he has to physically pump it with a card like a
say, all right, I just want a block out of you for this Bonds of Agony.
It doesn't look like he has. He has a
there's only 3 block in his Bonds of Agony.
Is that an
still
Amnesia?
4 ward on that Soraya over there. So unless Arthur's going above that,
this might
not be much of a point to pump this Bonds of Agony
dagger
up, especially if it's going to cost you equipment to do so.
Angel.
So you might just move on with his life.
Oh, there's a
I agree
scrap.
with you,
Okay.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Just pass on further reactions, and that's again one of the tricky things when you're playing against Nu. You might commit the block, and they didn't even turn it on. You just got 3 block on your 1 power thing, effectively for free.
Yeah, small value in there. Okay, first troublesome Angel is dealt with. Looking for a scrap, going to go ahead and clean up that Soraya. The turn continues here for Arthur Trehay. Still plenty of resources. Looks like an Amnesia in hand, potentially.
Yep.
Beckoning
This
Misplay.
is how I want
a little
to
bit more
navigate the
cleanup
turn.
work. Arthur showing that patience that we saw time and time again in his historic Pro Tour Los Angeles run. A ceaselessly patient player.
That should be banished, right?
Yep. You can't leave Genesis on the board when your opponent's on Vestige. If Vespa was on Empyrean Rapture, that could potentially be an argument, but when they're on Vestige, and they also have a great library in play, you cannot leave the Genesis around. Arthur Trehay just once again exhibiting that knowledge check that we've been talking about.
Oh, I just would have said, wait, we have that?
Wartune Herald
I
Yellow
just would have said
taking
pass,
things
I
off
think.
here with a little bit of Go Again.
I just
From
would have
Luminaris, Angel's Glow.
prove to me you have the ability to
Single
pump
card
this.
block.
I'll
thus
block.
far.
Currently popping it.
Popping, yep.
Yep. We also
currently
know he
not
kept that
popping it.
Amnesia in his hand as well. But
Yep, this
Velma
is-
reminding Parallel of Humility does reduce the attack on.
Remember when we
defense
talked
as
about
well, but Arthur Trehay does have the defense reaction in his
he's
arsenal,
going to know all the
so
different things,
looks
nothing
like
will
he's
trick
probably
him.
gonna hit.
Interesting.
They
And
had
I
to
think,
jinx him.
You know, we talked about Arthur passing all the knowledge checks thus far. Maybe a momentary lapse there on that parable. And
Why'd
to
you
be honest
jinx
with you, Pankaj, I did the same thing. I actually just was treating it as a merciful retribution. You kind of like pile up these effects that you're dealing with, and you make a mental stack of, oh, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen.
Yep.
I was shortcutting a bit myself, but that parable
Going back
is
to the
going to go
Rosetta thing,
ahead
there
and
is a
-1
chance that-
the Command and Conquer and not let it function as a popper.
Yep. Could have gotten out of it with the D-React, but
the Lightning Wizard is like really powerful.
Something like a Herald of Erudition. You know, saying, all right, fine, just
and combo
get your soul, get your tutor,
and can outrace Zen.
This D-React,
we'll see.
It's going to sit pretty
we don't
until you send like
really have enough of a
like
beat on how that hero works yet.
Momentary
but from
lapse
what little
there
we've
from
seen, there's a
Arthur
potential
Trahe,
for it
very,
being
very
like
much in this game.
combo kill you.
2 tomes down. Library still in play.
Not enough info yet.
There's still plenty of flesh and blood to be played here.
Courage.
Absolutely.
We have 1 soul right now.
Of War coming down.
2 cards. We still have that dumbass Triumph in our arsenal.
Out there.
Man, I just think I would have IP'd
and now
on that.
Vespa having some soul again.
That Triumph is like really hurting us.
That Nu can do. But if Vespa has soul and a Figment, he has defense reactions on board effectively. So a very good way to play around something like a Juiced Up Bonds of Agony in the reaction step.
No.
And just as I say that, he gets rid of the last piece of soul. So, you know, he probably heard me. He was like, nah, there's no soul here. Just
are we trying to get rid of
this? We'll make
it
simple. We'll just go ahead, get this Archangel of War out there in the arena and send it in. Forgo again is the offer here.
If we're gonna do this, I think I actually like getting protection instead.
No
so
activation
he can't.
You did not have the soul.
No
to
blocks.
Use its ability.
Dagger for 1, and I have to respect the dagger.
Still gonna have an action point after. There's no floating currently.
I just
on Vespa's side.
I just want to ignore
so
his dagger if he wants
whether
to. No
he'll be
blocks.
able to use that action point, but critically has the 2 yellows in the pitch zone necessary for the Great Library. So he will be drawing back up to 5 intellect.
I like getting this Figment if we were just gonna throw a second Herald instead.
Just a single card committed to the defense here. Arthur going to fall down to 26 and follow up 0 cost aura in the form of Pierce Reality comes on down.
Ah, that's brutal.
Nice clean way to end the turn, and that means, again, it just feels like Vespa is well set up across turn cycles, turn after turn, just putting together not dominating boards, but boards that are good enough, that demand Arthur Trahe's respect. And it's becoming harder and harder for Arthur to just weather the storm and go turn after turn after turn, playing
this
cards
is so
down.
cringe. I don't want to block
once
this.
again, Library turned on, 5 intellect available for Vespa, and a large hand on another turn.
Beckoning Misblade coming out from Arthur Trahe over here, but we spoke about this at the very beginning of this match. Brian does not have piercing on that, and Vespa does have footsteps, so he has a very efficient line where you block with footsteps and use the 2 floating to flip a Figment. Looks like he's just
I don't want to block gloves here.
Once again, still punishing.
I want to hold these gloves for later.
Does not have a piercing dagger.
Or hold the gloves for the second dagger. If he wants to go dagger, fine. You can have my shield and you can have my gloves.
Phantasmal footsteps.
You spent 2 cards for actual
now
nothing.
Tasked again with what feels like an impossible no-win decision. You have to clear something here. You can't go to Vespa's face. The life total is still too high. What are you going to look to trim down? Do you have to get that Angel out of the arena? Do you have to worry about the multiple Spectral auras that are now powering up?
And the Parable, I mean, the thing about the Pierce is that you can counter a Pierce if you have a Popper, but you don't have a Popper while Parable's in the field.
I also like having the shield in play in case he takes a different line
but then you still
where
the
he attacks and then flicks a
a
dagger.
Popper, so, you know, maybe
like, him flicking to kill my Angel is pretty annoying.
To 6 power, but then if you get Triumphed, then you're really sad. He's caught in a very tough spot over here. And I also want to point out, he blocked with a Red Hiss earlier, which, you know, one of the key ways Noon can go wide, but only works on Assassin or Mystic cards, and it looks like his hand just did not have that. He's holding onto an Amnesia, and he blocked a CNC as well, so just didn't have the Assassin card to use the Hiss on. So, you know, struggling a little bit to go wide with big enough attacks was Arthur Trahe on that turn cycle.
Yeah, he's going to try and blunt Vespa's offense a little bit, going after the Angel here.
Do we finally get this Triumph at our arsenal?
With that Amnesia. Vespa, though, with a large hand once more, apt to have ways to offer appropriate damage, kicking things off.
First part is I don't like trying to combo Aura KO.
Coming in for 8.
Every time I try doing that, they just start rolling scab skins
it
and
blue
hit action points and I lose the game.
Card.
So by me playing that style,
speaking of blues
by me playing that style, I'm deciding I would like to turn the game into a coin flip. I am going to decide the game on the outcome of your scab skins. The other part is I think I actually just can win the matchup by just heralding them. I play towards some specific turns where I just outvalue them. I'll use my Halo to outvalue them on a turn. I'll use my Dreamweavers plus Erudition plus Wrath to outvalue them on a turn. I'll use Halo for Triumph to hit, search Erudition, swing Erudition to outvalue them on a turn. And then on that turn, I'm going to do that specifically when they're not going into the round of the Might token. So it's going to be, they have to like actually commit something to kill the Erudition. Most of these plays are worse with Rapture. It also means that I can play small hands into them, like block 2 cards, throw a Herald, and then just gain 4 life if I need to. It's playable with both. This is just a preference thing.
Arthur's side has run into Wondrous Transcend cards. Not ideal if you need to be blocking a Triumph.
No, I still play some of them. You need to have...
so you might find...
a couple Soul Generators in. Just like some auras that they can't ignore. If they sit on the board, they will win the game by themselves. So like Parable is very good into them. Merciful is very good into them. Genesis is very good against them. I don't always play all of them. It depends on what my current configuration is. If you want my exact configuration of the matchup, though, my sideboard notes are on the Patreon. If you want to, it's just $5 if you wanted to grab that.
Finally see the defense reaction come out.
Hello, Fuchen.
Yeah, has been quite patient with that Fate Foreseen, but now is the time to deploy it. Finds 8 block pretty cleanly.
I think
here.
This is when we start taking over the
Can be
game.
scary,
Now that
though.
we are starting to throw
Herald
big heralds,
with Dominate, now that you've shown Vespa
I think the game is going to start actually slipping away life total wise. And we're making progress on the armor as well.
I think that is one of the silent killers of these assassins. Just not.
I mean, that's why it's there, you know.
Defense value on the equipment leaves you very vulnerable. To Herald of Erudition, and once again.
So we pitched 5 to play Parable. I guess. I just want to get this dumbass card out of my arsenal, man.
2 yellow cards pitched, an additional Parable.
This game is
comes
so
down.
much harder because our arsenal is clogged.
Double Parable does not feel good. All of Arthur's attack action cards coming in from -2 now.
How do you deal damage as an assassin, which generally plays smaller attacks, facing down double Parable of Humility?
He doesn't have a soul.
Those Bonds of Agony is going to start at -1 power right now.
Just pick off
the chain.
the Pierce and move on with life, I think.
Not going to be easy for him here. But I think he's navigating this really, really well. We've seen Vespa have an incredible board state since basically turn 1 of the game, but the life totals are still even. And, you know, a lot of the threats, we spoke of the ALSs and the Tomes of Divinity, gone from Vespa over here. So Arthur Trahe showing us how his patient play is actually just paying off for him.
Does find another go again option here. Is going to be able to offer some basically vanilla damage.
For 3, 2-card 3. Oh, that does not feel good. 2-card 3 with go again, I guess.
Still not great.
Yeah, still not great. Yep.
Especially when you know what else has to be done on this turn. You have to spend some time cleaning up those Spectras once again.
Yep.
Yeah, and Vespa says, you know what, I may not start with much life, but I've gotten such cumulative advantage, I can just go ahead and eat some attacks here, and it is just going to be bad.
Yep.
I don't know. It feels like there's no good options.
The E-Strike for 3 go again is
life total a little
tough.
bit with Pierce and hope that Vespa bricks at some point, but how do you even brick from this position?
We're doing Bolton numbers now. 2-card 3.
Parable, you know, will let you pop things anyway. So Arthur Trahe saying, all right, get the Pierce first. So your Heralds, which I can't pop, at least come in for a reasonable number. You're not sending blue Heralds with come in for 8 against me.
And just in case you could pop, here's a Triumph.
Kicking these off
and in case
Herald,
you could pop that, I have another Triumph in my arsenal.
Again, and another hit here would be
Nothing's popping me today.
Devastating. It is going to be a miss. Looks like a merciful retribution.
I think I just put that in
well,
my
it's
soul.
a yellow.
Okay,
we need the soul.
Yeah, actually, it's not a pure hit, right?
Yeah,
it's soul.
Yes.
Not a bad place to be, but it's not a Herald hit.
So he's deciding, I believe. Yeah, won't be a Herald, so it won't. I
don't think this game's going
trigger
to fatigue.
Prism, but it will still turn on
if we can be
Vestige of Soul,
proactive.
so, you know, still reasonable.
Reasonable, absolutely.
Yeah, I think he paused for a bit because Merciful is a pretty key aura, so he just wanted to make sure that he's okay getting rid of one of those.
More good blocks here for Arthur. Able to cover up with Leave No Witnesses as well as a sink below. Clean up the hand a little bit. What is the follow-up here?
No poppers.
It's going to be a figment of Triumph, I believe.
9.
And then another
9.
Spectra, or it's passing Mirage. There will be no popping going on.
There will be no popping.
Passing Mirage feels a little bit overkill. But, you spoke about how can Vespa brick in this position.
What the fuck?
That was a bit of a brick.
The quasi-brick.
At least we finally got rid of the dumbass card.
Vespa has basically had the tempo, but all he did was send one Herald. Kind of shows that Arthur understands his matchup a little bit. He's saying, like, you know what? I'll just block your first Herald. I'll use my E-React
like, we just
Arsenal. I'm
jumped
just going
up
to
our
bank on
Arsenal in the
you
fucking
having
first
too
turn of the
many
game.
auras, or, needing to hard cast a Figment. That one Herald is all you're going to send at me. So, so far, Arthur...
I think we would have won this game a long time ago if we just didn't Arsenal that card.
Or
chose to play it out on one of the earlier turns just to clear the Arsenal.
Hasn't dealt a point of damage for a while.
Punkage, you've got a lot of new games under your belt.
This is bullying.
Is there
I agree.
ever a world where you can realistically look to fatigue these prisms and just run them out of threats?
I think
yes.
The Rapture version, potentially, but the Vestige version with more auras, I would be very, very hesitant to make that a primary game plan. Like, maybe incidentally it could happen.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Should happen where there's just no way to, say, push your way through multiple parables of humility turn after turn.
Like, we could play towards fatigue.
The aura version, just because the threat of ALS loop.
I don't think you should expect the fatigue of Prism, but like
I would.
The texture of this game.
I'd be surprised.
I think it's
if a Prism,
it's an
aura
out.
Prism gets fatigued on that.
He's not developing a board that matters.
Cards, I could totally see that happening.
Like, none of this actually wins the game.
Victor,
remember what I said before? Like, we're not. These don't do damage. We're not progressively, proactively winning the game here.
Bit of a brick on his side this
time. We're
time.
just trading cards.
2 Chi cards in his hand, a Sacred Heart, Sacred Art. And a different Transcend card in his hand, so not much options for blocking.
Yep, did not get punished all that hard. Not a ton of damage coming his way. But again, still a well-established arena on the part of Vespa.
Yep.
And of course, drawing 5 cards. Once more, that great library doing work. When I started playing Flesh and Blood Punkage way back in the Dark Ages, we built our decks making sure we had yellows so we could destroy the opposing Prism's library of Solana. Yep. I'm not sure we were correct to do so. I'll be honest with you.
I don't think that was correct.
A losing endeavor. But we did it anyway. Every deck, you had a few yellows ready to go.
Yep. Or your deck that just runs Lead the Charge. I was a Viscerai player back in those dark days, and we just had Lead the Charge naturally, so we were fine.
Yep. Not bad.
Well, Arthur trying to figure out how to navigate out this double Chi hand can be quite awkward. Ooh, levels of Enlightenment's pretty good start.
Yeah, let's see if we can go ahead and put these cards together in a fine fashion. So Passover going to go ahead and look for a blue.
4?
Go ahead and send to the Banished Zone.
So there are a couple of options here. You could wait till the reactions if you want to activate the mask instead. But given that he's doing this, what looks like to be a layer step, looks like he wants to activate Nu this turn. So you can imagine levels of Enlightenment, one of the modes is going to be Go again. He's going to send a Herald right at Vespa's face. Ask him how it feels,
Yeah, it looks like I hit an additional blue as well on that new activation. So Level's going to go ahead and find 2
no, it's still 4. Yeah,
having been pitched. Looks like we're getting buffed and Go again here.
Yep, and send that right in the Angel. Didn't want to give Vespa opportunity to block to protect the Angel. Just said this 4.
And then we
cleanly goes to your Angel. My Nu is active. Probably
Dagger Flick. I'm assuming there's 2
pretty nice
blues.
Turn thus far.
Yeah.
For Arthur Trehay.
Yep.
Follow up Mistblade.
Yep, and this is a
now here's where I wish we still had the gloves.
When Nu is active.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Nu is active. If this Mistblade hits, you get to send 2 blue Heralds at Vespa.
I think this basically demands a block at this point. I don't see how you let this one go.
Yep. So we might finally see the footsteps come out to block. And maybe use the 2 floating to flip the Figment of Rebirth.
But look at this. We're going to send the Mistblade at one of the auras.
Oh, looks like he just doesn't want to use the Prism ability. Interesting.
Look, there's vulnerability to ALS again, right? We know there's 1 copy left.
Yep.
You could find yourself caught unawares by that. It's a very, very
if
bad
he wants to ALS here, let him.
Arthur
I don't care.
Is nothing if not patient.
I could not possibly care about ALS on my
send the dagger.
Hero power.
I don't know, and these boards are just slowly getting cleaned up. I mean, keep in mind, Vespa has been drawing 5 cards for the past like 4 or 5 turns.
I keep saying it. Like every turn that ends on Vespa's side looks disastrous, and then we go back to Arthur's
side. What if
and it looks okay.
No, that doesn't work. Okay. Actually, I know what we're supposed to... Okay, I think this is better. We attack Prism, not the Angel. We flick a dagger. No, that won't get us the go again then. Because the Angel will eat the go again. It still gets the Angel for a dagger, and we get 4 damage. And it still makes him block, probably. Yeah, this is probably fine.
Hey, it's not that bad.
Just like,
Prism losing some life, I don't think changes the outcome of this game.
You're just
we just gotta get through the board.
You're hard casting Figments is...
Yeah, we're playing towards our win con. Okay, I like this play.
What's going to be the breaking point, though, for Arthur? What is the thing that just turns this matchup around and lets him actually go ahead and be on the front foot and look to take control of this game? Because right now, it feels like he's treading water, just trying to stay alive. And anything goes wrong and he could just get buried. And maybe it is, in fact, this Herald of Erudition that comes through.
I was going to say it would be a turn where Vespa doesn't have a threatening Herald, or, maybe doesn't have any Heralds.
We still have all 3 Eruditions, right?
Vespa just came out
this
with
is the
a
first
turn
one?
with double Herald. We haven't seen it in a while.
Because we put one back and then pitched them.
That buys the mass from Arthur Trehe over there. This is not a great spot for him.
Making progress on the board. Life total hasn't really moved.
Just more aura cleanup happening.
Yeah, this time with the mask being gone, though, that is quite a significant difference, though, from what we saw in the earlier turns.
We really need
No
these
mask on
next 2
side. That
Eruditions to be
means
good.
every chi he makes now is just going to has to go into new ability. Doesn't have the option for disruption anymore.
Speak of the devil.
Another Erudition. This time, though, his poppers... No, it's not live because it's a passing mirage. So this is an unpoppable 5 dominate Herald of Erudition.
It's a shame. We're so close to getting those poppers online, and you do see, I believe, two of them in hand at this point. But unfortunately, it is not going to work, and it is going to be the Herald of Erudition hitting.
I think I just throw away armor here.
5 damage, completely unblocked. It draws 2 cards. It goes to Soul.
And it finds another Figment. Not sure if there'll be many Figments left at this point. We've seen most of them. This might actually just be the last one.
Yeah, looks like protection.
No, there should still be Ravages in the deck,
with
right?
a shield. Very, very annoying when Arthur Trehe has these daggers that come in for 1 but cost 2. Okay, still has 2 poppers though, and now Passing Mirage is no longer live. It's only on the first Illusionist attack of the turn. So both his poppers are alive. Oh,
there's the third tome, and that is going to be juiced up by that Vestige of Soul. The card has gone to Soul, so blue card pitches for 4.
Really need to be holding some auras here, though.
Absolutely loaded.
We have a million cards, but we can attack with an Angel and a Herald.
That doesn't look like a Flesh and Blood hand
how
anymore,
using the rest
Brian.
of these
We draw 4 cards in this game. He's holding 6 right now, and he's been drawing 5 cards for the past, 4 turns.
It looks like the Uno meme, draw 25, or Vespa has drawn 25.
Mm-hmm. So this is actually a bit of an annoying spot. Now, this Herald does not have Go Again, because the first Herald had Go Again. But if you
still have to pop it,
he can get an action point back with Phantasmal Footsteps and then play as different Herald. So it's one of those really annoying moments.
What is this block?
Looks like Arthur Trehe going ahead and...
This block doesn't make any
blocking
sense.
6.
Yeah, committing both of those poppers there. And I saw a bit of a reaction from Arthur. I think he knows maybe a bit of an overcommitment of resources. I think he may have just read, again, you shortcut a lot of these things when you deal with these arenas. Maybe he read the Passing Mirage is still active in that instance.
Perhaps.
Hard to say exactly. But Merciful Retribution going to come down and add to the troubles, and then an additional figment of Ravages coming down.
Yeah, if he spaced that out, I think he's actually fine.
Merciful was also responding to the Phantasm trigger as well, so the Herald did go to Soul anyway, and dealt an Arcane to Arthur Trehe as well, and now we see Ravages come down.
We talked a bit on the last turn cycle about breaking points, one way or another. This feels like a breaking point. It feels like things are pushing so ridiculous. And with Genesis,
I think that's the nail in the coffin.
Just now,
the Merciful Genesis should win the game by itself.
Arthur Trehe, and I think his turns are basically dictated to him at this point. You have to clear
that
Genesis.
And now we can protection
cannot
with
remain out there in the arena.
Yeah, but now, though, because of the Merciful Retribution with the rest of his board state, a lot of Arcane damage going to just ping Arthur down, and the the Figment of Ravages right there. Once it flips, it's going to send 2 Arcane damage at Arthur Trehe's face when he has no Arcane barriers. So, looks like he's at 14, but these Arcane pings, they come really, really quick when you already have a board state and this Merciful Retribution.
I don't think we're flipping 2, though.
For sure.
I think I want to not flip
so
two
Genesis
angels.
did go to Soul for Merciful Retribution. Vestige of Soul is turned on, so we're seeing Vespa potentially do something on the Trace. And looks like he's just flipping, not pitching a light card, not using the Vestige.
It's protection.
Just pitching that all you got.
Play.
Yeah, just accumulating offense for the next turn, thinking about how he's going to go ahead and threaten that now precarious 14 life.
And flipping a protection. You know what these means? These shields with the Merciful Retribution, not only
damage.
Yep, not only are they just 1 life each, they're also a ping of arcane damage each. Unless
Herald of Erudition to kick things off. A nightmare.
They just opened with protection instead. Why give him the extra info? Attack with the thing that he knows about. I think.
At this point, not a lot of defense left. You have to give up flick knives and a card. You have to give up 2 pieces of equipment to try and cover this Herald.
2 blade break pieces.
It doesn't even matter if you cover up this Herald because there's still so much more threat left on Vespa's side.
And he has to check for Angelic Wrath. That's what he's doing. If you give up both these blade break pieces of equipment and a 3-block and you get blown out by a Wrath anyway, that's just kind of game over.
I mean, what are you going to do?
You're just checking for that. Maybe you just have to go for it. There's some,
it doesn't matter if you check
when
for
your back's against a wall like this, you just have to take the risk. You just have to say, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to play this turn.
Yep. Okay, looks like Vespa didn't have it. So, sigh of relief a little bit from Arthur Trey, but now we've seen progression from Vespa's side. For a while in the mid-game, no difference on Arthur Trey's side, but now he's 8 life
floated
down.
The tunic counter just
all his blade break
bluff
are gone.
an Oasis.
No more armor for Arthur.
Yeah, and we are going to go ahead and use this Archangel of Protection, and that means 2 more Spectral Shield. And this is what I meant by future turns of Arthur's are going to be very dictated to him, because at this point, you can't let that Angel survive, and you can't let Merciful Retribution survive. Like, actually cannot. They will kill you if they remain out there in the arena for multiple turns. So you have no choice but to try and keep some cards in hand and offer offense, and that means you're taking more damage, and then further turns are dictated to you, and this is where Prism has you absolutely in the squeeze.
And if you're taking this physical damage, that is just shortening your arcane damage clock by that much more. 4 damage from protection when there's 2 pretty much unavoidable damage in the form of the Figment of Ravages sitting right there. You have to seriously consider whether you can afford to take this 4 damage when you're just at 14.
Yep, but you need cards. You need cards, Bonkers. You don't get offense without cards. And without offense, all of these permanents are staying out there in the arena.
And also, I mean, 7 Ward, Nu is known for on-hits, disruptive on-hits. We see the Prognosis and Just a Nick in his hand. A very, very strong combination of cards. Not when your opponent has 7 Ward right there on the field. That card is not coming online.
And I think that's exactly what this matchup has come down to thus far. Vespa has not been disrupted 1 time.
So how do we win from this spot?
Gotten to do exactly what he wants to do every single turn of the game. No influence over the game.
What does the game look like that we win on the new side?
Despite that, Nu doing a great job.
I think it starts with killing the Merciful and
never
the protection.
Executing her game plan thus far. All in Prism's side.
Yep, Arthur has just been forced to.
I think it's like
relegated to cleanup duty this entire game. We haven't been able to see Nu
looking for scrap.
Really,
and I think
kill both of those.
I think there were windows where if just one thing broke
and
a little
hope to
different,
stabilize off of that.
Vespa missed on one further.
Because these shields don't matter if the Merciful's
one further
gone.
boon from any one of his multitudinous permanents out there in the arena. Things could have broke in Arthur's favor. But it doesn't seem like it's quite come together. And now I think Arthur very much in the grinder at this stage of the game.
Yep, and he has to decide now. You know, he might just.
Do you guys see that?
Okay. I was like, that came from Arsenal. Can't quite pitch it. Okay, getting rid of the Merciful, saying he sees the clock on the board in the form of the Spectral Shields and the Figment of Ravages, just saying, okay, let me get rid of the Merciful. Let me just stop the clock from the shields. Now all you have, the unavoidable damage you have is just a 2 Arcane from the Ravages. I still have 9 life. Let's see if I can survive from this.
Now all you have is this handful of heralds, this angel, these multiple spectral shields, these figments.
I think a lot of this stemmed from not blocking armor on the Erudition earlier, though.
That he doesn't get double herald.
I think we were fine if he just blocked
a few times.
Erudition.
Just had a single herald. That's his out.
And we do know it's the aura version of Prism.
Yeah.
Like we expect a lower herald count for sure.
Yeah. Although one key difference now compared to those earlier turn cycles, Vespa does have an angel, which does make quite a bit of a difference. Now it's 1 herald plus an angel hit each time.
Yeah, and this angel just continuing.
Yeah, I don't think I make shields here either.
Arthur Trehay gonna fall.
They just don't do anything anymore.
Here.
Yep. No banishing of soul here to make more shields.
No, we want 2 soul for the Ravages.
just once again his prowess on this hero. He realizes, you know what, I don't need more shields now.
I don't need them. That's not what this game's about at this moment.
Yeah, because I think he's still thinking of potential ways to lose the game. And this is what Prism has to do. You need to think of multiple game plans, multiple ways you can potentially win, and make sure you're progressing all of them as you execute, you know, several of them at the same time. So you're just keeping the soul, saying, if you somehow deal with this board, I still have the soul to potentially ALS loop use later on. I don't need to convert this soul into 2 shields. He's just showing us, I mean, why he's such an excellent Prism player, one of the best Prism players in the world.
Okay, well, that's game.
And here is Amnesia coming down.
I'm just going to skip forward since that's game right there.
Is going to hit in this case.
I want to
do be it. Basically,
right? We just
get home.
Okay, yeah.
Struggling to start that snowball. There was a time in the middle where Arthur.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this playing for a sec while I go to the bathroom.
Like 20-something life. Board state was slowly getting cleaned up. If on one of those turn cycles, if Arthur managed to find that foothold that you're talking about, we might have had a very different game. But also Vespa on his side, masterful Prism play. Understanding how to navigate so many different game plans. Understanding the bind you put your opponent in. You know, he had Merciful on the field, Genesis at the same time, telling your opponent, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it takes a master to craft board states like that in Prism.
Great stuff from Vespa. Why don't we hear from the man himself? We have an interview down in our winners area. Let's take it away.
We are at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I'm here with winner of round 1, Vespa from Thailand, who won versus Arthur Freire. You has to feel good that first win, right?
Yeah, feels so good, man. On the first round, again, the last Pro Tour champion, right? So feel more confident now.
Yeah, so that matchup, Prism into Nu, it looked very difficult. At the beginning of the game, I saw that you had the Great Library of Solana, then you had all these auras, a couple of parables of humidity. He made a big mistake at some point even. He tried to block with a CNC and he couldn't actually block it, he couldn't pop it. I guess at the point when you have the Great Library of Solana, you must have felt very confident in that matchup.
Yeah, I think the matchup for Prism and Nu is quite favor for Prism side. Yeah, you just keep aura every turn.
Is that your best matchup, or do you have any other like good matchups in the metagame? How do you feel in this metagame coming with Prism?
I think Nu might be my best matchup right now in the current meta, and the Keno also, if there are some. Yeah, Zen is just like 50-50, I guess.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people said that the best deck to bring was actually Prism this time around. Even against decks maybe like Zen, who can take you by surprise and go very fast against you. How do you feel about this matchup against what's considered one of the best decks in the format?
It's depends on the draw of Prism. If you draw the arc line in the turn that they want to go wide, then the turn will just stop at that point. And if you have the parable on the board, they will just get -1 all the way along. So I think it's quite depend on who draw better, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Good luck on the rest of the day. We'll be right back with more coverage.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Very shortly. And there we've got Alex over on
the
left.
I almost actually brought Azalea to
right.
the PT.
So what are some of the key cards you're looking for in this matchup,
This is
Erica?
the reason I didn't bring the deck this matchup.
Azalea
it felt
was
like it was
that people started bringing in order
draw
to
red in the ledger or lose.
Exactly.
And
so
like
red in the ledger, of course, all-star here for the Azalea players. Being able to shut down your opponent, and for all of those go-wide decks, like Zen is, you can basically just give them that arrow straight in the face and enable or just disable their ability to go wide and get that very, very important Taiga. So if we see some maybe sleep starts to help enable Azalea's turns, that would be interesting to see if that is included.
Yep, and we see the Death Dealer lined up for Azalea here, and the Zephyr Needles on the Zen side. So we saw these used to very strong effect at US Nationals.
What is this equipment setup? The quiver in the head slot? But they give me crap about how I do my equipment? Okay.
And looks like Alex is wanting to get very aggressive with this game. Just put the damage through down as quickly as possible.
Exactly,
Quiver in the
and
head
Azalea,
slot,
most importantly, does not want to
boxed equipment, real shit.
Does more on the aggressive side of things when she's able to play those cards versus blocking with those cards. So Black Zen with these Zephyr Needles is going to probably get a lot of agency with these and a lot of bonus damage, as you can mention. Zephyr Needle coming in for 2 with only
Looks
one
like a
pitch, you
standard
can
setup on both
really
sides.
Pave out the curve a little bit. When
not
if you only
opening
have
on a
one
red,
floating, then you can
or not
suddenly use
opening on a
Zephyr
blue to
Needles for those extra
transcend
2
off of.
damage.
That's a
Can be
good
very
sign.
annoying.
So Alex going to kick things off with a red 100 wins coming in for 3. Just a little bit of damage, start to stock up that graveyard a bit. The equipment's on the Zen side, fairly standard. We have the Traverse.
I think both prisms are
the
perfectly fine.
And
Standard.
the Stride of Reprisal.
We see the sleep dart here already being used as a blocking power, so just being able to
I think it's preference.
provide some support.
I'm going to be
for
messing
their
around
life
with
total here in the start
new
of the turn,
prism
as you
at my
mentioned.
LL
Sen's,
skirmish because I've never
plan
played
right
it in
now is
LL,
to just
so I
feed his
want
arsenal as
the
much as
novelty of
possible, so we
doing
can
it.
grab these
Sounds
cards
like fun.
with the bonds effect later on,
But I
and
think either's
also being
fine.
able to transcend as fast as possible.
You just have like small
to then
edges on
be able
each.
to grab
I
that
think
transcend card
new
when he blocks with
prism
his Traverse,
is the
and
stronger
his boost
hero
to
in
get
a
the tiger
vacuum.
to basically pop off with an
but
auto war turn is the end game plan here.
Yeah,
You're a
we see
little
the Lionel
softer to
Hufflepuff
just
over on Kevin's side
damage,
as
you
well,
know?
potentially playing around something like Warmongers if Alex wants to bring those in.
A little bit of new spice here from the latest set,
Which caster?
giving them ability to walk around Warmongers a little bit.
Yep. So, okay, kicking things off with a premeditate here into a Rain Razors. So Kevin looking to go pretty tall, pitching another Rain Razors here.
Codex?
Yeah, double Rain Racers turn a little bit awkward,
Okay.
but Rain Racers is also a yellow, so it pitches really, really well. Being able to grab that sleep dart, that's huge.
Yeah, so the Codex
I have
with
not heard
Frailty here, so
Erica
gonna
cast.
go
This is my
ahead and
first
get
time
the Frailty
listening.
over, pick up that Ponder token. Now starting to make a lot of sense why he chose to block with that sleep dart on turn 1.
Yeah, so Azalea being able to lock down
This is like an
Zen
okay
as much
opening.
as possible with this sleep dart on hit effects, and he's not going to be able to dominate this turn, but he's still going to be able to.
The pre-med
look at
doesn't
what's
really
on
do
top
anything
at
here,
least.
which is annoying.
Yep, so he sees Skullbone
So the
cross
damage we're presenting is
just,
kinda low.
choosing top 1.
It's fine.
So cross wrap allowing you to turn a face down card from Arsenal face up and off 1. Very helpful, very good to use in conjunction with Azalea's hero ability. And we're just going to see the sleep dart here thrown down for.
I'm going to
10
assume the
damage,
top card
which
is either a pump
pretty good.
or a red.
And Zen is also a hero that doesn't really like to
knock,
block. He has a
maybe?
bit more blocking capabilities before he's transcended half of his deck when he gets there. But this sleep dart is really, really annoying if he wants to transcend. But we haven't seen any transcend cards yet, so the on hit here is not as prevalent. But the ponder token on hit is also going to be a bit annoying to give out.
Okay, so Alex is choosing to lay down the entire hand here, saying,
I
I want to
just-
protect my life total.
None of this matters. Go next.
Makes a lot of sense to me in a way, because I feel the way that Azalea is wanting to play this game is looking for these, sort of push a little bit of damage here and there and go for these big dominated attacks with disruption
Battering
thrown
bolt?
in between.
I
Is
don't know
that
if I would
kind
want
of
to
what
keep
you're
that on
thinking?
top.
I'm thinking he wasn't able to block out this sleep dart completely, but if he's not able to do what he wants to do on his turn either way, then just protecting your health total, as Azalea can put in some very, very large dominated attacks, and you can see your life total diminish rather quickly. So when Azalea is sending in these non-dominated attacks, then it's a really good opportunity to really establish what is the perfect turn here. It's probably better to block
Alright, let's see what their
sometimes
arsenal
to find a better hand to do more
I shall
damage.
judge you
don't wanna
based
get
on your
greedy
opt.
saying, yeah, I'll take 10 damage and deal 5 back, and then
No.
find yourself in the late game not being able to survive that critical attack.
That's reasonable.
Okay, so we see the Skullbone cross.
Only thing that matters is red.
Here. Knock the Death Whistle. Pretty powerful card. Allows you to sort of, tutor up an arrow, get that on top, get dominate off the Azalea hero ability.
Yeah.
We'll see how Kevin wants to approach
Not
this
seeing
turn.
a transcend yet from the Zen side is also
It's a
huge.
possibility to fetch something like Red in the Ledger, of course, go for a big dominate attack. Potentially wanting to utilize that dominate before the transcend comes online for Alex, so
But
he's
what
not
are we
able to
doing?
get
Are
the
we-
value out of that Traverse universe right away.
Exactly, and we haven't
is there
transcended
anything to
yet
think about here?
for Alexander.
Is the top
so
card of our
you can
deck
see
red?
the Arthur
No?
War in
It
hand
doesn't
as
matter.
well.
Keep it on top and
Being
shuffle.
able to go
Like,
off
I don't think there's a
with
single
this Arthur
card
War
that
is a little bit awkward without
is
having that
worth
transcend
getting rid of
card
this knock
available
for other
to
than
you.
another
so
red.
we're not going to see a huge pop-off turn with this first Arthur War that I've seen, and this is sometimes the situation you end up with on Zen, that you find yourself in a situation where you haven't been able to transcend yet, but you find those other key cards that you want to use to basically pop off with. So
But then your opponent, in this case, Kevin on Azalea, is trying to make you play the game at their pace.
yeah.
We're
So actually choosing
blinding?
to use the Azalea hero ability here to
Do we
find
already
path
have a
looks
red?
like a lace with
If we already have a
Frailty.
red, this is fine.
lace with inertia.
Lace with inertia, yeah?
I'm getting so stressed out. What's
Okay, so
happening?
that's pretty good. Threatening the inertia token here to try and clear out that arsenal, perhaps.
Exactly.
I don't agree with
Making
this.
their opponent not able to set up a big turn. So if Alexandros was hoping to bank this Arthur War down in his arsenal to
We have a
hope to
drill
get that
to pitch.
transcend off and then pop off with the Arthur War, he's not going to be able
We
to
had
do
a
that if this
remorseless,
inertia
so our
hits.
hand is arrow, arrow. Did we draw that?
Was making their opponent not able.
Inertia token here to try and clear out that arsenal, perhaps.
Exactly, making their opponent not able to set up
It's the
a big turn. So if
leftmost
Alexandros was
Now it's the
hoping
center
to
card.
bank this Arthur War down in his arsenal to hope to get that transcend off and then pop off with the Arthur War,
So
he's
we
not gonna be
already
able to
had the blood rot. So our hand was blood rot, drill, remorseless,
do
and
that if
whatever's
this inertia
on
hits.
the left.
On the Lace with Blood Rot following up as well. So this is a really nice sort of combination here, giving that Remorseless +6 and saying, look, if you want to take this and get the inertia, you're going to have to ship away your whole hand. There's no way for you to set up. But if you take all this damage in order to pop off, this Remorseless is just going to take away 1 life for every action.
Yeah, it's not really what you want to see, because every single attack or action that you make is going to...
This is just wrong. You're definitely supposed to just knock for red here, and then just red for 11 dominate. I was audio only since I was driving. Heard. I don't care that much. It's they give me crap for how I do my equipment at these events. Like I box my equipment, and I had judges come over and tell me I can't do that. But then we're on stream with a quiver in our head slot, and that's okay on stream. That's clown. Like, be consistent at least with your rules. But yeah, this turn is just wrong.
Take one of
this
your
Remorseless does
away.
not fucking matter.
And having these big arrows coming in as well, basically forcing the on-hit in a way that, because your opponent is not able to block as good, then you can basically force those.
Yeah, we could have gotten 8 damage, a Blood Rot, which probably gets paid for. It's not like, because we're redding him, so he's probably just going to pitch to pay for it. But then we're going to get the Arsenal as well. So we're going to go into the next round where they don't have a set, and they still haven't transcended yet. It's a very good spot. And importantly, we're getting a red into the graveyard, so that way our codexes actually have text, because our codexes are kind of shit right now.
On hits through, if you have enough pumps in this case, it's going to come in for 11.
That's like pretty simple. The thought process is putting the hat in a spot where it's not bumping up against the rest of the equipment for tapping it, because it's the only piece of equipment that matters. Like you're physically maneuvering the head a lot, where because he's got it in the hard cases, it's going to knock into all of his other things. It's just like a ease of use thing. That totally makes sense to me. It's like how Matt Rogers put his boots in the offhand slot when he was playing Kasai. It's the same idea, just like put it in a convenient spot. Makes sense.
Hard to block here, right? I mean, Alex has the Art of War, doesn't defend.
Exactly.
Zen actually just runs a lot of Transcend cards that don't defend at all. So a bit of a
still no Transcend. I didn't catch what the Arsenal was, though.
Definitely, and this is really good when you're on the Azalea side of things, because this is really the position that you want to be in. You are forcing the opponents to
whatever cards in front of cards,
have
none
the
of this
answers,
matters.
basically. You're just presenting the questions, and your opponent is having to provide the answers on how they want to go about their turn. And now Alexander is in a really difficult situation on how he wants to plan this one out. He probably does not want to play out his whole hand with that Remorseless effect on top of him.
Do you think there's a chance there that Alex looks to maybe get a bit aggressive, push in the boots, perhaps get the target, try pop up with this Art of War turn?
Oh, there's an Art of War?
The problem is, you're right, but without the Transcend,
I'd like to cycle my Arsenal.
You're going to take a lot of damage to try to get that off, but is that one
inertia? We can't really do that.
Definitely, but as long as this Remorseless effect is active, unless he's able to block it out and be able to present something, it's not going to be super, super impressive. So if I was an Alexander, I would probably look to try an Arsenal of this Art of War, unless he already has an Art of War in his Arsenal. I'm not sure exactly what that card is at this point.
Because it's all 3 blocks in his hand, right?
One option as well.
That is also an option.
I forget what body is.
So if you already have an Art of War available, then of course we can use our second Art of War to be more defensive, to try and bank up a little bit, and also fodder more cards into that graveyard that you can be able to bounce off of later.
Yes, this Remorseless just threatening the on-hits that when it hits the hero until the end of the next turn, whenever they play an action card, they lose 1 life. Zen is a hero that we know likes to play a lot of action cards. They like to go very wide, so a very relevant on-hit here. Also threatening the inertia and the Blood Rot. So effectively presenting like 13 damage here, plus the inertia. Very, very nice start for Kevin.
And Kevin also having 1 card left at his disposal that he can
I will say, I'm so glad that I put in like
next turn
2+ weeks into learning Azalea.
You can really empower
so
your
much better
turn
at the deck and
enable
like
you to go different ways. When you know what's on top, you can basically
so worth
into
my
that.
time, even though I didn't end up playing it.
It's better than the Azalea blind into something and then playing.
It's so easy to tell what the hand texture on the Azalea side is based on how they pitch and like what their arsenal is.
Spot of bother here and maybe looking to push an equipment in very early.
So our set must cost 0?
That's an interesting decision. Now the 12-pedal Kataya, giving you with an extra resource whenever you transcend.
Gloves, but
Yes,
that's me.
To equip that
I don't play Zen, so I'm not sure, but I feel like Gloves was a better block.
To hold on to the Art of War.
I don't know what's worth more, the dollar
Nothing really
versus
available. Still has the other equipment. As you mentioned, having that 12 pedal is very nice to sort of combo off with the Art of War as well.
Well, Art of War is a yellow, so it's going to be able to present 4 out of this with the Zen needles, as we mentioned earlier. Very, very effective.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, we'll see if Kevin is able to just keep up the tempo here.
Yeah, I don't know about this in any
And unfortunate for Alexandros, Kevin has that Bolton shot to be able to shut down that Zephyr Needle, and it's going to break at the end of this combat chain.
Yeah, so Kevin's got to be pretty happy with how these turns have worked out, right? So manages to get the chest block already, manages to blow off one of the needles, still has 3 cards in hand.
This would have been so good if we just read
coming online, card in Arsenal. Is he going to be able to
shit all over?
Up?
Yeah, this is not the Zen game that we typically used to see. We saw some Blitz games with Zen recently in the Battle Harden, and those games were over in like 2 or 3 turns. Now what we see here is no single Transcend card. We haven't seen the utilization of Art of Wars. It's been a very, very difficult game for Alexandros, where things basically don't line up, and that's absolutely some of those Zen games that you can have.
Assuming we have an arrow in the hand, I probably just
activated here, so we're going to flip up the amplifying arrow.
Pump on top or bottom, anything that's not a red.
Kevin just having a look at that top card, see if he likes it or not.
Just blind.
Yeah, amplifying arrow is such a cute addition
Only thing I want on top
lately.
is a pump
now,
or a red.
having all of those buffs, being able to buff 1 extra on your amplifying arrow, that typically is only coming in for 2. But if you chain 3
Still
or 4
transcended.
multiple non-attack actions that buffs your amplifying arrow, it can become really,
we have
really scary.
1 transcend card,
dangerous on hit,
triple
of course,
red.
But it can be a really, really nice finisher.
Did anyone catch what the arsenal is?
Approach so far in this game as well is that it's kind of continually puts Kevin on the spot, saying like, you need to offer disruption, over and over again. So this amplifying arrow, I mean, if Kevin had a big life lead here, might be pretty happy just throwing down a bunch of pumps, putting a big amplifying arrow for 10.
I think there's like a bit of a hole in gameplay on Kevin's side. I think that you should be going into this. So like when that needle attacked, you should have already thought about this. How am I making my blocks, and what do I want on top of my deck? Like, we should already know before we've reached our turn, what card do I want on top of my deck when I opt? If I see this type of card, it stays on top. If I see this type of card, it goes in the bottom. I've already made that decision before I've blocked that needle. Now I'll make my blocks based on how I plan on opting. So the fact that we're tanking here is like a bit of a hole, I think.
In 12 plus damage. I think if you throw out 10 plus vanilla damage here, Alex is going to be very happy just taking that and having a big turn. So, okay, read the glide path comes down, so we're going to see another opt here. So Kevin, I think, really digging, seeing what he can find. I think he'd love to find like a red in the ledger or something, throw a few pumps down with that. Okay, so we're going to see the Azalea hero ability used, and there we go, Remorseless on top with Dominate.
Yeah.
So already threatening 8.
We have an arrow in our hand.
Yeah, another Remorseless is not what Alexandros wants to see at this point. He wants to be able to try and start ditch back some damage here, but Kevin is just chaining those important on-hits back to back, and it's exactly what you want to do.
If we have an arrow in our hand, I think I just would have bottomed and blinded.
Come on with 11, Remorseless to dominate 11, and have an Arsenal card.
And Blood Rush on hit is also quite annoying. Alexandra still hasn't taken any damage at this point in time, very patiently playing what his opponent is trying to do.
Feels like this might be the one that connects here, though.
So we'll have to see what the Arsenal is in a minute.
It's going to be a tough one.
From the Azalea side.
Alex going, come on, man, I just blocked one of these for 11. Like, seriously?
No, but this is why I think it's so important to have that knowledge that there's going to be those dominate arrows, and you can't block those out. So if your hand is that awkward that you don't think you're going to get that much value out of it,
still can't transcend unless the Arsenal is transcend.
It's very much in your favor to block out that arrow as much as possible, preserve your life total, and then
E-strike in hand, I think.
Go about it in the next one.
Yep, so Alex is going to put down a Chase the Tail in front of that. Going to be taking 8 damage here with the Blood Rot token. But again, just preserving the life total a little bit. Very easily able to play
Chi.
Perhaps a 2-card hand here, like, and pitch the Blood Rot. Zen does play a lot of blues.
Reasonable, I guess.
So can probably comfortably pitch that away if he chooses to. Question is...
I know there's a lot of Zens playing like Command and Conquer and stuff like that as well. Okay, so just going to kick things off with an Enlightened Strike. Taking 1 to the Remorseless.
So we're probably just going to see an E-strike for 7 here, is what I imagine, and then we're going to try to pitch off the Blood Rot.
Yeah, I feel like they would line up pretty cleanly here.
Yeah, not taking a necessary amount of damage from the Remorseless is probably the best way to
I
go
think I remember
about it.
Erica saying
Kevin here
something about
pretty well
imposter
so far,
syndrome
lining
on
up these
her
pumps,
casting.
plus attacks over and over
Seems
again.
perfectly fine to me.
Do you think is Alex sort of playing towards one of these turns, the classic Azalea turns,
good.
where the things don't line up? You draw 4 pumps, you draw 4 arrows.
Oh,
Do you feel he's sort of patiently biding his time, waiting to strike on one of those turns?
That is definitely an acceptable choice.
Who turned on the sun?
Because absolutely, Azalea can have those awkward turns where you just draw 4 non-attacks and there's like nothing you can do about it. You can blind Azalea, and if you blind Azalea into a non-attack again, then your hand doesn't do anything. So, but giving Azalea the Legions here to have a full card hand is probably not looking like that.
It looks like Alex did pitch away to that Blood Rot. We see Kevin here activating that Azalea hero ability, choosing to opt the card to the bottom here.
Yeah, we couldn't blind.
Yeah, so we're going to see a blind Azalea this turn around, or do we have any other ways to look at the top? Like those read the glide paths, for example, that lets you opt on top as well.
And the life total's 31 to 31, so despite the fact that Kevin has been fully sort of been aggressive most of this game, Alex demonstrating why he's the world champ, trying to keep this as close as possible. So we're going to see the pump thrown out. Does Kevin have an arrow to pair this up with?
Yeah, the frailty on it is also quite annoying, because your arsenal cards is going to come in for 1 less, your weapons is going to come in for 1 less if that connects.
We can play the game now.
Here we see our first red ledger of the game. So this is coming in for at least 8. This is a lot of the time a must block if you want to have a turn, as in. So
and we have the read.
So another card opted.
No, assume we drew
Kevin
that off the
looking
red.
to keep that one on top. So we have another Seek and Destroy. So this is a big red in the ledger. That's +9. This is coming in for 14.
No, this is the one big one. And also with the Seek and Destroy combination, this is huge for Kevin. The Seek and Destroy basically tells your opponent you're not allowed to like keep any cards at the end of your turn. You're supposed to keep everyone away. And Red in the Ledger basically tells you you can only play 1 action your turn. So it's a really, really effective combination here that Kevin
Cards in front of cards, try to play our
very
arsenal.
difficult to block here coming for 14. We know Alex was trying to protect that arsenal card when he pushed in the chest on a previous turn to defend for 11.
Exactly.
So it feels like that may be an important card to him, but I mean, even putting your whole hand down here, you're probably going to need to put in something like the Shuko. You really don't want to block with reverse. You haven't transcended yet. So
it's not
really good job from Kevin here. Just pressure, pressure, pressure all day long.
Exactly.
Is
so
it
if that is
an
an
Art of War or something?
in the arsenal, which I would imagine since it's so important to him, then you know you already seen your second Art of War. So then you're only playing out to your last and third Art of War that is somewhere in the deck. And it could be a really, really long while until we get there. So yeah, it's a really, really difficult situation
for Alexander. Very
for
unfortunate draw on the Zen side.
So Alex choosing to wait. Are we going to see a defense reaction here? Oh, he hit the flick flag.
Okay.
What? So I guess that lines up with not being able to play into the Remorseless previously.
Why did we not play that
flick
earlier?
Flag, so this is going to be defended out for 9 in total.
And
Still
just set the Art
taking
of War.
5. Makes me wonder if Alex has something like another Enlightened Strike or a big attack just to throw down here.
I think I saw a CNC in his hand, so...
Okay, so CNC not the most effective here, considering it's just vanilla lit, but I mean...
Arsenal as well.
But damage is damage, even if you're not threatening Arsenal.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going for here. It's a really unfortunate situation when you're sitting on those Command and Conquer and you're like, yeah, now we can really punish their Arsenal, because they always want to end their turn with an Arsenal, but in this particular situation, it's the only turn where Kevin is like, no Arsenal this time around.
And because the Red and Ledger hit, not even able to try and threaten with the Needle as well. Limited to 1 action on this turn.
Exactly. Quite an awkward turn here for Alexandros, but I really, really love that addition of the Flick Flag.
Yeah, put in a lot of work there, allowing him to actually offer some damage back, because
I really
we've been saying this entire game,
Bartosz's
life
tech.
totals,
He was
31
playing
to 26.
Wax on.
There's no arguing that Azalea has had the best of it so far, has maintained tempo pretty much throughout the entire game, but Alex just biding his time, saying, I'm going to be able to transcend at some point. I know there's some more Art of Wars remaining in my deck, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. This game is far from over. We know Zen can probably dish out 30 plus damage if everything
Where's our
lines up
transcend
his
cards,
way.
though?
With the Traverse and the Strides, blocking, getting the Tiger, getting the
One
Chi.
turn, like, what, 5?
Being able
and
to
we've
pop up
seen
with an Art of
one
War turn, it can
transcend
get
card?
really, really nasty really, really quickly. And Azalea does not like to block. She doesn't have any equipment available that is able to block that
That does
much
probably mean
either.
we're pretty likely to draw a hand with multiple
being presented with 30 damage is really scary.
Is
Yeah,
probably
in
ideal.
a pinch when he gets to the late game,
Depends
you
on
have
what's
to go
the
right crush
attack on
over the tunic, but it's,
Azalea side
for the early game, you kind of just have that long draw half glove. That's about it. And Kevin was looking at just lining up a 1-card block here, dropping down to 28 and a 2-life lead. That's it at that point. Okay, maybe putting 2 cards in here, so...
All arrow
Maybe
hand?
have an awkward hand.
If you're Alex, I think
I saw an
you'd be
amp
pretty
and a
happy to see 2
bolt.
cards pushed in on defense here.
But if you have 4 arrows in your hand, you can probably give 2 hours away because you're not going to be able to chain those unless those are bolt-in shots. But you still need the pumps for the bolt-in shots to get us go again. So it can be quite awkward in that situation. But we're deciding to take 6 here.
Okay, so Kevin showed us the 1 card, 2 cards, and said, you know what, no blocks. Let's keep it real. I want to keep the
how
damage.
awkward this game is. Actually ahead on life on the Zen side.
Basically.
And Alex going, please, come on, just 1 turn.
Give me something.
Give me 1 turn, let me transcend, let me do my thing.
Just do damage and I'll be happy. Oh, we have a transcend card. But do we have a blue? That's the question.
E-strike, transcend.
So it looks like spotted in Might Strike in Alex's hand, and transcend. So Kevin leading things off with a Death Dealer into the Bolton shot. We'll see if he took a bit of a gamble on this turn, considering that he considered defending with 1 or 2 cards before ultimately going for the no blocks.
Yeah, so hoping maybe that this Bolton shot connects, that he is able to reload an extra arrow and go a bit wider this turn.
So Laced with Bloodrot coming down.
Okay, so...
Giving the Bolton shot go again, as it now has more power than its base.
Yep, so this is threatening 7.
On hit more damage.
The Codex
and possibly more on hits.
Yep, and again, kind of annoying on Zen, like you do have a lot of these good equips, but you probably don't want to push the boots in until it makes sense to do so, like a big Art of War turn. So these breakpoints can get really, really annoying.
I don't believe in this reload mattering.
Yeah, I wonder if the flick flags are hopeful for the
like a big
Guardian matchup where you can cover up some extra damage and those extra on hits.
Possibly new as well. There's a lot of new around.
Definitely.
So yeah, this is a bit of a turning point in the game, I feel like. With the life total 26 to 25, it's very finely balanced at this point. Alex knows that he's going to have to pull the trigger at some point and start getting on the front foot, but he just needs to figure out, is this the turn I do so? Like, if I get greedy here, take 7, and then...
Get punished with an on-hit? Yeah.
And Kevin throws down, like, who knows, or like, maybe if I choose to block this out, and then he hits me with a Codex of Frailty, like, is it going to go bad that way?
Exactly, you never know. A Codex would be pretty awkward. With the 2 cards in hand, he would have to discard one of the cards in order to play it, unless it's a pump. Then he can play the pump before the Codex of Frailty, of course.
Yep, so maybe not the end of the world. Probably going through Alex's head as well here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how Alexandros is thinking what his opponent can be able to sit on. But basically, you have so little information that you can't really make any assumption on what your opponent has. He still has 1 floating. So
someone just asked if I played,
easily.
After watching my video, was questioning whether or not I played during the Starfall
letting
format.
This shot
That's
hit
hilarious.
Could be both very punishing.
I guess they didn't play during the Starfall format. They didn't know who I was.
Okay, so choosing to push in the E-Strike, Tiger Form Incantation, and the Stride of Reprisal there. Going to pick up that Tiger in hand.
This is pretty hard to rain into red.
And that's going to be it. Managed to blank out that turn. So let's see how he actually utilizes that Tiger. Like maybe it was just a value block for 1 there, because we feel he has the Transcend card.
It's the Codex.
It's the other Codex.
Oh, the Codex of Bloodrot.
The Codex of Bloodrot comes down.
So compared to its sister Frailty, that lets you dig for a card in your graveyard to put into your arsenal, you take a card from your hand face down into your arsenal, so...
Probably looking at a 0-cost arrow here. Actually, 1 resource available, so...
Could be 1, yeah. But forcing your opponent to
red would be,
also put a card down.
Rando red for
5 but we know he had the
Transcend
Transcend card and the Tiger, so pretty difficult to defend here. So actually just a Bolton shot.
This is open to finding a
5
off the top, though.
See if we can find anyone interesting on the top, but unfortunately no.
He
so
kept
did
it on
choose
top,
to leave
so
that
I'm
card
thinking
on
it's
top
either
with
a
the pump
pump
coming up. So
or a red.
Possibly a pump?
Yeah, possibly a pump, which is pretty flexible when you use the Skullbone Crosswrap as well.
Pump would be pretty good.
It's going to come for 4, the pond is available.
No
see how Alex wants to approach this. So we know he had Tiger Transcend card +1, which is a little bit of an awkward hand as well.
Yeah, no second blue in that hand, so he's not able to transcend that card.
But again, with the Bloodrot here, perhaps just going to take an off turn, choose to pitch away to it.
Another off turn.
Yeah, it's a lot of off turns.
But I mean, Azalea is still on almost life parity with Alexandros here, so I mean...
Yeah,
it's
and we talk about
as soon as we
Alexandros playing a good defensive game, and he has, but that life total is being chipped away. You're starting to get to the point where a couple of big dominated arrows coming down from Azalea. Scary. The long draw half glove is still available as well to help sort of debrick a hand.
That doesn't transcend. So what's the hand right now? Transcend
Okay,
card
so we're going to
Tiger?
see the 100 wins come down here. So it does have the option to pitch that Transcend card to deal with the Blood Rot and Arsenal the Tiger. Perhaps that's what he's going for. I mean, really wants to Transcend at some point, but may just decide, look, I've got to preserve my life total as much as possible. Kevin very happy to putting one card in front.
I like that block.
It's quite an unfortunate situation for Alexandros because what
I
you
don't
want to
believe that
do
reload
is you want to
mattered.
fetch that Tiger from your
Based
boots
on,
when
like,
you block with it
the blocks
to
in the
feed that
previous turn.
afterward to draw into 2 cards.
Yeah, or
Basically for free.
even push it towards like an Enlightened Strike or something in a pinch, but instead just going to be forced to pitch away that Transcend card, get rid of that Blood Rot and Arsenal the Tiger.
Yeah.
So it's pretty nice to set up
didn't-
things like Chase the
I don't
Tail,
like
for
that
example,
play.
or other Tiger
Sure.
combo cards. Also helps you to get your Shuko online, but I think Alex would have been a lot happier trying to get that Transcend card down.
Yeah, I think Alexandros would be really
Alright, did we
happy
keep
to
a pump
see
or a red?
a turn where he could possibly transcend and be able to have that classic pop-off turn that we are accustomed to seeing.
Okay, so it was indeed a pump of sorts. The Rain Razors flipped up the Skullbone Crosswrap here. Kevin going to go ahead and opt one. Tunic on 3 for this turn as well, so a little bit of additional resources to play with. Really nice when it lines up with a Death Dealer like that.
Yeah, so more damage is definitely going to come through with this Rain Racers. But we're thinking long about this card on top. Like, is it a pump or is it an arrow?
Yeah, Kevin really taking his time with this one.
Because it's either you want to draw that card into your Death Dealer or you want to swap it out with your Azalea to get it into your arsenal.
I
and have
cast
some
Immolating
dominated
Glare.
attacks.
So going to go ahead and throw out that Rain Razors, followed up by a Take Aim, choosing to reload. And an Endless Arrow coming in for 9 here.
Interesting, choosing not to activate the Death Dealer. He has his Tunic online.
And actually chose to leave that card on top.
Now the on-hit here is to get your Endless Arrow back into your hand. Could we see a Snapdragon Scalers play here to follow up to get even extra
One card in hand?
agency from the Rain Racer to get that extra buff onto your next Endless Arrows as well?
I mean, it looks pretty nice here.
At the end of the day, it's just
so
damage.
You come in for 9. If your opponent
If-
doesn't
if
block
we can
Snapdragon
go,
Scalers,
I'm kind of interested
I mean,
in
if you
just
have
taking
another
the
pump in
damage and
hand,
going.
maybe
Like,
you line it up
have
that
to
way,
find
but
a
you have
turn to
the
pivot.
Tunic available for Death Dealer if you don't want
Just
to pitch
raw
that card in
damage turn
hand.
is definitely the pivot.
A lot of sort of hidden information going on.
Exactly. Now this is so annoying for Alexander, as you can see.
You burn
And
his
maybe
snaps.
if you really wanted to push it on
and he
this turn
presents
as well,
15 unless he draws
the
a
Endless Arrow
pump.
back to hand, Death Dealer load it, draw another card, and go for the long draw. Just they might be getting a little bit aggressive, having not blocked with the long draw, but the life totals are starting to get
the
towards
long
that
draw.
area where
Yeah, maybe you're
you
supposed to
say,
block
I mean, if you're
long
not going to
draw
block
last
either
turn.
of these, I end with a card in
He's gonna
Arsenal.
kill you.
Yeah, I'm just going to kill you.
Now that's a scary proposition to be in.
And as you brought up, the Rain Razors being turn-wide as well makes that just a lot more threatening. Could be threatening, what, 9 into 10? Okay, but Alex is going to go ahead and shut that one down.
Oh, we see a massive block here.
Yep, so going to go ahead and block for 10. It looks like Shuko plus a Biting Breeze, Chase the Tail, and a, looks like a Mauling Key.
We're still gonna activate the Snappies.
Makes sense. Tunic
Okay,
Death
so the
Dealer.
Snappy's used. Is there another arrow that can be loaded off the Death Dealer here, or Codex of Frailty or
Must
something?
be.
I mean, a Codex into Red in the Ledger would be... I mean,
Devastating.
Alex is down to 1 card in hand, so the on-hit... but
I don't
just the
think
damage at
Codex
this
Red
point.
matters when your opponent
Oh, and the
blocks with 3
Transcend
cards.
card in hand as well.
Now this is so punishing for Alexandros. He really wanted to make sure that he doesn't
Drill
take
shot.
unnecessary amount of damage from this Endless Arrow coming back on a second turn, but he has the Codex.
I actually forgot to get Stroop Waffles.
Yeah, so the Infecting Shot as opposed to the
Though I
Red
did
Ledger
get
or
ice
Remorseless
cream
makes
at
a
the
lot of sense
gelato
to me here
place with
because,
waffle
like you say, you don't
cone.
really care about restricting to one action with 1
maybe
card
that
in
was
hand,
made
one
with
an
Stroop
Arsenal.
Waffle?
You know, that's the Tiger.
It's a bit overpower or overkill.
What did we grab?
This
Infecting
Shot
Shot?
can come in for 7 though.
I don't think I
and
grabbed Infecting Shot.
I mean, maybe if we look at the silver lining for Alex, it's the blue, so he can pitch to the Blood Rot.
I think I
but
would've
you
grabbed Drill
really
Shot.
don't want to be taking 7 damage here.
And you can't block it. You don't have any cards in hand to do so.
Kevin just going to go ahead and get that Ponder, set up another card in Arsenal to just keep this ball rolling like he's been doing the entire game. So your
Yeah.
2023 French national champion looking very, very good right now.
Very, very solid. Like his hand has been lining up so good, basically putting Alexandros in a corner and just hitting him over and over again. And Alexandros is not getting a break.
Yeah, and conversely on the other side, Alexandro has been doing his best to try and keep up, play defensively here and there, but unfortunately just not being able to transcend, been forced to push in these equips at somewhat awkward times as well.
And sending a Tiger for 0, not being able to pay for the Blood Rot.
Okay, so just going to go... Like,
it's not a Tiger for 0.
Like this play here because
it's actually a Tiger for -1.
You have to say, look, I need to transcend to win this game, and I'm probably going to have to, with my life total...
Your opponent
slow,
gains
I'm
a life
to
when
need
you
to
attack
block
with
that
it.
traverse. So I like holding on to the transcend card and just getting rid of the Tiger at this point.
Indeed, but 13
this is a
life
very
total
unlucky
now.
draw
It's not
from
much.
That could be one dominated arrow away from death at
Alexandros'
this
side.
point.
And as Kevin chose to leave that card on top, Snowballing cross-wrap activated at a take aim. That's pretty nice. Because at this point as well, even the Dominate... like, the Dominate matters to close the game. But at this point in the game, as just the raw damage that you push out with pumps. I mean, if you say, look, okay, here's an arrow for 12, like, are you going to take 9? Like, I'm very happy with that.
Very happy indeed.
All the equipment still available on Kevin's side as well. I mean, outside the Snapdragon Scalers.
No.
But I mean, Tunic is being able to feed those one-cost arrows, being able to pitch for Death Dealer for free in quotation.
I really wish we didn't use Tunic last round.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Alex has maybe been playing towards that turn where Azalea stumbles, but Kevin's been doing the 100-meter dash so far and running it very, very well.
Damage. You're coming in for a 4.
Yeah, you just hope that Azalea stumbles at some point. And we're having a very hard think on this one if we're going to keep that card on top or what we're going to do with this.
The Tunic is worth a full card right now.
So possibly might need to gamble a little bit if he hasn't found the arrow.
Could be.
But I suspect maybe he's just thinking, look, do I want to deal like 14 or 15 damage this turn?
Maybe it's fine, because like if Tunic is worth a full card, 2 points is worth 2/3 of a card, and then you're getting back to your next Tunic counter faster, and 2 counters worth a third of a card.
I like the approach of the needles, but the game just hasn't lined up that way so far.
Indeed.
Maybe it's fine.
So Kevin really taking a big think here. And it makes sense, like we've discussed on stream already, right? Zen has the ability to just push through these very big turns out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah.
So I feel like Kevin at this point just taking a second to assess what is the optimal line. Doesn't want to rush through, get a little bit greedy, say, hey, it doesn't matter if I deal 6 or 7 damage because I'm up by 12. Because we've seen Zen do some crazy turns. Like the last thing you want to do is go into this turn, mess it up just a little bit, and then Zen pushes like a 23 damage turn. And then suddenly all bets are off.
Exactly. So did we find an arrow on top? We decide to keep it on the top.
So take aim, choosing not to reload.
Interesting. But we have so many Seek and Destroys available. We're gonna activate the Death Dealer.
Oh, into the Codex of Frailty.
Fail the Death Dealer, so we don't put an arrow down. We're just gonna play the Codex of Frailty on top.
Grab red.
So interesting here. So gonna fetch Red and Ledger, but
this is why it's so important
still
getting
gonna
that first
Azalea
red
here to try and. So he does have the 1 resource spare. If that's a 1-cost arrow, the sequencing makes a lot of sense. But I mean, just the +9 on Red and Ledger for 14 is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
So perhaps maybe that's what he's taking on if there's something like a pump on top of his deck. He's saying, do I get a little bit greedy and change this out for an arrow to try go for lethal? But I really like this line. Definitely.
Every single red in the Ledger turn that comes in for 10+, it's not a happy Zen that you're going to face in that situation.
We just saw in Alexandros' hand there, we see it like bombs to chase the tail. I mean, it feels like he needs to preserve his life total, but I mean, Erica, do you worry at some point as a Zen player that you're actually just pushing in all your power cards to defend with?
As a Victor, when I play against a Zen, that is exactly what I want to see. Yeah. When every single red card that they push in front to block something, I'm super happy to see that. So, yeah, in this position, forcing your opponent to be put in a situation where they can't take this damage. It's too much. The cards don't effectively block because most of them are those transcend cards that don't block for anything. You have those Outer Water that doesn't block for anything. You also have some of those 2 blocks.
Bonds, swipe.
Yeah, see in the same, looks like there's a Bonds, a Descendant, a aspect of the Target Body.
It blocks quite well.
Biting, I think it's
blocks
called.
Well, but it's also the kind of hand that you're like, I wish I could play this.
Yes.
I think there was a Blue Descendant as well, would have lined up very nicely.
Yeah, just cards in front of
goodbye
cards.
hand.
Okay, so it looks like that's going to block out for 10. Still taking 4 damage. And that Seek and Destroy just so punishing here.
Yeah, you're going to lose that arsenal.
Such an unfortunate game that we're getting to Transcend.
I think, probably a decent read from Kevin. Like, I felt like you were trying to set up the Transcend, so you're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Like, Kevin is not giving Alexandros a break. He has been all gas.
Azalea bricks, I
guess.
All
gas, no breaks.
No.
Alexandros just wants a moment to breathe there, but
it was greens.
And greens that tips the scale that at least gives you a life back. not going to happen.
Your grain tips for the +1. Nope, that's going to hit the bin.
Because most of the Azalea players that I've spoken to, they really fear the Zen matchup, because Zen can present so much damage in such a short period of time, and if they have one off turn, it could be game over from that point on. But here Kevin, he's really proving a point that, but if everything just lines up.
Kevin says, like, I don't believe in off turns.
It's not even that it lined up on the Azalea side, it's just that it never lined up in the slightest
sometimes
on the
Azalea,
Zen side.
you had that critical disruption turn, which Zen is able
never
to say,
had
okay,
a playable
block
hand
for a whole lot with my equipment, and maybe plus a card from hand. But just being forced to commit maybe one piece of equipment at a time to stop certain on-hits has just turned out to be very, very punishing for Alexandros' game. Now, is Kevin, at a certain point, do you feel he's going to look to set up a dominate attack to close things out, or is he happy just playing a little bit safe and conservative and just trying to push through, say, these like 10, 11 damage arrows?
I mean, he's in a position right now where he's at positive life by quite the margin.
Yep.
So he's able to take quite a lot on the return whenever basically. So if he's able to comfortably set up that dominated arrow, maybe have a knock in the death whistle available that is going to be able to put a card on top that he's know exactly what it's going to be, and be able to Azalea into that and force a dominated attack on his opponent, just close out the game.
Yep.
That is absolutely the line that I would strive for.
But you feel he's in a spot where he doesn't need to gamble to
Just
do
give
that.
your
He can
opponent
just
laxatives.
take the safer line if he needs to due to this
Definitely.
gigantic 16-point life lead. And looks like Take Aim was a card he kept previously, so makes a bit of sense. Using the Skullbound Crossrope here to opt one. Again, just
This guy tanks
taking his time
way
and
too
making
long
sure he
on
does
his
everything
ops.
right.
It's not that deep.
Totally agree with you as well. It just feels like if you're able to push even 8 damage arrows at this point, maybe combined with a bit of an on-hit,
Yeah.
that's fine. If your opponent wants to drop to 1, you're happy with that.
Is it
if
an
you're
arrow
keeping
on
Zen
top?
to a 2
Is
or
that
3
better than
card
the arrow
hand,
that you're going to shoot?
with
No?
haven't transcended,
Is it a pump?
threat of the traverse at this
Yes.
point.
Can you draw the
I'm
pump,
pretty
or is
happy,
that
right?
pump better than the
Definitely.
pump in your arsenal?
So
Yes.
at this point,
Keep it on
just being
top.
able to
No,
push
bottom
damage,
it.
the on-hits aren't
not that deep.
as important anymore. Because you're forcing your opponent, or Zen in this point, in a position where you have to block in order to just stay alive.
And I think Zen at this point ideally wants to try set up that really big 6-card hand, get a card down in arsenal. I feel if we look at on Alexandra's side,
also,
what
like,
he
not
wants
deep
to
'cause
play
your opponent's
towards,
at 9.
probably
Just do anything.
Azalea stumbling a little bit, maybe
Yeah.
just
A
an arrow
gentle
for 8,
breeze
you
will
can
do
put
it.
2 or 3 cards in front, get a transcend
Just-
card in arsenal,
Just
drop your
present
next
lethal
hand,
every turn for the
and
rest of
then
the game.
be able to block with maybe 1 card plus reverse with it once you transcend, and that's your window back into the game. Whether Kevin's going to give him that window, we'll see. So far,
Hasn't presented itself so far, unfortunately, for Alexandros.
so Take Aim, is he going to reload here? Looks like choosing not to.
Oh, we have the knock. We decide to pitch it instead. But we have the red.
Okay, yeah, it's not that deep. Was it a pump? Yes,
And
keep it on top.
just going to
The
drop
last
a
Draw it.
red that he has available to him, but
read the glide path to opt again. And perhaps this line just speaks to what we were
Pump,
just
pump,
talking about
red.
a little bit as well,
Set
saying I'm
paths.
just going to take the safer path here rather than perhaps go for the red and go for the knock and not have enough to actually kill you. Whereas this, we're already looking at a red and ledger for 11, completely shutting off Alex's turn.
This game, though, is
Kevin
a
knows as well that
bit of an example of what I was
probably
talking
only
about in my
seen
video
2
of the
transcend
ships
cards from
passing the
Alex at this
night.
point.
There's just been an
Knows
entire
that
game of
the
not
intents
letting
to
your
run the full
opponent play
9
the
has a
game.
lot of no blocks, not
Like,
2 blocks.
Alex
left in
is
deck. At some point,
actually
these
not
big
played the
arrows are
game
just
the
going to
entire
start chipping
time.
away 3, 4, 5 points
He's
of damage.
thrown an
The-
E-Strike and a Command and Conquer. That's it. That's all he's done this
I mean,
whole
and
game.
if you're able to at some point force the traverse
I
pre-transcend,
think
that's just
100
an
wins.
absolute disaster for Zen.
oh, he's using the Azalea here.
What?
Okay, Azalea just to pick up the Bolton shot.
So maybe he has enough
Okay.
to go for the kill here. Yeah, we have to premeditate. This is huge.
So +9, is that a yellow Bolton? So this is coming for 12, and that might be just what we talked about. Is this going to force the traverse without transcend?
Exactly. Giving him no value on that traverse block. This is a massive decision from Kevin.
Yeah, so it looks like Kevin just, I mean, outside of
I'm
something
curious if
like
this
a
reload
flick
matters.
flack, but even that would drop you to, 1 at this point. You're going to have to put in a card plus the traverse.
To stay alive.
And Kevin has the potential to
I guess
follow
this
this
is
up here.
fine.
A zero-cost arrow.
I don't know if I would have made that
I
play.
believe there's 1 Codex of Frailty left in the deck, if need be as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just so painful.
12 dominate.
And that's the 3rd copy of Chase the Tail, also hitting the
Alternative would have
bin.
Last
been
one, yeah.
Probably the least of his concerns at this
undominated.
point. It's like, look, I'm just trying to chase a good turn.
14.
I'm just trying to stay alive, bro.
You get
Can
his whole
you
hand.
knock it down a little bit to
and
give me a chance to
tweak
pull back in?
So going to
a
take
minimum
7
2
here,
points
drop
and
down
get a
to
ponder
2.
token.
And he did have the arrow follow-up, and it's a really nice one as well, that endless arrow. I mean, Alexandros at this point, must want to hold on. Yeah, really wants to hold on to at least the card. Maybe puts 2 cards in front.
Yeah.
But then if you, because if you let this hit for 1, it comes back to Arsenal. Lets it.
Let's go through.
He has a ponder token. The endless coming back doesn't matter.
Goes down to 1.
I mean, I believe we saw it in Lightning Strike in Alexandros' hands, so probably thinking, I have to do something. I have to push some amount of damage here. But for Kevin, this just lined up absolutely... Oh, he also had the ponder coming up already, so it didn't matter that much.
Exactly.
But now getting to put the, whatever card out of those 2 into Arsenal, it's going to have the cross trap, the Azalea hero ability next turn to try
Every single trick in the book in order to send a dominated arrow fairly comfortably. Also depends on what he finds on top, of course. Unless he has that knock in the death whistle to manipulate his top card accordingly.
And that's it.
So Lightning Strike for 5, draw a card. I like this from Alexandros. You got to play to your outs. Like maybe you can pick up something like the Flick Flack here.
I think no matter what I block
maybe
gloves
Defensive
here.
Art of War. Just something that maybe if you pick
I
up
don't
the
think it
Flick
matters
Flack,
what my
your
hand is. I
opponent
think this is my last
overcommits,
chance to block
goes for like a
gloves.
small arrow, you block it out with a Flick Flack. You pull off the miracle comeback somehow from 25 to 1 with no traverse.
I think that's the wisest thing to do here. And Lightning Strike with +2 is not intimidating at the slightest at this point in time. With Kevin sitting at 25,
who cares, right?
+2 on E-Strike is not going to do anything. So drawing a card there, as you mentioned, if he finds that Flick Flack,
why are we blocking?
then he might be able to survive another turn.
Gloves. What are we doing?
Yeah, if you E-Strike for 70, I think your opponent, the only thing they risk is hurting their hand trying to hit that life total down quickly enough.
It's present lethal. Who cares?
So that's, I think, a really good out there from Alexandros, just being able to draw a card and find something to help him stay alive.
So very disciplined here, still choosing to defend this out, Kevin. But that's the power we were talking about, the long draw half glove being able to close out games here. Just having a pump on tap at this stage, so good. Because if you find any arrow, you can just say, okay, +4. It doesn't really matter what my hand is. I'm going to push in this arrow for like 8, 9 plus damage.
And if you're able to dominate it, that's going to close this game really hard. So see here, if Kevin has the spice to go out with a bang.
Yep, and depending on your hand, you can almost get away with a blind spin as well.
With Spire sniping as well.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Let's think you opt to... Not opt. You get to see the top 2 cards and then you put them back in any order. So it's a bit but different.
When your opponent leaves both of them on top, that's bad news. Okay, so they've read it in the ledger.
That's a dominated red in the ledger. Kevin.
This could be the game. Tunic still up. We're going to see another pump. We are.
And the +4 from long draw. This is a biggie. And that's the game.
Alexandros throws out the fist bump, so a very difficult game for Alexandros.
This is
Keep his composure. I feel we have to credit
5, 8, 12. Yeah, there's no way with that. Even if you had double flick that you can block that. Did we draw the frailty? No. Okay. So yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. This is like a small chance I would have rather keep the infecting if this was the play, just so I could have a set. A max? Interesting.
looking at things, all sorts disable. You can have debilitate even just to chip away at a little bit of that damage coming through.
Yeah, I think the main issue there is that he'll have to make sure that Max, that Francesco is very low, very early in the game, because once the mech is on the board, you can block with it, you can attack with it. So it's really something that you need to consider. If he's very, very high in life at that point, he can
this
just
is the victor that I faced in the last round of
Swiss. High octane turn and kill you out of nowhere. So that's really something that he needs to make sure that he is very aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, and Victor is a deck that presents fantastic numbers a lot of the time.
I like this guy. He's really nice.
It often lacks is evasion. You do have things like the Golden Sun, of course, with overpower.
Our game was so ridiculous.
But generally, your attacks don't actually present. You're not Bravo with the dominate on tap.
Yeah.
So Francesco in the chat.
It's just a big Bertha, so it's probably just going to be a big setup turn. Some of these attack crankshaft, big Bertha, you definitely don't want to draw into them. They're supposed to fill in.
That's pretty cool having someone from one of these feature games in the chat.
But looks like Francesco drew into
everyone
in his first hand, so no choice there. Just making sure that you can get your first hyperdriver, and that's usually what your first turn is about when you're playing Max. You just want to start getting the hyperdriver, start getting the free resources as early as possible, then you're good to go.
right, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Set up with two.
I don't play Max. Is the plan here basically it's just cards in front of cards until you can set up and then try to combo off, and try not to boost until you do that, unless you aren't presented a meaningful attack, and then you, because you left me with cards, I'm willing to boost so I can take your cards. Is that the plan on the Max side? That's awful. Naked equipment. I mean, you don't have to. You could just raw dog the hyperdrivers, right? And there's that new card. Does the new card require you to boost? I didn't think it did. Isn't it just like pay X?
Buchanan's in playing the Teklo pistol on the Max side as opposed to Banksy. Seems to be a choice a bit more popular these days.
Yeah, I think the idea behind.
But are you trying to avoid boosting in the matchup, Francesco?
No way to profit from Banksy. It costs 2. So it's very inefficient to, at the end of your combat chain, sometimes you don't have the resources to do it. So you'd rather pay for the hyperdrivers and not worry about being able to attack with Banksy. Remember that you need to activate Max first before you can attack with Banksy. So sometimes it's a bit inefficient in terms of resources.
That looks
wild.
like we're going on holiday.
Hey,
Tim. Right away, yeah, visiting the Goldman Estate at the beginning of the game. Pretty good. So already 3 Might tokens.
Wait, is that double visit this turn?
I just counts as a gold token, by the way, and thanks to that count of the million.
What an
that's
animal.
why you see sometimes these big stacks of Might tokens at the
no.
in the mid
because he had the
hat.
hat. Okay.
With these Victor decks that they can attack with for +10 or something.
And we spoke a little bit about it.
Yeah, but we already have a hyperdriver, right?
Invictus hand here, we've got both the Golden Sun and Macho Grande, so both pretty nice to pair up with those Might tokens, right, to push a little bit of damage. May consider pitching the Golden Sun back into the deck to have it available for Clash cards later. Doesn't want to blow up gold early. So just kind of, on the plus side, it's a little bit cheaper to play than the Macho Grande.
Well, you can get rid of one of your gold here, right?
Yeah, it looks like he wants to attack right away.
Next time we draw a
doesn't
visit,
hesitate
we have
crack his first
2
one
gold
of
still
these
in play.
gold tokens and attacking
We just sack a
for
potential
10
Might.
with Golden Sun.
Oh, the Golden
really
Sun
like
really
this
came
approach.
out.
I like this approach because you just don't have that many evasion cards in the deck, so why not get aggressive early?
He really
You still
did
have
summon
the
the
gold
sun.
available that your next visit the Goldman Estate is online, and you're setting up your probably best evasion in Dominate with a +3 next turn. So really nice start for Victor here.
Yeah, that's what we were
Makes
talking
sense.
about.
Preserve life
earlier.
total.
I think
Set up another
Joachim
hyperdriver,
really
I
needs to
assume.
be very aggressive in his first turns, and then see how it goes. If the mech is on the board very early, it will probably be very hard to come back into this one. But as long as he can maintain the pressure, he'll be okay. So throttle for 6. I think this is the red one. There's a glare on the cards because the sun is playing tricks on us at the venue today.
And that's the first Mechanoid
I
boosted
cast
as well.
immolating glare.
So, with the addition of Supercell these days, it's
Or blinding
not sort of the
beam.
absolute
Ooh,
world if you
blinding
start
beam,
boosting
that's what
some
we're
of these
gonna
away,
call it.
but something to keep an eye on for sure.
Hey, how could the casters not make any
You're very happy
light
about
card
having
jokes?
these early in the
Big
game, so you
miss.
can just keep them in the arsenal for the perfect moment. But Supercell makes sure that you can shuffle it back into your deck. But then you haven't drawn it. You don't have it yet. So
0
you
out
can't
of
really
10
play
shit
it right
stream.
away.
No
It's
blinding beam
always
jokes.
very difficult sometimes when your mechs are at the bottom of the deck.
It looks like the Clash of Might won by Joachim there.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Already 4 Might tokens. These attacks are getting huge.
You know, it's better than 3 Might.
Huge.
And then we see the T-Bone, and the T-Bone is nice, but in this situation, you mentioned that
I like the
Joachim was
Snapdragons.
playing the Snapdragon Scalers, and very easy to block with these. It doesn't have a block value, and it doesn't have temper or anything, so you can just block with it and get rid of the T-Bone. Maybe if there's a second one. Oh, there you go.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but really nice
Oh, and
additional
it's
bonus
one.
for playing the Snapdragon Scalers here. So Joachim can choose to
Give me that
push
2-block
the
armor.
Gauntlets in here instead, or the shield.
Got
Just
him.
giving yourself a little bit of protection if they're able to line up multiple T-bones. You don't want to lose that shield early for things like Visit the Goldman Estate or
you need
critical
as many
clash
gold.
rerolls.
Definitely. Oh, and look at that. It just banished. We were talking about something else, but the Supercell has been banished as well. So he only has 2 hyperdrivers, 2/3 of what he needs to assemble the mech, but the supercell isn't there.
Okay, so it looks like your hyperdriver on 1 counter, hyper on 2, supercell, and mechanoid banished so far. Still plenty left in the deck.
This will be a pretty big E-strike, right?
Yeah, so that's going to have
4 might already. So yeah, this is one of these very aggressive Viltor builds. I think it's pretty clear now that he doesn't want to play the long game.
This feels like a cards in front of cards.
Yep, just that E-strike coming for 9.
Yeah.
And Francesco actually choosing to put the Teklo Foundry Heart in front here.
You need to make sure that you block early with these, because if there's an early mech, you have lost all the block value. So I might as well make sure that you block very early. You can still block.
You have a lot of bad arsenals.
But I'm very surprised that he blocks all of it. There's no disruption yet, and if you expect something at the end of this combat chain, maybe it would have been better to block with the equipment.
I don't think I snap there. This is the Heave card, right? Like, if you're... I think you snap if you're going to choose +2. If you're going to choose draw a card, and then whiff the draw, then I think you just don't snap and heave this. I just don't think you choose draw a card here. That just feels wrong. You have a lot of bad draws. Like, what if you just drew a block card? You just look like an idiot.
Later on
that's what seems somewhat interesting here.
More, though. I don't think I'm interested in taking damage,
take 4 damage
now that I have hyperdrivers in
not
play.
Preserve it for a potentially disruptive attack.
Yeah.
Maybe indicating that Francesco's looking to get very aggressive.
I don't think I want to trade damage.
Attack with the Titan's Fist for 4 now, and he's not even blocking that one. Look at this, he's already down to 25, so this game is flying by. I think he has a recharge.
But like even then, like hitting a CNC is still like the upper. Because like I think you hitting just like a red attack is fine because you just arsenal it and hammer. That's fine.
So it will be a pretty.
And we're on Tunic, so then next turn we're on Threnic for the CNC, so we can like maybe bluff something. But
this Wave Harpoon doesn't have any text. Basically.
Well, what are we doing with these
extra cards?
For, you know,
it will be an attack for 8. You need to boost to get.
Wait, he didn't get a set, right? Did he just IP it?
Yep,
so silly.
Get the buff.
Why did he choose draw a card?
Does have the ability to utilize resources efficiently here with cranking a hyperdriver into perhaps attacking with a pistol, and you're probably going to end up with 1 left over. But
also, it was probably a blue recharge because the Pulse Wave Harpoon only attacks for 6.
So Mac's not quite firing on all cylinders so far, but still has plenty of life to play with. Is able to
this doesn't feel good enough to me.
That's definitely not.
I don't think I would have made this play. I think I just
go. You know, it's
block 3 cards and set the recharge.
Let's say.
We see Francesco here does have the 3 hyperdrive set up, so the ability to start getting pretty aggressive pretty quickly. Over on Joachim's side here, though, I see another.
Because you're running out of life total to fuck around with.
That's definitely what Joachim needs. At this point, Francesco is very happy just blocking with his whole hand, waiting for the mech. But if there's enough pressure, like we can see Ross the Ancient coming in for 7 with Go Again, it will probably be followed by the Titan's Fist attack.
Yeah, so the hand a little bit awkward resource-wise. He would have loved to have, I think, maybe 1 more blue to throw out the big.
Another blue, yeah, to attack with the Tunic resource. He could have attacked with the Golden Sun, actually. This is pretty nice. Amnesia is
you have
perfect.
to pay $1 for that, right?
So it's an attack.
I'm pretty sure you have to pay $1 to use your boots. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you wouldn't get damage there.
This 6 could be. And look at this. So I was very surprised last week when I was watching the Battle Arena in Bologna. Francesco is playing with unsleeved equipment. And I know he has the Coldfall Max because I've seen.
I also really like just not attacking once we're in this spot because we're just giving value to the clash cards. Well, we still got to attack with a pistol, didn't we?
Imagine if he plays, he's not.
Enough pressure, like will probably
so
be
we block
by the
normal blue.
I was looking at chat, so I might have missed.
Yeah, to attack with the.
We block.
With
No, sorry, this is the wrong turn.
Not.
But still has plenty
Okay,
of life to
so
play with. Is able to
we make the
a
thing.
little bit of damage.
That's definitely not the way you want these games to go. You know,
We're not cranking
not
it. That was okay.
Explosive.
That's what I missed.
let's
We
say.
don't have the action point there, so
We see
you
Francesco
miss
here
out
does
on
have
2
3 hyperdrive
damage,
set
but
up,
I don't know
so
how much that really
the ability
matters.
to start getting pretty aggressive.
Like, still a very big.
I think you have
attack.
plenty of chances to get rid of that counter if you want to.
Ben
Not the
Francesco
end of the
here,
world.
gonna go ahead and keep a card in hand. Looks like it's a 0 to 60. Potentially could look to Arsenal that, or just, I mean, I imagine if he plays, he's not gonna.
I think the reason for burning it there would be the fact that he didn't block the previous thing, so that probably means he doesn't have a clash card. And I really don't want to attack into the Victor, giving him value on a full hand when he wants to block. And since we already know he doesn't want to block that turn, then that was actually a pretty good pistol shot. Where, like, for example, here, he ends up blocking with a clash card. So we're giving him value on a card that he wanted to block with.
I was very surprised last week when I was watching.
I just want to not give him chances to use his clash cards and make him look like a fool for like playing block cards.
I've seen him play.
I don't know if he's playing block cards. I don't know if we've actually seen any yet. But
oh,
we won!
Quite funny that the max
Well,
velocity
you're a
reveal
genius.
to the Clash of Might.
Just always attack, but
beating
win
that
them.
one.
You can be the strongest guardian in the game, but maximum velocity is bigger than your attacks.
So this is potentially a big
imagine
turn coming
losing
up
a
for
clash.
Francesco
What a
because
fool.
we know he has max velocity lined up on top, and the 0 to 60 Arsenal here.
I think he just drew into the mech, but he only has red cards, so he can't pay for it. Yeah.
Is that 2 max velocities he chose to block with
Yeah.
there?
No, that's a max. That's a twin drive and a max velocity. But yeah, so now he has to weather the
What's
storm.
the
He
set
has to
card?
block everything until he gets at least 1 blue
Can we
in
cycle the
his
set?
hand, and he'll be very happy to take all the damage from these next attacks.
Yeah, so may look to just clear out that 0 to 60 from Arsenal here with Outboost, or okay, so choosing just to pass the turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Interesting.
that he didn't attack with the 0 to 60 from the Arsenal, because it would have given him another chance to get the blues he needs for his mech. I assume that he kept it, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps unless this is an angle where he's playing towards like a supercell, we see another visit the Goldman Estate come down, and that's a lot more my tokens coming down on the field.
Well, the thing with that is the punish isn't as big. Like, when Victor clashes and wins a clash or something, they get some value. And inherently, their deck needs that value to actually win the game, because, like, if you remove clash victories from Victor, the deck isn't actually very good. Like, nothing you're doing is incredible. It's just a worse Bravo deck if you remove clashing, for the most part. I guess Goldmane changed that a bit, but I will say I don't enjoy the randomness of that, but that's a issue of the randomness. I don't enjoy mid-turn randomness with clashing or scab skins or random discards. I just think those are not really fun things for a competitive environment. It's fine if we're talking about like armory level or UPF, but when we're talking about the highest level of play, I don't really enjoy those kind of effects. But yeah, Victor sucks without clashing. Like, his whole shtick is he's playing a value deck, but none of his cards are good. All of the Victor cards suck ass. Just you have Spinal Crush and that's it. Golden Sun isn't actually good if you don't get the effect of it off of either side of its effect. And you're only getting one side of it off probably if you've won a clash. Like, sure, you can play the helmet to get a gold, but you know what I mean? But I think the big reason why there's less of a problem with that is your power ceiling is much worse. So you're like, you having the moment like that, like the equivalent moment to traverse of blocking with a card and punishing your opponent for them attacking you, is the ceiling of that punish is like you drew a card. Okay, it's not a big deal. It's not that deep. The punish isn't the game ended this turn. OTK you. Drawing a random 3-block Guardian card versus 40 damage is I'd say there's a big delta there.
Yeah, we can't really read the dice, but it looks like at least 3 might tokens.
Ooh, and I can
Yeah,
see...
he drew a card, so that's absolutely 3.
In Joachim's in here, it looks like we have the Command and Conquer Pummel, and that could be devastating.
Yeah, it will be a big one.
Glare.
We've reached the point where Francesco
Yeah,
doesn't
anyone that
want
wasn't
to
at
block
this
anything
event, the
there,
glare was so
you
bad
have
on
to
the
take-
games.
Oh, he's blocking for 10.
So it looks like he's got a read on that Pummel here.
Uh-huh. Nice. But once again, not able to assemble the mech.
Are you supposed to just let him pummel you? Like, do we need this card in our arsenal? I don't know if you're still here, Francesco. I was interacting with chat, so I might have missed something, but it's the mech suit's in our hand right now, right? Like, do we not just let this happen and then set the mech suit and just say go next? I'm willing to be wrong on that. I'm genuinely curious if that's the play here, and I'd like to hear that I'm wrong. So, like, if he doesn't have the pummel, your hand still sucks, I guess? Yeah, that's fair. And if you block 3 cards and he pummels you, you lose the mech. Alright, that's fair.
At this point, it must be pretty clear for Joachim that his opponent has what he needs in his hand, but he's just trying to wait for the perfect moment.
And the difficult thing is, if he was playing around that Pummel, that means he has to keep playing around it, so he's probably going to hope it's just a vanilla damage, non-destructive attack here. Maybe Francesco figures, look, I can take 10 to 12 damage if I lose a card from hand, as long as I can jump into my Mechanoid suit, there's still a path for me to win from there.
Here?
Another visit to the Goldman Estate. That's the third one, I think, in 4 or 5 turns, so that's pretty cool.
Yep, so he's got them all down now here.
Does your turn suck if he doesn't pummel you? Like, you just block and say have pummel, and then it was a 0 cost in Arsenal, right? I didn't notice what you blocked with there. Like, is your turn just butt cheeks if he doesn't pummel you? I guess the floor is you still get to put a counter on your gun, right? Like, oh, you didn't have the pummel? Okay. Load my gun pass. It's not the end of the world.
Gonna go ahead and draw a card off that one. Already has the 3 mites online for this turn as well. And this is pretty
like
scary.
If we end this game not getting into the mech... Like, I don't know how this game ends up going. But, like, if we end the game not mech suiting, I feel like that was the spot to try to get it in Arsenal and just find the turn to pivot. We might have more spots to actually find a pivot. Like, I don't know the texture of this matchup. I don't play either deck, but that smelled like an opportunity for that. But maybe we have more than enough life to play with.
A pummel followed up on any attack here.
I'm not saying you played it wrong. I'm genuinely asking because I don't know. Damage. I'm just pointing out a potential play line, and I'm curious
I've seen Raz the Ancient in Joachim's hands.
I'm like asking your reasoning, basically. Like,
it can be a very
tell me why
right now.
Why you think that was the play, essentially.
Available and the Tunic online as well. Mm-hmm. And Francesco's actually used up most of the block value on his equipment at this point. You know, still has the hit available and the chest, 1 block on Tickler Foundry Hub.
Well, that just seems wrong. How does a Victor fatigue the combo? You just, like, always OTK them, right?
Definitely needs to assemble the mech.
You just get infinite time and OTK them?
And you'd think at this point Joachim would sort of be pretty sure that... and it looks like he actually chose to crack a goal to draw a card there. He'd probably be pretty sure that there's a mech hiding somewhere, either in hand or arsenal, given how Francesco's passed twice now with card in hand, card in arsenal. So it's just about the best way for him to try threaten that. And that is an amazing way to do so.
Yeah, once again, it's gonna be very hard to keep playing around the CNC. To
play around the pummel now.
And that's the thing with these max decks. Usually when you're playing a mechanologist, all your cards block 3, but you're playing cards like Recharge in these decks, and these only block for 2.
Yeah, if you combo and they're at 28, that's definitely too low if they're playing the game. But, like, if they're full fatiguing you on the Victor side, the combo does just one shot from full life. Maybe if they run a runner multiple Testa strengths on the go turn, they live, but it's live with, like, next to no life if you get a double high octane off. That's so much damage. And they're fatiguing you, they're just not doing anything.
Yep, and the pummel's going to come down, push it up to 13. So it's going to lose that 0 to 60 from Arsenal and a card from hand. Still has 2 cards in hand plus the Mechanoid. So could choose, if he wishes to do so here, to just go straight into Mechanoid.
Yeah,
is it go time?
As long as he keeps the blue and the red one, he can pay for the mech and he's good to go. But at this point, he's down to 9.
All right.
But
does Victor play
28, and it will be hard to keep a
Tim, what's the name of that card?
As we said earlier,
the Terra Sunder for armor.
To build into the strong high octane turn if you want to really threaten these Victor decks. So it will be very hard to block it all out until the end of this one.
Yep, and transforming with just the 3 hyperdrivers, so there will be the about.
All right, we're in the mech suit.
Available.
Henshin a go-go. Get him.
So it's the other thing we mentioned as well. Victor is one of these decks that has the potential.
Well, you don't even need the buckling blow if you block one time, right?
Attacks. Victor
like if you block a single time, you already have to counter.
You out
so you just need the buckle, right?
Block cards. But on top of that, Victor is such a strong deck at turning defense into offense. It's like not only can they try and blank some of your turns on your end, but when you're down to 9 life.
So if we had taken the other line and set there, I think we lose the game, right? Like you wouldn't have been able to play it that turn and then just immediately got CNC pummeled for like 1 million. So it seems like it was correct to just hold it in hindsight. Or did we have one turn? Was there one turn where we got to Are you sure? Buckle. Fab. So I'm saying, like, we block with the mech suit at some point. Like, we're assuming the mech suit already has a counter on it. Gets +1, dominate, when it hits a hero, destroy an equipment. Yeah, that works. If he blocks with the mech suit at some point, then you buckle him afterwards. You blow up the mech suit. GG. So you don't need the buckling. You don't need to play a card to put a counter on. You just call your opponent a clown for already blocking and forgetting that card exists. That was something that No. You'd have to space it out. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that being a thing for like one of the events that like Charles or them, I forget, were doing, where they're like, just in case we run into this deck, we have to have this in the board. Just in case. I want to say it was Worlds, but I don't remember anymore. It's like not something that you expect from the Guardian side. You're just like, buckle? Fuck!
With this amount of a life lead, about 19 points.
It's not like you can like play around it at this point in the game.
Multiple cards out of the hand. And the Mechanoid having a fantastic defense value is great.
Oof load.
But again,
big.
9 life, there's Might tokens coming online. It's going to be pretty.
Are we attacking right now? I don't think I attack.
And as you said earlier on this one, look at this.
Yeah,
you can block with
you're not supposed to attack
cards.
here.
And that turns,
He's at 28. This life total, I don't think matters. All you're doing is giving him value on block cards, like I was saying earlier. Like, I don't want to give him chances to block. I want to call my opponent a clown for holding block cards when I don't attack. Like, he just looks so silly if his hand is test, random blue, random blue. I think it's just like, block until I find my funny card and try to go.
That plays around the overpower on these mechanoids.
It's still, like, hard to win with this low life, but I just don't want to give him value.
Yeah. Once again, Joachim is gonna have a very aggressive hand.
It's a little unfortunate. It looked like there was 2 tests of strength that was used, so you're not going to get the, or maybe test strength plus something. But either way.
No, that was actually 2 tastes.
So.
Was he supposed to draw another card?
Okay, so, I mean, the Zealous Belting with 4 Might tokens is actually really nice here. If Joachim's even just able to go sort of a Zealous Belting into a Titan's Fist, I mean, Zealous is going to come in for 9 at this point, plus a 4 from Titan's Fist.
Diesel. You need to block with the mech, but that's not really efficient. He absolutely needs one of these high octane turns because, as you said,
I'll try
it's very easy to for Victor to block it all out until the end of the game if he feels like it.
But Francesco will be very happy, I think, to see 2 tests of Strength spend it on the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
You're only getting the 1 card draw off that gold generation as well.
Probably what he was looking at actually in the graveyard there.
We'll see what Joachim's able to string together here. So his Zealous Belting into something else is pretty good. We'd love to do multiple attacks.
So yeah, Zealous Belting for 9 with Go Again.
It's a little bit scary for Francesco because he has to consider there's resource available, 1 card in hand and a card in arsenal. So could be looking at something like another Golden Sun, something I could debilitate.
Yeah, look at this. It looks like once again he'll have to get rid of his whole hand to block these. He knows he'll take some damage.
Yeah, this is so tough to actually win from this spot. I think your out is just like block until you find a high octane, set the high octane, and block until the victor comes in soft. It's so hard actually finding a spot to win here because you're so low.
Attack after the Zealous Belting is the Titan's Fist. Yeah, so taking 1. But he's down to 7 now. He has to hope that maybe the best turn that Joachim can have at some point will be 1 big attack. He can block with 2 cards and try to...
For sure. From Francesco's side, I don't believe we've seen any high octanes yet as well.
No.
So this game is still very, very much live because...
Again, I just don't think that you're supposed to attack. Maybe if he was lower, I'm fine attacking, but with him so healthy, he's only going to block if it's profitable, so you're just giving him implied value on his cards.
Going to look to navigate the game into a position where he goes, look, okay, I can defend with ideally just Mechanoid, or Mechanoid plus 1 card, into like a high octane plus boost cards, plus attack you multiple times. Admittedly, at this point, with a 21 life deficit, it's getting more and more difficult to pull it off, but Victor can get stuck in these hand cycles where you say, okay, I can present 8 damage in 1 big attack, or 7 damage in 1 big attack, and that's not really enough to push through. You are giving Francesco time to perhaps try and set up an arsenal card and go for that 4 to 5 big high octane.
Is it not good enough just to high octane and take all of his cards and present lethal, but he has to block? And now you have space to like play another hand into him? It's going. It's going. Watching our 3rd round right now.
Turn to get in, multiple attacks with a Mechanoid here.
But the more you block with the Nitro Mechanoid, the less it's efficient at blocking. So he already has, probably will have to block one of these attacks, the next one with the Mechanoid if he wants to do something during his turn, and at some point he'll be left with a very tiny mech that will block for 1 or 2. That's one of the ways that that Joachim can finish him off.
So just look at Joachim's hand here as well. Does have the potential to defend with just the out muscle, take 4 damage, and play out the Spinal Crush. I think what he's considering though is this is exactly one of those lines that Francesco can play towards. Okay, so choosing just to take it instead.
I think he wants to attack with the house muscle.
I'm scared.
He doesn't have the Tunic Resource, so he probably won't be able to attack with the Golden Sun afterwards.
Yeah, because the issue of just throwing down a Spinal Crush is that if you let them defend with a Mechanoid, take 3 damage, keep a 4-card hand, that's very, very powerful.
Oh yeah, there was the Ancient in the arsenal, so he'll be able to attack, but Go Again for 7.
This is really nice here. So he's setting up the Rouse the Ancients into the Golden Sun. threatening 17 damage on this turn.
Well, he probably doesn't have the resources to play the Golden Sun afterwards. He would need a blue, but he has 2 red. The Out Muscle and the Spinal Crusher are both red,
yep.
so he doesn't have the resources. But just... So it will be a Titan's Fist, and I guess this is one of the points where Francesco will be able to attack once with an attack from hand and probably attack with the mech afterwards. But once again, it's one of these attacks.
I guess an extender is
when
maybe
you attack
better.
only once with the mech each turn, it doesn't do that much, right?
No, and that's one thing Francesco's going to have to be conscious of leaving enough attacks left to actually close out the game. So each time he attacks the Mechanoid, it's going to have to banish one of those cards. So if we look down, we see there's 6 attacks remaining at this point. Can probably afford on this turn. So he's now in the position where he's looking to set up that 5-card hand. He can put this into Arsenal. Probably can afford to attack at least one more time, and then you still have 5 attacks lined up on like a really big turn. So High Octane, for those who aren't aware, 1 cost on attack action for Mechanologist, and whenever you boost, you get an additional action point. So what we believe Francesco's looking to play towards here is you play that High Octane, you play out multiple boost cards, and then you can attack with Mechanoid. It's not once per turn, it just costs an action. So if you have 3 action points, you're able to attack 3 times with it.
That is pretty
Each
unlucky
attack
not
is
finding
coming
the
in
high
for 6
octane yet.
overpower. Becomes a really,
I don't know how much
really
it matters because we're so
powerful
low,
combo.
but like maybe could have pivoted.
But look at the health on Joachim's side. Even if he manages to attack 3 times, he won't be able to kill him. So I think in this situation, he probably needs at least 4 or 5 attacks to threaten anything. They're still a pretty healthy...
When here we see one of those cards, Trounce. I'm a big Victor fan myself, so I love seeing these Trounces come down.
It's always very exciting when you reveal. I mean, this clash mechanic is so cool. Oh, that's a zoom in. So that's, yeah, it looks like it's a draw. Zoom in is 5, and E-Strike is 5 as well.
So it looks like Joachim did choose to reroll that first one.
Yeah, with the gold token.
So it's going to be really important here.
And the second one is lost, actually.
Oh.
So no trance effect.
Wow, so the throttle into the out muscle there.
Yeah.
That's a huge break for Francesco in this spot.
Oh yeah, it would have been devastating.
Yeah, having that additional card on Victor and the Might and the Vigor with the Tunic up would have been absolutely massive. So the fact that even through the reroll, Francesco able to draw that Trounce, fantastic from there. Particularly with the pummel we see in hand.
Oh, yeah, that pummel can be huge. Is there?
Huge!
Do you think he kept the Golden Sun from the... No. Oh, yeah, that was the Out Muscle that he kept in his arsenal.
So this
Even he can just choose...
Oh, this is so funny, too, because this, like, baits you into blocking with the 6, because you're like, oh, I'm going to turn off your go again. Huge. And he just pummels over anyways. Oh, that's so... Oh, that's tough. That happened to me at Baltimore. I drew Command and Conquer on an Out Muscle, and I was like, oh, I'm a genius block! And then they pummeled me, and I was like, damn it! It was like their 3rd turn in a row pummeling me. I was like, I'm not supposed to play around the 3rd pummel in a row. This is bullshit.
To pummel the Out Muscle, actually.
Yeah, so really interesting spot here in the game. So Francesco, okay, looking to play a little bit patient. I was going to say had the opportunity to perhaps put the Mechanoid in front of this here and not die to pummel. Going down to 1 life, pretty scary proposition though.
Yeah. Like, you know, at that point that any Golden Sun or Macho Grande, we saw that Joachim is playing Macho Grande as well. So that's something that just destroys you.
And the problem is here, if you play around the pummel now, then you're playing around the pummel later as well. You're kind of locking yourself in. If you put 2 cards in front of this here, it gets a little bit scary because you say, okay, if you pummel me and if I go down to 1, would I have been better off just putting the big block of the Mechanoid in front of this here? Really, really difficult decision.
Block every
but I'm sure
card?
our recent Battle Hardened champion's going to make the right one. But just really taking his time here.
I think he's considering blocking with at least 3 cards. Oh, that's 6 blocks from the cards in hand and the mech. He hasn't blocked with the mech yet, I think.
So do you know about this pummel, or are you just trying to play around it in case he has it?
So considering actually
it wasn't revealed,
very
right?
big block here.
Yeah.
really wants to hold on to the cards in hand.
I think, yeah, that's really good read. He knows that a pummel is probably coming, and that's something that can absolutely destroy him right now, so he needs to play around it. Yeah.
So gonna go ahead and block that.
This is a block for... Oh, that was recharge, so that's a block for 10? Yes.
Okay, I kind of like this from Francesco.
No.
Here.
I know about the throttle, but we don't know about the pummel, right?
But just identifying that I need to make something happen for me to win this game. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and probably eventually die to something like a Macho Grande.
You're saying he wouldn't make that attack unless he had a pummel. I see. That's really smart.
Also a harpoon, so coming in for...
That's really heads up. Yeah, I like that play.
Once again, no high octane, so that's just going to be one boost into another boost, and maybe a mechanoid attack. That's already only 5 attacks left, and that's about what he needs to finish Joachim off. So any attack now with
the golden sun is gone, you can finally win.
Wasted, right?
Yeah, it looks like he just revealed the Macho Grande, having to reveal one card to the Pulse Wave Harpoon, not required to defend with it.
I don't know, man. This is
but now Francesco knows there's a Macho Grande potentially coming.
They cast the sun on your board and gave all of his light monsters plus 200
Grande
attack.
plus pummel. That would be an absolute disaster for Francesco, but does still have that, an outmuscle plus pummel play available.
Agree.
Zoom in for
You needed
5
to cast your own field spell to cancel it out.
with the boost.
So
and you can opt. That's the text on zoom in is that you can opt as many times as you've boosted, right?
Yeah, I like this approach from Francesco, just trying to get a bit aggressive like we're talking about. Presenting 9 damage here into a mechanoid attack as well. So we're looking at about 15 damage for the turn. Just sort of saying to your, you got to give me some cards or I'm going to get you down into the kill range very quickly. And I think Francesco knows as well that if you get Victor down to, say, 2 cards in hand plus Arsenal, all you're facing down most likely is like 1 big attack. Particularly if you're considering something like pummel, saying like, I know my opponent wants to try and hold on to lots of cards in their hand, so I'm going to really try to take advantage of that and say, if you want to pummel me, you're going down to like sub 10 life this turn.
I mean, that sounds perfectly fine on the Victor
Does
side.
still have the Gauntlets of Iron Will and the Chinook available. Perhaps we see the Gauntlets of Iron Will push in at some point.
He still has 1 block on the shield as well, so he's... Oh, he takes it all from the zoom in, and now that's an attack for 6 with the Nitro Mechanoid.
Sheesh.
Yep, and the Gauntlets of Iron Will coming in here, I think very wise. You want to make sure you get the value out of this. You don't want to end up in a spot where they have this big high octane turn and you die with the 1 block available.
It looks like Joachim is going in for the kill now.
So he does have the outmuscle and pummel available. See if Francesco's able to play around this. His life total's really...
I am terrified right now as the max.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes Max can come back from the brink of death and just put you very, very low or even kill you. So now Joachim is at 6.
And this is actually a really nice Rouse the Ancients line available here as well.
Yeah.
Because being able to pitch and play Rouse...
His Rouses have been so good.
You're able to sort of bluff the pummel onto this one or just throw down a second attack, making the blocking math very difficult for Francesco here.
Revealing the Art Muscle and the Macho Grande.
Very, very tough here, right? Because if you choose to play around the pummel on this and, say, block with 3 cards, you could still get pummeled and take 2, and then there's no muscle coming down. If you fully overblock this, you probably take some damage from the Art Muscle. So, quite a difficult one.
So the Nitro Mechanoid...
This blocks for 4 right now, right?
Once with it, but now it blocks for 4. If he wants to play around that pummel, he needs to block at least... Yeah, so that's a block for 7 there.
So 7 on 7 currently.
That pummel would be big because he would fall down to 1.
And then the hammer still gets 2 cards afterwards.
And there you go. Pummel plus 4. 1 card is going to be discarded. That's a twin drive. And Francesco Lorenzi is very low.
But I think Francesco at the same time, down to 1 life, very, very scary number to be on. But it looks like this is going to be the... Oh no, he has just enough of the time.
Yeah, he can still attack with it. Gonna have to block with these 2 cards. This is very...
You're just supposed to throw the 6, right, actually. Right? Like, make Francesco have the double 3 block? I don't think keeping the card in deck matters, does it? Like, we still have 1,000,000 cards, don't we? The deck looks like 20 plus cards. I think that was a misplay.
It's scary now. I think the life totals haven't been updated, so Francesco should be down to 1.
Yeah, but again, if you're Francesco,
No, he had $1 floating and Tunic and Reddit. Is it a 2 cost or a 3 cost? I might be misremembering the cost of it. My brain is thinking it's a 2 cost. I'm probably wrong.
Isn't the end of the world, because you're saying, okay, I've still got blocks up in the Mechanoid, I'm still attacking with Overpower.
Okay, yeah, never mind, I'm bad.
And you're going to need, like, you've used a lot of Go Again cards, you've used a lot of your evasive cards at this point, most of the Golden Suns, a number of Macho Grandes, so Macho Grandes have been pitched, so they have to wait for them to come back. So you do have a good chance to try and steal a win here. You know, 2 sets of Shrinks were used to block previously, multiple trounces, we're going to see another trounce here. But once they run out of these blocking cards, we look at the equipment. Yes, there's a block up available on Tunic, the Gauntlet, and the Shield, but that's only 3, that's it. You're on 6 life.
Can't fight you in a fair match.
Yeah, you can only block that way once.
This is going to be an absolutely critical trounce coming up right here. Gold available to reroll.
Oh, he's blocking everything. Yeah, even using 1 card from hand to block?
So I think at this point, just looking through and seeing what of the big power attacks are gone from the deck. So we've seen things like multiple maximum velocities, which are the worst case scenario when you're going into Clash. We've seen multiple red throttles at this point. Because on the other side, if you're playing Victor, you kind of look and go, well, most of my attacks we're looking at, 6, 7 plus.
It's so funny, this game. Joachim has taken such a measured approach to the game. Where the game that he played against me, he just, every turn was just like, let's go gambling. Which I respect. That's how I played all weekend. I'm not yucking his yum, but it's just so funny to see like him play so differently in this game than the one against me. He just like started the game kind of going, oh man, it's a prism, I'm probably gonna lose, and just said, fuck it, we ball from the first turn of the game and just started gambling. It's so funny. How to lose against Victor. No high octane in the first 40 cards. Yeah, right? Draw your funny cards, obviously. Definite skill issue. There's nothing else beyond it. That sucks, man. I was going to mention that before. Like, it's tough to know if finding it even would have done anything, though, right? Like, you would have... Because he was taking your whole hand for the majority of the end of the game. So you finding a high octane at any of those points, I don't know if it would have done much. It probably would have meant that you like block your Mechanoid instead of a card from hand on like one of the attacks to set the high octane, and then choose to block with Mechanoid again and try to hold a hand. But there's so much damage coming on all those turns where it's hard to tell if you would have ever gotten a good turn to resolve it. The game's completely different at that point, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard to tell. It's definitely unlucky never seeing it, that's for sure. Which feels worse? Banish all high octanes or not seeing them at all? I mean, if you don't see them, but you at least flip your Mechanoid, at least you still get your Mechanoid value, right? That's the only reason he's still in this game. Like, the Mechanoid is just such ridiculous value. It was 3 cards And then you spent 6 cards to play it. You got back 2 resources out of the hyperdrivers, so you got back 2/3 of a card out of them, but I don't remember if you even used all of the resources on them. There's that one turn where you ended with the resource still on the table, so... And then you get, what is that, like 15 block out of it or something? And then... God, I don't remember the math on that, how much damage it is. It's like a ridiculous amount of a damage if you get all the attacks off. It's like, what, 7 times 6 plus 5, right? That's so much value out of 6 cards.
So if I know most of your throttle's gone, I know most of your max velocity's gone, I feel pretty confident in the clash math there. But we'll see, you never know.
Let's see. This is one.
When's the first one?
Oh!
This as well.
Reveal a
look
thunk?
At this. This is the high octane.
Wait, was that high
we keep
octane?
talking
Oh, you
about.
found one.
So he will draw.
You can win the game now.
Next turn.
You found it.
Yep, so manages to pick up and revealing the thunk.
So unlucky.
The additional might token. So picked up
So unlucky.
2 figures, 2 mites on this turn.
Pretty good. Pretty good deal.
So it did look like Jakob's hand was a little bit weak here. I mean, it did see an amnesia, but like the Macho Grande not enough resources to play that. I mean, the amnesia is coming in. Okay, gonna crack it. Go ahead and crack it gold here.
Yeah, he wants to find a better card. Oh, this is big. The Zealous belting can come in.
Can you stop
and
bragging about how handsome you are? We get it. We know.
Yep, Zealous belting into.
We love the beard.
The amnesia next. How many might does he have? Is that 1?
It should be 2.
2 mites, right?
One from the thunk that was revealed.
So that's a very big Zealous belting for 7.
So can potentially go 7 into 6 here, if need be.
Nitro blocks for 3 right now, right?
But since he's down to 1, he needs to block. Yeah, he needs to block with at least 3 cards.
Love you, bud.
So see, I mean, there is a world where you hold the Macho Grande, almost certainly not, but to try and push through.
Just to try to finish the game.
But I don't think you really need to at this point.
Oh, he wants
let's
to
go
find
gambling.
better than the amnesia.
Oh!
And this is pretty good. So this, yeah, because attacking for 7
Sometimes
means,
it's just not your game to win.
How many times did he block with the Nitro Mechanoid? I can't see the die. Yeah, and that's it. He can
Sometimes
only
your
block
opponent
for
is
6.
just the main character of the story.
And Joachim managed to to push so much damage.
That was still an interesting game to watch, though.
That it was impossible for.
There's like a lot of
it
decision
was
making of like
impossible
how to
for
navigate the early
Francesco
game that
to-
I thought was really
to be
interesting.
comfortable in his mech and to try to set up the big combo turn. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
I am debating on if I want to go to Tampa or not. So I'd like to go to Tampa. Apparently the flights are pretty cheap. My problem right now is I don't know when the cutoff for ELO for Worlds is. And if that would risk my invite to Worlds, I don't think I'm going to go unless it would just be, it's so cheap it's worth going to have fun and just not play the main event, which seems like bad value. I don't know. Yeah, regardless. Great game, Francisco. That was fun to watch. Do you have any closing thoughts that you want to talk about of the game before we jump into the next one? Oh, my birthday is on the BNR update. Is my birthday gift Enigma being playable again? I might do like a birthday stream or something for that. What was the... Is this the Levia that topped? Unlucky. I can't judge. I think I've thrown every game I've ever played on stream. I'm just trying to find the top 8 of this event real quick. I just want to see the name of the Levia that topped. Kevin Zanker? Oh, it's this guy. Could just go and not lose? Bro, I'm not good at the game. I'm a washed content creator. What do you want from me? You still need 80 ELO to qualify for Worlds. Hopefully Millennia could save me. Or could make me totally give up, Keku. I mean, if you're not already queued, there's nothing to lose, right? Like... oh, it's Ellie on the other side. We love Ellie. He is him.
And there you go. On the left, you can see Ellie on top of this. So this is the best. Yeah.
What's Ellie's sleeves?
If Ellie can get it done for the Bolton
and
fans.
Look at this. So this is the best advertisement for the Bolton Armored deck because it looks like Ellie is playing all of the new equipments. She's playing the helm, she's playing the gauntlets, she's playing the Warpath, and she's also playing Solar Plexus.
Yep.
Which is something that...
Alright, chat, we gotta do some reading. I don't know what these cards do. I know they do something in regards to charging. 2 block, no block, 2 block, 2 block, blade breaks. I know this one reduces your yellows. What does this do? When it defends, charge your hero soul. If it's a yellow card, charge, draw a card. That's pretty good. Charge your soul. If it's yellow, create a courage. That's kind of mediocre. Make a quicken. So I guess the idea is fridge everything. Get 3 soul. I don't even know if I like this one because it replaces itself. I don't know how I feel about these. This like saves you a soul, which is worth some amount of cards. And this gives you the guaranteed go again on something, so you... But if you do it at the same time, that's kind of a nombo. I don't know. We'll see. Let's let Ellie show us the way. Or die a horrible death. Let's find out together. Dragon Shield Japanese exclusive sleeves. That's cool. Oh. Do you have a link to the art of that so I can see? Send it to me on like... I don't think it'll let you post links here. You can like DM me or something if you happen to know. They have quality issues. That sucks. Helm is good. Boots are okay. Gloves are meh. Mostly pair them with Banneret. That makes sense. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Played competitively, of course, because there haven't been many classic restricted tournaments since the Bolton deck was released at the beginning of July. But this is a very exciting card. It can do some of the most explosive turns that you can do in Flesh and Blood.
Is this camera angle very different? It is. What the fuck happened to the camera angle? Oh, it's the backup game. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, it's a Prism game next.
Basically, if we can take a look at Solar Plexus, it says that for the cost of just banishing a card from your soul, all your yellow cards will cost one less.
Very cool to set up things like via the Vanguard, right, of course?
Yeah, Art of War as well. And you can also finish the turns with something like a Valiant Thrust sometimes, with a Battlefield Blitz. All these cards are free on the combat chains, which is absolutely insane when it works. It doesn't work all the time, and of course you have a chest equipment that doesn't block at all.
Yep,
but it can be big.
And just looking into the game, it looks like we've led things off with the Mandible Claw. Ellie choosing to just put the Warpath of Windgrace in right away.
Right away to get a Quicken.
Get a Quicken token up. And Kevin...
So you're saying if there was a sun,
that agile wind up to get the agility
all of Ellie's attacks would have been doing 1 more damage.
I think both players will be pretty happy with this first turn, but Ellie needs to be able to. Yeah, she absolutely needs, and that's one of the good things about the Warpath is that you can get the quicken very early in the game.
There's
that's
the
something
sun.
that you need sometimes to try to avoid using all your soul.
But
at
the sun is
going to
glare off of his bald head and reflect into Ellie's
if you don't have
eyes.
enough of the
So the advantage still to the not
soul
light
of
player.
these soul is cards in your soul. Sorry, it can be very difficult to come back
Send me a
from
link
this.
on Twitter.
So
I'll go
in
look.
this situation, being able to attack with the engulfing light with that does have go again right away, very tough to block when you're playing a deck like Levaya, who has
A lot of
lots attack action cards.
Yeah, it looks like I quite like Ali's approach here, just sort of going turbo soul.
Okay. Fuck me, I guess. Don't let me zoom. That's cute.
Right, 3 cards in soul already now.
Yeah, already. And look at this. She has the big Lumina Ascension early, so that's an attack for 4. She can, of course, banish a card from soul to give go again to Raiden.
Oh, it's go time.
She will get
Ellie's
1
going
health
fucking
back
ham.
from this attack if it hits.
So Kevin on the other side as
Come
well.
on,
very
Slam, and
strong
welcome to
defensive
Japan.
setup. Looks like the Scowling Flesh Bag, the Carrion Husk as well. And then the Apex Bone Breakers and the Scab Skin. So a lot of effective life total available in the equipment there.
You definitely need these. The Carrion Husk is very strong into Boltin. I know lots of Levaya players try to get rid of it and wanted some more efficient equipment in terms of value, like the Savage Sash that was in the KO armor deck. But Carrion Husk has too much value when you need to defend sometimes, without giving the opportunity to your opponent, to your Boltin opponent, to get the go again. The hero power.
So looks like that first Luminous swing on the Raiden was cleanly blocked out for 5. And then we got another one coming in for 4 here. So the Apex Bonebreaker used, we've got the Might and Agility token lined up for Kevin on the buy for next turn. Does have access to the Art of War. See if he wants to get aggressive.
So Troll, again to my complaint earlier about, remember I was talking about the equipment thing for anyone that was here for that? Ellie's allowed to do that on stream. They yelled at me for doing something similar on stream. I don't want it's behind the green screen, but if you guys saw my video, I have like a fancy prism art thing. I have an artist proof prism, and I use that for representing the fact that I've activated prism this turn. They yelled at me for doing that. So silly, man. Who cares? It's just to represent clarity of board state.
Kevin definitely knows how to approach this matchup. He doesn't want to let Ellie stack these cards in her soul. So
Ellie's going crazy.
Yeah, now the snatch coming at the end of the combat chain is getting very hard to block.
Yeah, really nice for Ellie there, just being able to sequence it to get out those equipment blocks on the Lumina attacks and then snatch it and look like picking up an Art of War into Arsenal. So we'll see if we see some like Solar Plexus crazy coming up.
Oh yeah.
Counter on the armor? Yep, there we go.
Kevin here, access to the Art of War, but
got a card draw and armor progress.
Probably not the best time to do it, right? Just attacking with the Deadwood Rumbler, a blue one, so that's an attack for 6.
And
7 with the Might.
Yeah, that makes sense with the chess piece.
Unfortunate.
It's just 0.
So Ellie off to a pretty good start here, picking up that 3
I'm
life
wondering
lead.
if she
We'll
plays
be very happy to
tomes.
see some of those big blocks
Probably
down on
not.
the equipment. Obviously, they're going to be very cautious of that Scowling Flesh Flag.
Yeah,
but that was something I was interested in trying in Prism, playing Art of War, Tome of Divinity, and just every single thing that lets me draw cards with that chess piece.
So she'll need to
maybe do that in
navigate this very carefully to make sure that Kevin maybe is forced to use the Flesh Bag at some point very early in the game.
And definitely keep an eye on the Carrion Husk here as well to see how well Ellie's able
Vestige
to
probably
pressure
still
out that
just does it
Carrion
better.
Husk.
Making everything cost 1 less is
and just
probably
an attack
worse
with
than
Mandible Claw,
making
which
everything
means that Kevin
make
would
1
end
more.
the turn with no arsenal. Yeah, definitely kind of an underwhelming beginning of the game for the.
But you do get to throw a lot of heralds for
so Ellie here with a
1 or 0.
5-card hand, Art of War and Arsenal really looking to get things going on this turn.
So is that the time where she uses... Oh, but she's playing the Art of War without the solar plexus, apparently. Yeah, because the thing is, because Kevin blocked so efficiently last turn, she doesn't have that many cards in soul. She only has
Library Bolton's not that great because you're generally trying to not pitch at all in Bolton. So pitching 2 yellows just like doesn't make sense. And just like nothing in your cost curve costs 4 resources. The deck just like doesn't play that way.
Go Again was the mode chosen off the Art of War, so this is 4 Go Again. And just restocking that soul back.
Like you could rebuild the deck to maybe do that, but it just like.
And Kevin, you was able
all that to play towards a 1-of in your deck. You can tutor it at least. I think the name of the card is Beacon. The reaction, I believe, can search library.
Go Again because it hits.
So sort of double Go Again. Nice. Unfortunately, you don't get extra action points from that.
Wow! She's going crazy.
The thing in this matchup, when you know that your opponent has lots of blocks on his on their equipment, it's only having 1 Lumina Ascension doesn't do much, right? You should be able to attack for 8, and Kevin can just say, "Okay, I'll take it to the face." He has it looks like a pretty strong turn with the Art of War next.
Send me the bill.
Yep, so Ellie
I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's taking 8 there.
I'm really curious to see what she uses the rest of her armor for.
First swing, and Ellie pretty happy. Yep, just to pick up another card for Soul, get that life gain going.
Nice.
So still a card available in hand here, but looks like the Raiden's going to come down for another swing for 4. And this one's going to pick up those final sort of additional pieces on the equipment there. So clean block for 5, picking up another Might token.
And not using the card in... Yeah, she's keeping a card in the arsenal. She could have followed it up with an attack, but maybe it's something like a V of the Vanguard or something else that costs resources and that she couldn't play at the end of this one. Oh, the CNC for 7 is very tough to block. She will probably have to...
Not really, we got 4 armor.
There.
Yeah, let's see if Ellie wants to get a little bit aggressive with the equips here.
And there you go. So the helm is used, and the helm is an amazing card. As you know, you can just put a yellow card in your soul, charge a yellow card in your soul, and draw. So it's basically
just passing on the gloves.
Pick out from soul.
And actually electing to put the V of the Vanguard into soul there. So not looking to set that up for a
so the gloves ended up being worse than just playing either of the other warrior gloves.
Usually it's better to have it in the arsenal when you want to go with solar plexus because you have more flexibility in the cards that you put in your soul with the effect.
Oh, it's to represent the passive on Bolton. Okay.
Looks like it's a bolt of courage.
So perhaps representing something like a
Seal Hand.
So charging a Courageous Seal Hand.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to say maybe wreck me a second one or a Beacon of Victory. So I think Ellie needs to make something happen on this turn. You've committed 2 equipments. Your opponent still has that Husk available, and they have a 5-card hand here. Probably wanting to like maybe at least throw in a card from hand.
I mean, I really liked those in Bolton before. I'm just curious to see the use of those gloves. Like, show me what they're good for.
On its own, so
they could still be good. I don't know.
With how you block with it.
Yeah, so carrying Husk,
if you block with it pretty soon.
Yeah, so if you get onto 13 or less life with carrying Husk, it will die at the start of your turn and starts imposing blood debt damage on you.
Ooh, wasting a card.
Able to follow up with a Raiden swing, but actually get stranded with a card in here off that bolt.
Wait, why didn't we charge with our gloves then if we were wasting a card? Did she draw a card off of the
equipments? Your opponent still has that Husk available, and they have a 5-card hand.
Okay, it was a card draw effect. Gotcha.
To, like, able to follow up with a Raiden swing, but actually get stranded with a card in here off that Bolt of Courage.
Yeah.
Probably not exactly what she was looking for on that turn.
Kevin just playing the Smashback Hellhorn, getting a Might and a Vigor and an Agility, out of it. And that's the very
He still doesn't have any blood debt yet.
Rush Bellows turn. We can expect maybe more of them, but this is the first one, coupled with an Art of War. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, so this turn's going to be... Now, this is Kevin saying, look, I'm going to take the tempo back. You use most of your equipment. I've got the Blood Rush Bellow turn-wide buffing my Mandible Claws, my Brute attacks, and I got the Art of War to unlock Go Again if I need it. I mean, I already have the Agility token.
It's go time.
Probably just going +1 and going very big, very wide on this turn.
And the Slithering Shadowpede. Perfect pairing with the Art of War, of course. So an attack.
I'm assuming it was +1 on the Art of War.
Again. This is big. No, 8. That's 8, right? Only just an 8, yeah.
Yep, so looks like that's just going to come through for 8.
Oh, no. He played the Smash Back this turn.
Smash Back Elton played on this turn. So the Agility Might those are saved up for next turn. So Go again chosen off the Art of War here. Very, very aggressive start to this turn. Coming for 8 Go again. Still have a resource available. 1 blue unlocks both the claws, coming in for at least 5 each. So things are starting to get a little bit dangerous for Ellie. Okay, so we're going to see the Mandible Claw come through for 5. Still has resources up for 1 more swing.
And looks like he still has a couple of cards in hand, so might even attack with another one of these. Can he attack with the Beast within it? I can't really see the color on the card left in his hand.
Yeah, so from Ellie's perspective, you're probably thinking that coming for 5, at least another 5 off the claw, and maybe 8+ damage coming on off the final attack.
Yeah.
So potentially threatening up to 18 damage still on this turn.
Oh, I think Eddie noticed that he forgot to use one of these resources for the Art of War. Absolutely.
I was gonna say 0 for 8 is pretty broken.
17 here. That's the thing, we're saying, it might be getting a little bit scary for Ellie on this big Blood Rush Art of War turn, but at the same time, Bolton, she's building up that soul, still haven't seen any Beacon of Victories yet. Could be a, fantastic tempo-changing card.
We really need some shit in our soul, so that way our flip actually does something.
That was a blue Clash of Might, so that's an attack for 8 again. She needs to block. And Ellie is already down to 15.
So Ellie probably pretty happy, actually, the way the resources worked out. It was only 1 Mandible Claw swing.
I actually think if I'm Ellie, I might have been interested in
Ellie gets to retain
taking damage to attack
only
here.
Down 1 life at this point.
I really want to try
the only card left,
forcing a situation where the flip is bad.
To take lots of damage, and look at this, the second Blood Rush Bellow is coming in now. She didn't have any way to attack.
And that Spirit of Irina particularly bad when you've already used 2 Luminous.
Yeah.
Does it hit the Beast Within? Ooh, no, and that's definitely a saving grace for this
resource card.
Yeah, this turn would have been huge with that pulping, but I think
that's not a big deal.
Kevin's hands is pretty good still.
Yeah, the Agility might set up for this turn as well. So potential for this turn to go quite wide with something like a Dread Screamer, Shadow Realm Horror.
The Command and Conquer is pretty awkward though.
So he can just attack for CNC for 7 with Go again. Oh, it chose to go with the Beast Within, presumably to attack with the CNC at the end of the combat chain. So that's a Beast Within for 7.
Okay, so an interesting approach there if it's
9.
Going for the Beast
Within. Yeah, sorry for the...
I mean, if that is a Command and
Conquer... Are we
Conquer,
setting the Command and Conquer?
I think perhaps naturally you would maybe lead with the Command and Conquer on the breakpoint, so coming for 7. And we're just going to get those equips cleared up and move to the graveyard where they belong.
That's +2 because of the Blood Rush Bellow, so there will always be a couple of breakpoints on that CNC regardless this turn, and I think that's
because the CNC's that's not a brute attack, so it's not getting buffed by the Blood Rush.
Right. Yeah, and there's no way to block this one, so she'll take 6 and lose off.
Yeah, I don't know about that block.
Okay, so it actually worked out really well for Kevin there.
This is sad. That was a V of the Vanguard, actually. If she had any way to keep these cards, her turn was pretty strong.
That block was pretty bad
as well, which could have been the cost.
At least there's a claw afterwards. Just block the next thing.
So perhaps a pretty heads-up play for Kevin there. Perhaps identifying that Ellie was trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. Thinking, if I lead with this Beast Within and she goes ahead and defends for 9, then the CNC's hitting, rather than just going CNC for 7, getting blocked with 3 cards.
Sure, I like opening CNC for 7 also. But
so, got to be pretty happy with how that turned out.
This might be one of the games where we need Ethan's input, because it looks like Kevin is playing Eye of Ophidia and Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. I don't know if that's something that we see in these Leviathan decks these days, but I haven't seen
people play those
in a long time, actually.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure Ethan's on Eye.
Sort of deck filtering,
could be wrong.
Being able to set up what you're looking for, and critically with that via the Vanguard gone, there was 1 charged and 1 in graveyard now, so only 1 remaining in the deck.
Yeah. It would be very unfortunate to end the game with the solar plexus on the board without having been able to use it, but it looks like that's the way things are starting to shape up for Ellie.
Yep, so the convulsion's coming down here. Go ahead and
got
some cards.
I think he had the third Blood Rush Bellow in hand, but he couldn't use it because of the convulsions and the Ioophidia in hand. It would have been
what was the hit off blood
convulsions and the Ioophidia.
Ooh, Screamer,
in hand.
nice.
It would have been
that's huge.
Devastating if he couldn't get the go again on it. So that's just a Graveling Growl.
But still very, very nice there, being able to...
Nice, yeah, that's pretty strong dominated attack for 7.
Yep, just being able to push most likely at least 4 damage here and then critically setting up that Blood Rush Bellow for next turn. I would not be surprised at all to see Kevin start to get aggressive with the Carrion Husk and the Scaling Fleshbag on this turn and say, look...
Yeah, the bag still being on the table is a really big deal.
With you on 5
really limits what Ellie can do.
I get to keep a 5-card hand with Blood Rush Bellow. Feel very, very confident at closing from there.
Also, 2 Luminas being gone.
And that's the thing, when you're down to 9 and your opponent attacks for 7, you know that you're playing against a Brute hero, and you're in range of Reckless Swing, so you can't really afford to, Ellie can't really afford to go down to 2 there. She needs to block with at least 1 card, as you said. Oh, the Saving Grace is perfect. So that's one of the newest cards as well, the new card from the Boltin Armory deck. It's a defense reaction that lets you charge, and if you charge with it, the attack gets -2, so that's perfect for these dominated attacks. She'll still take 2.
Yep, and Ellie getting a little bit trapped with that card on the previous turn as well into the Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Courage token picked up here off charging the Banneret of Courage. Let's see.
Yeah, if that's the last card she had, I really don't like that block last turn.
Oh. So that's an E-Strike.
So this is a very...
She also, like, has a ton of soul. I'm worried that we're going to end this game with extra soul. If you end the game with extra soul, like, you probably made a mistake somewhere, yeah? Like, that's just, like, value that you've lost.
Tempting Carrion Husk block target here. So that's coming for 6 go again, most likely?
It will be, yeah, no, I think she'll choose to draw because she can get the go again from Boltin 0 power.
Raid in after.
She doesn't need to, she only has the buff if she's charged, but she can still, if the attack has more power than its base power, she can still banish a card from Soul to give go again. She doesn't need to have charge to do that.
Okay, and Patience
and there you go, the Scaling Flashback is used there.
Yeah, I don't really like draw a card too much here. You're just like really gambling on the top of your deck.
Was banished. That was intimidated, but it's always very annoying when your turn needs to be changed totally because of that intimidate from the Scaling Flashback.
Yeah, really nice turning off the ability to charge here, but actually holding on to the Beacon of Victory. Very, very nice.
Okay, found a way to cash in some soul.
The wrong card was intimidated. Yeah, there you go. The Beacon of Victory was picked.
Actually choosing not to search off that. I mean, you don't really want to fetch Illumina here. You haven't charged this turn. You're not sort of getting the all the benefits from that.
Oh, right. She can't raid.
Oh, yeah, and of course having not charged at all, no ability to even search. So not getting the maximum value.
That's a big deal, though. Put them to 13, so that turns off the flip. And we're buying the Husk.
That Beacon of Victory at all.
That was a really big deal.
The third Blood Rush Bellow that Kevin chose to keep in his arsenal last turn because of that weird hand that he had. Now he can use it with the full grip.
And critically, one thing to point out here is the Carrion Husk is now gone. It's down to 13 life. So Kevin not getting the value out of that, and perhaps why Ellie was prepared to push in that Beacon even without the search ability.
That was huge.
Oh, that wasn't a full hand, my bad. Yeah, he blocked with a card. But that's still pretty
I think you just block now.
Again.
Like,
and that's an attack for 5. Eddie is getting very, very low there.
Make the game about their scab skins.
Mandible Claw coming out for 5. Going to be hit by Saving Grace. Very nice clean block on that.
Yeah, but that's still 2 cards from your hand that are gone on this attack. So that will be, yeah. And on this turn, it looks like the resources are coming in perfectly, so that's an attack.
Ooh, and down to 5, maybe one more attack coming through.
Oh, the Boneyard Marauder, it will be too big, yeah, that's...
If we still had that other D react, it's actually a really big deal here.
Wow. Well, when you go Blood Rush Bellow into Blood Rush Bellow into one turn off, then
Unlucky.
Blood Rush Bellow again.
That was a good
it's
game.
Very hard to beat these brute decks, right?
Actually, I'm going to jump back a bit, let them talk for a minute so I can go to the bathroom. And then we'll watch the next game.
Of Wharton, she couldn't really pop off with the solar plexus, so really she had no way to use it efficiently, and I think that's really something that Kevin managed very well this game.
Absolutely, I think soul management when you play into heroes that use things like Prism, for example, and Bolton, soul management is just critically important. Trying to starve them out from being able to unlock their really big turns, like you mentioned there, and we saw Kevin put so much value on that. He was willing to give up the snatch to give an extra card in Arsenal. Yeah. He wasn't willing to give you cards in Soul, because when you have cards in Soul, you have flexibility. I think he identified Ellie's game plan quite well, looked at the equipment setup, looked how she was prioritizing certain lines of play, and said, this is how I think I'm going to win this game. And hey, it never hurts to draw 3 Blood Rush Bellows either. But
there you go. But almost turn after turn after turn. So there you go. Very hard to win these, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Well, that was a nice one anyway. I'm very sad that Bolton didn't manage to get this one, especially because it was Ellie piloting Bolton. But maybe she'll come back into this one. She's still 2-1, so that's pretty good. You really can't afford to lose more than 3, I guess, so she needs to pretty much win all the way right now.
Still pretty well placed, and we do have more Classic Constructed action coming up very shortly. We're going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got round 4 of Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up very soon.
I'm going to
And on the Empyrean Rapture, also sporting that Stonewall Gauntlet, opting for the more defensive arm piece versus something like the Goliath Gauntlet that we have seen in Prisms of the past. On Job's side, I believe I've seen Adaptive Plating on the arms piece, Techno Foundry Heart on the chest piece, Balance of Justice on the headpiece. Very, very interesting.
Okay. Looking to play around those draw effects, the Tomes of Divinity, potentially.
And Herald of Erudition.
Yeah.
So we're not doing the Aura game plan, probably?
Achilles Accelerator. Yep, it is Achilles Accelerator down there in the leg slot.
Ooh, starting off an item, probably not exactly the item you want to see turn 0 because you don't have any attacks in the yard yet. But, it's a free pistol counter. Now Spark of Genius, that is something you want to see turn 0.
Great play to kick things off here for Job.
And looks like he pitched 2 into it, paid 1 for backup. So we might see a Teclo Pounder here, Brian. Let's see, paid. That's the X's 2 over here. If he's running Teclo Pounders, this could be really, really rough for Matthew Folks for the start of this game.
Let's see, what is the search going to reveal? Rustling through the deck. It is, in fact, Tecla Pounder. Good call, Punkage. And that is unchecked aggression. You saw a little wry smile there from Matt Folks. He knows, has his work cut out for him in the face of this Tecla Pounder.
And normally against Prism, if you are going first, you need to be very nervous about spending your action point.
The
However,
LSS
when you know your opponent's likely not sporting any auras and is on the Herald game plan, Job saying, fine, I'm going to use my action point. What are you going to do? Play a Genesis on me? You probably didn't even side them in. So, pretty safe Teclo Pounder setup here. He's got 2 counters on a pistol, full Teclo Pounder, and the backup protocol already said. He is looking...
Yeah, seeing the chest piece from the Prism here, I like this play. It's unlikely that you get punished for that here. Like, I would not normally use my action point like that against a Prism, but I like that a lot, given this setup.
To be in a really strong position to start this game off.
Okay.
Yeah, I quite like getting those counters on the pistol early as well. I think that can give you a lot of strategic options as you proceed through these next few turns.
Oh, and he's got a maximum velocity in his hand. Natural popper for this War-Tune Herald. Of course, one floating on Matthew Folks' side is able to pay for footsteps should this Herald get popped.
See that Max V move to the front. It is going to go ahead and just be put in front of the Herald. As you mentioned, incidental poppers in this matchup. Feels almost free.
Man, folks,
so lovingly cared for Phantasmal Footsteps there on the side.
I did not want to bring that up.
Tell one of his prized possessions.
Yep. I don't think it's even sleeved. I think he's just flexing.
He keeps it in his wallet. That is my best guess for where that Phantasmal Footsteps came from.
Okay, ending the turn with a Pierce Reality here, so Job probably happy
Not the end of the world.
A Herald. But
Yeah,
Pierce
breezy
Reality.
turn there for Jop in my estimation. Just no real threat from Folks.
Yeah.
Even if you're buying cards from the Dash.io, though, that's kind of fine. I think you're trying to, like, play the game if you can, but, like, threaten fatigue. I don't think you can just straight up fatigue the Dash.io, but, like, buying their cards and gaining life when they leave you with cards kind of pseudo-threatens it.
Possibly in a bit of a resource light hand, looks like. I see a red backup protocol, and I can't tell the color of the zipper hit, so a little resource light in his hand.
I think we are looking at a full suite of reds here, so let's see how that affects the output. See a Pulse Wave Harpoon available.
One thing to point out as well with the maximum velocity pop is that this backup protocol, it lost the counter now, but it's going to stay around. So what Job can do if he doesn't draw a popper on the following turn, he can just backup protocol it right back and just pop anything. And at 10 power, your Herald of Triumphs, even if you go find a Figment with Halo and everything, it's still getting popped.
It's a really scary spot to be in if you're Folks. And I will also point out we see another backup protocol in hand. So if you just want to slow roll that one, play it with a Steam counter on it, and pass it forward to the next turn, you can be setting up multiple turns of poppers in a row.
Yep, and you just laugh in the face of the Pierce Reality on that front. I'm just going to pop it. It doesn't matter how big this Herald is. It still has Phantasm. That's not a passing Mirage. It's going to...
I think I still shoot the Pierce.
Pop right through that Pierce. That was weirdly structured.
I'm not going to fuck around and find out.
From the zipper hit. 7 damage on offer.
Especially if the Prism takes the damage. If the Prism blocks 3 cards on this, then maybe I shoot face instead, but...
He has a plan for this backup protocol. I mean, sometimes, you know, if your back is against a wall, you might be thinking, okay, you force him to backup protocol the max speed to pop the first thing, you still have footsteps, and send the second thing. That might be what Matthew Folks is trying to look for, because if he just plays one Herald, that gets so easily popped because of the backup protocol.
Chain closes here. What is the follow-up? Will it be an additional attack? Looks like Keklo Foundry Heart going to be the activation.
That's aggressive.
That's not a certainty here. I did see Toma Fyendel in the deck.
Okay.
When Jop was filtering through it.
So Foundry Heart here serves double purpose. Not only does it, give you the resources, it lets you dig for an item, and it looks like
dividends. Boom grenade off the top.
Let's see what
huge.
Because if he cranks this, he can destroy the aura and also go ahead and send something on face. Looks like he chose to. So 2 action points on Dash.io side.
Yeah, and now with resources for the zipper hit, still 2 action points available, and that means that Symbiosis shot going to both offer damage and clean up a little bit.
Oh, it's so annoying.
You see now why this is so difficult on the Prism side.
Yep. Only a blue boom grenade though, so the zipper hit representing another 7. However, 7 for a hero that starts at 32, very, very significant. That's almost a quarter of the life.
Damage piling up quickly now on the side of Matthew Folks.
It's a 16 damage round.
Now, Job's play is mostly face up over here. He did boost that zipper hit as well, so 2 action points. Could be 2 Symbiosis shots to the face, more likely 1 to the face and 1 to the Pierce Reality. So Matthew Folks has the information he needs. It's about whether he's going to respect this boom grenade or maybe try and take this opportunity to just use his life as a resource and send damage to the face if possible.
It just feels like such a low number to be at. You're looking at being at around 16, I believe, if this turn plays out the way we think it might. Can you really feel comfortable as Folks that you'll have time to get to your more powerful game plans with that kind of life total? And you see
it's
now
tough with no soul also.
I felt like earlier in the turn he was planning on just taking everything, coming back with some kind of large offering. But now it seems the tides have shifted a little bit with the addition of that boom grenade and this additional threat from the zipper hit.
I don't know. I think on the Prism side, if my hand allows me here, I just put cards in front of cards because the backup protocol in play, like that popper is just too good in his yard right now. I'm just like losing so much value trying to keep cards to throw. If my hand doesn't block, then it's like probably try to no blocks and throw 2 threats.
Backup protocol as well has to be weighing on his mind.
Absolutely.
Just the on-demand pop-up from the Dash.io side. You either keep 4 cards and you play through the first pop-up by using footsteps and sending another thing, or you block with all 4 cards. Just sending 1 Herald feels like you're just forcing the backup protocol pop.
Maybe a bit of a miss.
Well, that was some
Arclight Sentinel, not great at defending.
Valuable information that was leaked there.
It's just going to put 6 points of defense in front of this zipper hit.
Yep. These yellow Angel-y cards looking very similar in Matt Folks' hand, apparently.
Step 1 is firing off this first Symbiosis shot. Now Folks is ready to get into the action. Phantasmal Footsteps activated. Light of Soul Beam pitch. Let's see the reveal. It is a Herald. Big hit there.
It's a red.
Oh, but it is a red. Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Slight miss.
Yep.
Right type, not the right color.
So one advantage that Dash.io has over something like Dash.IE when it comes to footsteps.
That's interesting. he's playing with the actual Light of Soul in the deck, but he has Judge Proxies. I got my Judge Proxy at the same time that he got his Judge Proxy. That's weird.
Is that Dash.io doesn't need to close the chain to recharge the pistol. Against Dash.io, you'll see Prisms pitch the footsteps, and then because Dash.io needs to keep closing the chain to refill the gun, you can just keep blocking the footsteps, having only paid 1 into it. You don't get that against Dash.io, though, because Symbiosis Shot just has all those counters on, and you can just keep attacking back to back.
Another point of weakness in this matchup. There's just all these little
mystery card in Arsenal
micro things that really add up to what feels like quite an unfavorable approach. And I have seen walking around top tables thus far, there's so many Prisms floating around. I think Dash.io is such a wise choice for this meta.
And you have a plan for Zen as well. The new matchup could be a little rough, but I mean, you have explosive power. If the new stumbles, you can totally get that. Job right now, at the end of Matthew Folk's turn, thinking of his backup protocol. If he doesn't activate it now, he will just lose it at the start of his turn without being able to activate it. So he does.
Backup protocol blue in hand as well. Just lousy with backup protocols here.
Yeah, I don't even think.
I mean, if we have extra pitch cards, just pick up the zipper. Whatever.
Let's see.
It's not that deep.
Chooses to bring back this.
Or set the 10.
I mean, red Zipperhead is solid target for your your backup protocol. Maybe you don't get the max V thing off, but Zipperhead's still a very strong card.
That's not a thing of saying no, play with the real card on stream.
Reaching for a couple cards here.
Also, I have to point out the passing Mirage that Matthew Folks played on his turn. I mean, we spoke about this when the opponent.
Unless that was a new thing for this event that I've never heard of before.
To send pressure past that popper, the known popper, or you just block out and just play a one-card hand like the passing Mirage. Matthew Folks opting for a more defensive stance right now, saying let this backup protocol go off the board, and then you'll need to naturally draw a popper, because I'm not going to walk into it.
You understand why Jop is in the tank here. It is either you go ahead and pitch a blue card to get a card from this protocol, and then you head into your turn with no blues in your hand, or you pitch 2 red cards and then have the blue to play with. And he's got to figure out which leaves you in a better scenario. Obviously, double blue makes this so simple, so explosive. Unfortunately, just still a little bit resource light here. Says there is no secret here. You have seen this one.
Yeah, I think Joe was like, oh, can I just wanted to check what Arclight Setfall does, and Matthew Fox says, yeah, I accidentally showed it to you, just read it.
All right.
So, of course, with Achilles Accelerator just on the board, Job doesn't need to be too nervous about cards like Arclight Sentinel. Of course, ideally, would like to crank something off the top.
And it's going to get this max V back.
Okay.
And I wonder, is this set up for the future?
Setting it?
Just an Arsenal card?
I think without a Teklo core on a 4-card hand, there are not many lines. I can't think of a line that would actually let you play max V, unless maybe a Spark or Genius draw and you get lucky somehow.
Oh, actually, maybe that's a heads-up play. You know he has the Arclight. Is Boom Grenade an action phase or a beginning of turn? I forget. Boom Grenade. Bright lights. Boop, 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 boop. Enters arena, blah, blah, blah. At the start of your turn. So it does not give a priority for you to Arclight. Okay, I was going to say if it's a action phase trigger, then grabbing the poppers, like maybe heads up. If he wants to Arclight and then try to throw Herald at you, you have the popper. But there's still passing in play, so I don't know, man. The only reason you would do that is if you want to set it, I think.
Typically maximum velocity on a 4-card hand with a Teklo card, not very possible. So it could be, yeah, probably an Arsenal target for him.
Gonna kick things off here with a red Boom Grenade. That's the big one.
Red stamped Boom Grenade too. Jumps been around the bluff. He's
no stranger to the Mechanologist class.
High-level competitive play too. I mean, of course, yeah, you might have picked that up in his own draft during Bright Lights meta.
Outpace.
I think all of his Boom Grenades are stamped.
That boom
Love to see it.
Cannot be defended by equipment.
Outpace with a combination of...
I don't play with my stamped cards. What I do is I've actually kept every single deck that I've ever drafted with for like at a major or whatever, and I have a battle box of them in over there, where if I ever want to reference back to one of the decks I've drafted in the past, I can, or if I ever want to play them into each other, I can. So like I could do like a cross-format draft play thing, which I think is interesting. I've never done it, but I have the option to do it. And I know it's one of those things like years from now I'll regret not doing that. I remember hearing some Magic Pro did that years and years and years ago, back when I followed Magic. And I was like, that's a good idea. And I just like remembered that randomly a while back.
Boom Grenade just feels so incredibly strong.
How about a Tekla Pounder thrown into the mix as well? Getting a little bit more juice on that outpace.
Yep, and that's a red Boom Grenade too, so this is coming in for 6, threatening 10 on hit. I mean, you have to point out, Job took a bit of an aggressive line here, cranking that Boom Grenade. He's sort of banking on it hitting right now, because if it doesn't...
Looks like there's multiple non-blocks.
Or you can cash it in with Adaptive Plating.
I think I saw a Rebirth.
Telling Matt, you have to give me 6 block, 2 Precious Heralds, which you might not have enough Heralds in your hand to still be able to send after that.
Herald,
or you take
2
10,
Figments.
And you have 24.
I like this aggressive line on the part of Job. There's so many cards that do not block in Folks' deck, and you see at least one in hand right now. I do see a Figment. That Arclight Sentinel chilling in the arsenal as well.
Well, the last card is the Pauper. This is tough. It's like, if you block 2 cards here, your turn is do nothing. If you don't block at all, you're taking almost half your life total and attempting to play the game. This is a really tough spot. I don't know what the line is. It might be a Halo play, honestly, which feels bad. The problem is just like we're still on 0 soul. Soul Shield here would be nuts.
I think there's double Figment in this hand.
I'm pretty sure he pitched a Soul Shield on like the first turn, right? When he played the War Tune. Maybe we were supposed to set that instead.
And so I think this is every defending card Matt Falks can offer if he goes ahead and puts 2 cards in front of this.
It just means he has no offense. If he does that, he's just holding 2 Figments past that. That is one of the downsides of Prism. Sometimes you just draw these Figments, which you only want to tutor, but yeah, it can happen. So he's facing down either take 10 and play Heralds, or block 6 and do really nothing much else.
You can also block arms and grab an Angel from your deck. Oh, actually, hold on. You could crack Halo, pitching it's so annoying. You have the protection in your hand. Okay, crack Halo, grab Triumph, block Gloves, block other Herald from hand, and that covers. And then you still have Figment plus Unknown in your hand. And if you brick on the card that you draw as a non-attack, like it's not a Herald or something, but you hit a blue, you still have $1 floating, so then you just ALS pass. That's not great either, but... Oh, it's outpace. Okay, yeah.
Also have to point out, Job was open to the Arclight Sentinel when he...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what any of these stupid Bright Lights cards do anymore.
Cranked the Boom Grenade. He did, was a priority window there that many folks could have done. But typically when you're against Prism...
all these dumbass mech cards looking the same.
Usually pretty happy about it, because it means they aren't putting that much offense on you on their turn. So Job probably just saying, you know what, it's fine if you Arclight me in response to the Boom Grenade.
Yep, I'll just take your hand.
Yeah.
Move on to the next one. Techlo Pound yourself ready in the future. And Falks just is forced to just take here.
Fair.
Massive, massive hit from Job.
Still has
up. Symbiosis shot.
Just add the Passing Mirage. Still very disciplined. Oh no,
looks like face. Yeah.
Okay.
Job wants to get this one over with. And with Max V at the ready in Arsenal, you could see why a big hand here could do a lot. Now, you do know about that Arclight Sentinel.
I think I should shoot the Aura. He said, let's go. I'd like to have the chance of drawing a Pauper.
Sitting in the Arsenal.
I don't think that 2 damage is going to change the outcome of the game. Like, if I'm presenting lethal on a future turn. Maybe it does. Unlikely.
Pretty big deal to have that information. A bit of a misplay there from Folks. Kicking things off with a War Tune Herald. Going to be immune from any poppers here on the back of that Passing Mirage.
Still plenty of block on the armor available for Drop. Balance Adjust, Cyclo Foundry, Hard, Adaptive Plating, all unblemished, all just setting the being able to block. But with the Max V in his arsenal, I imagine he's not going to be wanting to block very much with cards in hand or even armor.
Drop has denied everything from Folks thus far. No soul, no Figments, 12 life. But for the first time,
I'm kind of into blocking 2 armor and a card on that. I just don't see how he can win from this spot if his turn is Just throw another Herald and pass and gain 4 life if it hits. I think you're like giving him a chance to win the game here, where he could let that hit, search your edition, Halo, flip, swing, and try to draw out of this.
Falks is going to find purchase in this match. Herald connects. That's going to bring Falks into the deck. Going to go looking for a Figment. And you see a bit of a ponder across Falks' brow there.
This is quite a bit of value because of the Empyrean Rapture specifically. That was 7 damage, 2 jobs phased, but Rapture means he gets to flip the Angel for free and effectively gain another 4 life. That's just first 2 cards Matthew Folks has played this turn has effectively swung him 11 points of value, including a damage done and a life gained effectively, if he can get the full 4 points of ward.
You know what,
the Angel.
I don't even feel good about that if I'm Matt Folks, because I know that there is a max V in Arsenal, and if Jop is saying I can afford to give you this much value, what does that mean for what Jop is going to do on his turn?
Yep, max V, also quite a bit of value on Jop's side for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to Erudition play the Arclight here. If he wants to no blocks my Herald, I'm going to make that max V kind of butts by playing my Arclight. You're going to have to boost and then break your boots, and now you can't play the max V. And then you're going to waste your Tekla Pounder into that, which does make me wish we blocked Tekla Pounder on the first attack this game, because it's not very often I think we get chances to use our gloves.
One unfortunate thing about drawing these Figments too is that means they're not available as tutor targets when your Herald does hit. You almost wonder what the Matthew Folks would have liked to teeter out this Figment of Protection that's in his zone.
Seems like the scenario for protection for sure. And instead, going to go ahead and get Erudition, and that means that Ponder is at the ready. So do we have enough resources here to go ahead and deploy that Arclight Sentinel that's in Arsenal and take full advantage of that Ponder?
Yeah, he would need a blue and a yellow, so that could definitely be it. But Arclight Sentinel against a Mechanologist when they have Achilles Accelerator can be rough. Okay.
Looks like it's going to be a Halo activation here.
Yep.
So a critical thing that this play does is it brings him up to 2 soul, which means he's able to flip the Figment of Erudition and also attack with it and drawing cards off of it. Whereas previously, because he only had 1 soul,
the unnecessary cutting when we're going back into the deck immediately. I guess we're drawing a card first now. That matters.
He wouldn't have been able to flip
Ignore me.
and also get the attack effect from the Angel. So that could be potentially why he's choosing to pop the Halo here. Just go up to the second soul and then draw some cards from Soraya and maybe find an out.
Yeah, presumably pick up a little bit more value from that Figment, assuming he didn't draw the one he was hoping to find. That's always the risk when you're in this scenario.
Yeah. Yep.
Ravages?
Okay, Figment, Prism triggers again, because the Herald did go to soul from Halo of Illumination, so let's see what Figment he finds now. I mean,
like, it would be protection here normally, so I think it's Ravages. Nothing else does anything.
You have to wonder that Figment of Protection is pitch zone. You have to wonder whether he's annoyed. You have to imagine he'd be happier with a Spectral Shield rather than a Courage token.
I think there's no question
of War.
The slam dunk pick if it's still in the deck. Forced to make some slightly suboptimal choices here. It's going to be Figment of War, the search.
Getting a Courage token. There's a few too many tokens and board state pieces to manage them a little. Looks like he's going ahead and flipping Soraya for free of the Empyrean Rapture. Spends a soul for it and still has 1 more soul to attack with. Looks like we could go ahead and shortcut that a little. Oh my, he drew another Figment from the Halo. That's a Figment of Prime.
Sheesh.
Oh, he must not be happy about that.
Well, it does get to refresh a bit. 2 new cards here.
2 new cards and 4 damage coming in as well.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like
Arsenal, we know
any pitch card is fine. Like it's cringe, but it's not actually that big of a deal.
At least 1 of the Figment in his hand. 2 new fresh cards drawn here for Matthew Folks.
What are you looking for on the draw here if you're Folks? Are you looking to continue offensive onslaught, or do you have to just go ahead and find resources to deploy that Arclight Sentinel, get value out of the Ponder? Where's your priority if you're drawing?
I think enough resources. Yeah, blues to go ahead and deploy the Arclight Sentinel. You almost have to wonder whether his out is play the Arclight, force the Achilles Accelerator, play a second Arclight at some point, and you make them have a high octane, or the turn is just they just end the turn.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense.
So
100%.
Thinking about the 4 attack on Soraya, I think he's deciding whether he wants to block that, because that's one of the things that Prism puts you. That's one of the dilemmas Prism puts you under, where if you take too much damage and they Arclight you can get a little blown out.
I think if we're gonna do that, you should have just blocked the first Herald. But whatever.
Of justice getting applied here. Going to do a little bit of defending. You can understand why this offers potentially another card, and there is the Arclight Sentinel. But Balance of Justice is active, and that means a 6-card hand.
That Light of Soul does look visibly warped, also.
and for the dash IO going into this turn.
Also, he drew back into the light of
so lucky.
Prism Shuffle so much that... Yeah, that
Wait, is there even a Figment left?
Oh,
Ravages.
Well. So that also come back. This time he did hit Herald of Protection off the top. That's very, very good for him, but that's a lot of Figments.
So many Figments in the pitch zone. I assume there is another one to get.
Yeah, I like...
Not much choice here, I believe.
Probably Ravages, maybe. Yep, looks like Figment of Ravages.
Okay.
Coming out. Dealing 1 Arcane.
Yeah, and there we see the Balance of Justice activation.
You know how we spoke about how maximum velocity on a 4-card hand with no arsenal is a bit hard?
Yeah.
I think maximum velocity on a 6-card hand is very, very doable.
It gets a lot easier, yeah. I'm expecting fireworks from Jop on this turn.
Well, he still needs to have 4 boost cards, because he has to go boost into the Arclight crack boots. And that's going to break chain. And if I remember correctly, Max V needs it to be in a singular chain. I might be wrong, but I believe that's the wording on it.
We have that Teklo Pounder still with a counter on it as well, increasing the damage output ever so slightly.
So critically, to be able to activate your accelerator, you do need to boost, which means your Teklo Pounder charge would be used up because you need to boost into Arclight Sentinel, unless Job can get lucky and get a crank item off the top. And then if he gets an extra action point that way, then he can just...
Yeah, it looks like his hand is just all boost cards, so seems reasonable that he could be able to do that. It's 5 cards in hand. It's not chain. You're right. This turn. So yeah.
Symbiosis
Easy
shot
peasy.
Arclight Sentinel and save the Teklo Pounder charge.
ALS.
So that's something he's hoping for. Yet another thing, the Balance of Justice.
So the ALS just like eats the worst blue in his hand and the Teklo Pounder, which is fine.
Does, right? It lets you draw the top card of your deck and
More
take a look at a fresh one.
It looks like it's just going to be 0 to 60. And that is going to go ahead and take out that Arclight Sentinel.
Yep. And use the last Teklo Pounder charge as well.
Yep, and they did catch that, clear that Teklo Pounder charge.
Yep.
And now it is time for Achilles Accelerator to do its thing. Sidestepping the Arclight Sentinel. Plenty more boost shenanigans to come on this turn. It is T-Bone.
Going to force an equipment from anti-folks, but you can just put footsteps without, paying into it if you really want to. But another thing that this T-Bone is doing is threatening Soraya. If you just don't block this, then your Soraya is going to absorb it, going to jump in front of the T-Bone saying, protect the president or whatever the thing is, and just, go ahead and die. So anti-folks incentivize to block the T-Bone, but when you know there's a Max V coming, you might just need to say, I just have to let the Soraya go.
Yeah, you want to figure out how to get some efficiency out of this turn on the defensive side. It's going to be the footsteps pulled forward here. Alongside a block as well.
Yep.
Herald of Triumph comes down, blocks for 3.
Choosing not to pay into footsteps looks like it. Might as well just don't bother doing that.
Well, the good news is that probably portends a hand that defends well. No need for footsteps, no need to spend resources on this turn. Hopefully a lot of blocks coming, but the damage output may be so high.
I'll be shocked if Soraya survives this turn. Of course, Jop also has the option to just send an attack into the Soraya, which is something you can do once a Halo is gone. Before the Halo is gone, you could get blown out if they, use a Halo and Ravages ping themselves, and the Angel dies in response to the attack. But without the Halo, you can attack the Soraya if you wish to.
I gotta say, I love having a caster on a Prism game that knows all the funny interactions of Prism. There's so many games I've watched now with Prism where the only conversation point from the casters is the loop. We're like nowhere near the loop going on, but all that's being talked about is the loop. It's like, oh my god, they put a rebirth into play with nothing else. Are we gonna get looped? Just he's so... My only complaint is it's not him with Sam. I think they're my favorite casting duo of all time. I love Brian also, and it's not to hate on him. It's just them specifically together is just such a great... They play off of each other so well. I think my favorite with Brian is... I'm pretty sure he's casted with Craig before that I've listened to. I feel like that's something that I've heard before and really liked it. Which would make sense, old friends.
Job. This time they're just saying that. Zip it.
But you know how it is when certain casters have good
Loaded up with blues on
energy with each other.
Resources you need to do whatever you want. We still have Dash.io has not been used for the turn. We still have Teklo Foundry Heart has not been used for the turn. So several options available still.
Wait, I'm so confused. That's Brian talking, right? Is that not Brian in the background? Wait, what? What's going on? Did they... What's going on here? Did they, like, voice over this after the fact? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So he probably, like, walked over to check or something like that. Okay. Oh, hey, Ethan.
Not been used for the turn. We still have Teklo Foundry Heart has not been used for the turn. So several options available still for Jop.
And this is the third boost. Even though the first boost was at the Arclight Sentinel, with that 0 to 60, it is still the third boost, so maximum velocity is live, and he has resources to pay for it as well. Although, to your point...
I thought it was a glitch in the Matrix. What do you want from me?
About the Teklo Foundry Heart, we might...
The turn. We still have Teklo Foundry Heart has not been used for the turn. So several options available still for Jop.
And this is the third boost. Even though the first boost was at the Arclight Sentinel, with that 0 to 60, it is still the third boost, so maximum velocity is live, and he has resources to pay for it as well. Although, to your point about the Teklo Foundry Heart, we might see him make a similar play as he did earlier, where you just Foundry Heart to just dig to potentially find an item.
That seems greedy.
Of course, some small risk of potentially hitting a non.
You already got the Prisms cards this turn.
I believe Tome is in the deck. I don't have the deck list in front of me, but just on my quick viewing on the search, that is my present belief.
There's also a risk that you just hit a power card. We saw him actually Teklo Foundry Heart a high Octane away, which is very, very key critical card.
Twin Drive as well can also be quite important. We saw that one boosted away, so yeah.
Well, thanks for joining the stream,
It's
Ethan.
time for the Teklo Foundry Heart, though. This is going to go ahead and clear out 2 cards from the top of the deck. High Octane once.
The production for this event is great, by the way. Good job as always. We love your hard work. Chat, make sure you send Ethan some love.
More and a T-Bone, okay. One of those I'm happy with, one of those I'm not, but 3 resources at the ready now, critically.
Yep. So that means he can pay for a 0-cost item off the top and the maximum velocity as well, if he had found the 0-cost item. So he's taking a moment to think. Perhaps doing a bit of calculation. Is it possible for Matthew Folk
Ethan on a bad day is still one of the best production teams in the world.
to defend the Soraya if the maximum velocity goes to face? Theoretically possible, but he won't be able to attack with the Soraya.
Yeah, my only complaint so far has been the glare from the sun, but that was just like, that's not super in your control, though from what I understand, you guys ended up like putting screens up to block it. That was just like an issue in the whole venue. That's not you.
If he does it, so I wonder if that's what Jop is thinking about.
Yeah, things going to get even worse for Folks here. It is a 0 to 60 as well. Clearing out the heist, still with the opportunity to go ahead and get lucky off the top. But no, it is just going to be Max V seemingly closing things out here.
Yep.
Turn could still extend.
Yeah. Boom Grenade up the top is still very much live.
Yep.
It wasn't clear where the 0 to 60 was going, whether it was going to the face of the Angel directly.
Either way, same outcome. And there is an item. It is the Teklo Core off the top. That's going to set Jop up well for a future turn as well. And Falk's going to fall down to just a very little meaningful board at this point. Does have pass.
I really don't like the passing Mirage tucked under all the stuff over there. That feels like an unclear board state type of thing.
Mirage, a couple of Figments, but just not influencing these turns. And now we have that Teklo Core online.
Not that it matters right now.
It's like Throttle, Max V, T-Bone.
Can that play Max V? It might be just a little bit short, because the Throttle is a 2-cost. Might be a little bit short, but
yeah, I think we're gonna have to pitch the Max V here.
Oh,
that's gonna present another Teklo Core, and this is on Folks' turn, I'm assuming. Yep, and that's gonna give plenty of resources.
Unclear if you can even use all the resources here, but like going into the next round with a 4-card hand plus all those resources is a big deal. You're probably just like trying to buy cards here and then set an arsenal and then have a big round next turn.
As we head into this turn, 4 resources already at the ready for Jop.
Incredible just sequencing for Jop over here. Now, of course, the Teklo Cores do actually present an opportunity window to
maybe set the T-Bone. Like just player 1 cost, player 2 cost, shoot, set pass, guaranteed 5-card hand next turn.
To the Prism because it does say start of action phase, so kind of vulnerable to ALS, especially since the Achilles accelerators are gone. So a bit of a risk there. It looks like Matthew Folks did not find that ALS.
T-Bone once again drawing in that Phantasmal Footsteps. Looks like Folks did go ahead and pitch into it this time, preventing a little bit of damage. Just good, clean damage. Drop.
Actually, with you having specifically Harpoon in your hand, this makes sense.
Bottle comes in next. Yep. 2 cards demanded on the block, and the follow-up is Pulse Wave Harpoon. A little bit of disruption mixed in as well.
That sucks.
Not able to force that card out of Matthew Folks' hand, though, since it isn't an action, so...
Oh,
now that Job knows that it's there, you almost wonder whether he'll just choose not to attack with a pistol if Matthew Folks doesn't block this Pulse Wave.
I think you force the inefficiency if you want Folks to actually get paid on that all you got.
Exactly. So Matt Folks doesn't block this, you just say, okay, pass, and you just keep...
Do we know what the set is?
Job are really able to benefit from some information in this game. I think knowledge has been absolute power, and I love that it's so thematically appropriate with Dash.io, right? Dash.io is all about that knowledge, all about what you can learn off the top of your deck, for in the future a little bit.
Matthew Folks showing us some of the efficiency that Prism can have. You know, pitch 1 into Footsteps, 2 floating and flip a Figment, block 4. That's, you know, 5 block from 1 card, basically, Footsteps and Figment. So, some efficient lines coming out this Prism deck over here.
Yep, good value derived there. The other thing that the Job can, of course, do on this turn is use a Symbiosis Shot counter to clean out passing Mirage, potentially, if you just still want to close off the window of that all you got doing anything without just doing a full pass here.
Yep. Also, Job was very, very rewarded for his aggressive digging. You know, we've seen him do several plays like this. You just activate the Foundry Heart just to dig, and, you know, previous turn did the 0 to 60 as well, just to dig 1 further as well, and was rewarded with that Teklo Core. Which really enabled this amazing, amazing turn over here. 3 red boost cards, on them Pulse Wave Harpoon as well.
They're going to do some cleanup now. Looks like a Teklo Foundry Heart activation at the end here. Means more resources, giving us a shot to hit item off the top.
Yeah, Job just recognizing this game isn't really going to go very long. So he's just aggressively Teklo Foundry Hearting, like, any opportunity he gets, not because he needs the resources, just because he wants to dig further with Dash.io.
Love the deliberateness of Job here. Look, you're playing for 4-0 at the Pro Tour. Is just going to shove in the Symbiosis Shot here, and I think this is going face.
Looks like it. Telling Matthew Folks, he's probably like, oh, I'm going to need to deal with that eventually anyway. Fine, draw your random card. What are the odds that you can actually use it?
It's probably another Figment. What Folks has been through this game. Looking like a Soul Shield here. This is happening on Folks' turn.
Yep. It's Blue Herald of Protection coming in for 6 of the Courage. No Phantasm because of the Passing Mirage.
Not bad. Finally, that Tome of Fyendal does reveal itself. It's in Job's hand at this point. Couple of boost cards.
With double Teklo Core as well.
That Tome kind of sucks right now.
On this turn, but Herald of Protection, I mean, this blue one, again, you know, we spoke about how if this hits, it's +4 life for Matthew Folks and +1 from a Spectral Shield as well. So kind of 11 points of value being threatened by Matthew Folks over here.
It's so hard. Like, you've been so disciplined in this game. You are clearly on...
I don't hate blocking this and then resetting with an arsenal, because not blocking this represents gain 5 life. I also don't hate block 1 card and then just give both armor here. Because again, it's just like this swing is worth 11. And you're trying to close out the last couple points. Your opponent gaining 5 life randomly is just like not something I'm very interested in dealing with. Especially when we're aggressively Teklo Hearting. Like, you might put yourself in a spot that you do oops fatigue. I just really want to get a set so we can play a 5-card hand and just like actually nail in the coffin this game.
On the front foot, and I get the urge to just be like, I'm going to blast through with the last bit of damage here, but at the same time, you know how much this represents if you go ahead and let this go, and are you just supposed to content yourself with playing a smaller turn?
Oh, actually it's 12 value, because we know from earlier in the game that protection was in that awkward hand, right? So we're going to search protection, get 2 Spectral Shields in play. I don't want to deal with that.
And continue to just offer problematic threats for folks to deal with.
Job taking a moment to think about this. It's been such an exciting game so far.
And we do see some cards being reached for here.
Looks like the fridge coming in. Job saying, I do not want you to gain 5 life from this Tower of Protection.
I like this call a lot. I think
6.
this is very, very disciplined. It'd be very easy to be like, I'm the aggressor here. I'm supposed to end this game. I'm just going to keep firing. But I think recognize value where it's present. Make sound defensive choices no matter the state of the game. And this is still a fine turn. With Folks at 6 life, you are representing plenty of damage on this particular salvo.
Outpace, start of the turn for Job over here.
Oh! The
and that is
boar!
such a scary moment. When
Hey, Bartosz.
outpace coming in at a break point, you have to wonder, if a boom grenade,
Off
comes
the top. Yep.
you have to deal with that somehow.
It's omnipresent in your mind for the rest of this game, for sure.
Yep. Looks like no reactions from Job, so...
Also,
I think
hitting
we're
an
happy
item
to
here
see
lets
that.
us
Would've been
play
forceful for
the
potentially,
tome.
If the boom grenade came in.
Next follow-up here is going to be the Tekla Foundry Heart. Break the chain. Max V gone again, as well as that boom grenade.
So 1 off from the boom grenade.
Cleared off the top.
If he can find a crank item off the top over here, he could just play that Tome of Fendel that's in his hand.
High Octane now gone. Yeah, crank item would be massive here.
Also, that's the 3rd high octane just gone to the banisher
There's a
for Job
lot.
over here.
Look, it's so funny. I feel like we're in a very similar position once more, where I'm like, are there enough good cards taken out of Job's deck where you can start to think about fatiguing him? Like, has he used too many resources at this point? I think the answer is probably no. I think there's still just enough gas in the tank that will be able to close things by damage.
Yeah, not only gas in the tank, but also lack of defensiveness in the
Always
side.
underneath.
Blocks in the pistol.
It's always the second card.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting caught, Job over here caught with 2 boom grenades in his hand. That's just, you play a high variance.
Oh, you're getting into
like
Lorcana?
IO, and when you boom grenade off the top,
I was debating on getting into Lorcana. Yeah, can we get some boars in chat? Oink oink. Yeah, Bartosz, do you remember Noah? He was one of the guys at dinner with us, or lunch or whatever, on Friday? Thursday? Thursday. He was showing me some of the decks in the game, like, a few months ago at Montreal, the Battle Hardened there, and he was like teaching me the game, showing me decks, and I was just seeing like inefficiencies in it, and it made me want to play the game, being like, wait, people are deck building wrong in this game, maybe I should play. And then I found out some people that are kind of near me that I really respect as card gamers play the game. And they only play games when they think that they can get an edge like that. So that also made me want to play. Yeah, now that we're in a down season, I might look at that. I guess a new set's coming out. Yeah, he was showing me the wheel deck, the steel singing deck or whatever, and it just looked like there's like a lot of fundamental deck building issues with that deck, of like not actually utilizing wheels properly. Okay, maybe we'll talk together sometime about Lorcana. I gotta make my lap around playing all the French vanilla Magic games. Done with Battle Spirits, on to the next one. Anywho, I'm gonna finish this game.
You feel like a god, but when you draw that boom grenade, you just question why you're playing this deck. So,
Yep. Does not feel as powerful when it's in your hand.
Yep.
There are 2 of them on offer, though, and I think this does a nice job of creating quasi-breakpoints, actually, and we are going to see one of them deployed.
Do you just, like, play Boom Grenade, threaten, play other Boom Grenade, pass?
Job, of course, rewarded again for his aggressive digging on the previous turn with the Tekla Core off the top.
Second boom grenade.
Okay.
Yep, it's just sending it, saying you have to block all my breakpoints, and one of them is an outpace. You can't even use your armor.
But a fail is that Tome of Findel off the top.
And that is the risky run when you play these cards. However, if he finds a crank item off the top, he could be bailed out.
That would be quite a bailout. And it looks like no. Looks like we are just going to move to the next one. So a bit of a break here for Folks. And look, uphill battle unquestionably. I've seen Prism.
Wait, but he knew that was on top, right? Did he not look? Wait, it's just literally not unlucky, right?
That Tome of Fendel that's in his hand. Gone to the banish.
I think the answer is probably no. I think there's still just enough gas in the tank that will be able to...
Okay, we looked at the top.
Yeah, not only gas in the tank, but also...
He knows it's there.
Defensiveness on the Prism side. Just there's enough no blocks in the pistols.
Get caught at some point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting caught, Jop over here caught with 2 boom grenades in his hand. That's just...
Let's just make sure that the top hasn't changed.
Deck like Dash IO. And when you boom grenade off the top, you feel like a god. But when you draw that boom grenade, you just question why you're playing this deck. So,
Yep. It does not feel as powerful when it's in your hand.
Yep.
There are 2 of them on offer, though, and I think this does a nice job of creating quasi-breakpoints, actually, and we are going to see one of them deployed.
Reasonable.
Jop, of course, rewarded again for his aggressive digging on the previous turn with the Techno Core off the top.
Second boom grenade.
Yeah, it's just sending it, saying you have to block all my breakpoints, and one of them's an outpace. You can't even use your armor.
We can at least acknowledge it's not an unlucky moment. He knew it was there. This was a decision he made in life.
Here, there is that Tome of Fyendel off the top.
And that is the risk you run when you play these cards. However, if he finds a crank item off the top, he could be bailed out.
That would be quite a bailout. And it looks like no. Looks like we are just going to move to the next one. So a bit of a break here for Folks. And look, uphill battle, unquestioned.
I wonder if you're supposed to take out the tomes versus Prism because you know you probably have to break boots to kill ALS at some point. Yeah, that's a play he can make. He's playing towards an out. Reasonable. It's not an unlucky moment. He knew.
I've seen Prisms come back from worse. I'm just going to say that right now. They absolutely can turn a game on a dime.
Elder Protection coming for 7. No Phantasm over here. Once again, threatening +5 life. 1 from a Spectral Shield, 4 from the ward of whatever Figment he flips after that.
Yeah, and again, a massive value play going to hit here. Head to the Soul, create that Spectral Shield, and additional search, looking for the best possible Figment for this scenario.
Quite a bit
probably
of
protection.
However, for Jop now, I believe I see another Tome of Fyendel in his hand, which means there's no way he can miss a boost, because there's 1 Tome of Fyendel in Arsenal, 1 in his hand, and 1 already boosted away, which means the rest of his deck is all Mechanologist, so his boost won't miss again, but he has a bit of an uphill battle here to climb. This time, Figment of Protection coming out as well from Matthew Folks. That's yet another 1 life. So that was a +6 life that he just gained from the Herald of Protection hitting all of the back of the Tome of Fyendel being boosted away on the previous turn.
Pretty good turn here from Folks. I think this is how you could potentially get back into it if you're on his side.
Yep.
Lots of ward available here.
This is what I was kind of talking about earlier, though, where you're not like actively trying to fatigue, but you like threaten the fatigue. Where you're like, hey, I'm going to play the game, but if you give me the chance to put cards in front of cards, I will. If you let me gain life, I will. I don't need to actually win the game if you're going to piss away your deck.
Yeah, and oh man, that Techno Core as well, the priority window. Looks like they've moved past it, so no Arclight Sentinel in response to that. It's good news if you're a fan of Drop over here.
Another fairly powerful card. Twin Drive heading to the bin, although with a number of max Vs and high octanes that have already hit the bin as well.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure Twin Drive is all that powerful anymore.
Yeah, you need like a backup protocol to get back the 1 max V in your yard and have the Twin Drive. It's a bit much. You might honestly be happy to see that go.
So instead it's just going to be Breakpoint here, just 0 to 60. But as you said, Ponkich, every single one of these, terrifying. You let that 1 damage leak, you can get blown up by a boom grenade.
Yep.
You have 6 ward out there in the arena right now.
Yeah, breakpoints become a lot less impressive when your opponent has shields and ward 4 as well. So, Jop still looking for crank items off the top to play these Tomes of Fyendel that he has. But,
I'm surprised we're not just giving up the Angel here.
Spectral Shield being committed here. Uses the resources, found a boom grenade off the top, and that's big in terms of action points here.
Yep. Now we can play
We're getting a chance to
get those action points and go wide enough to potentially trigger this boom grenade.
Put 4 in front of 4.
This hand has the potential to get real explosive, Ponkich, but I just want to say that deck's getting thin. You know you're always facing this clock when you're playing Dash IO, and if you go ahead and Tome of Fyendel here, I think you really need to demand that you close the game this turn. And it is Tome of Fyendel from Arsenal coming with that life gain as well.
We commended Drop on his aggressive digging earlier and how he got paid off for he found those items from the aggressive digging.
Spark of Genius? Question mark? No, that's a heist. Spark of Genius, heist were the draws.
Yeah. So with only 1 action point remaining, you would have to spark for a crankable item. Something like Backup Protocol could bail him out, find him exactly what he needs, especially once you get to this thin deck size. You'd be overloaded on resources and fewer red cards.
Oh, yeah,
so
true.
Spark of Genius for Backup Protocol could bail you out.
That's fair.
So he's doing just checking, finding possible targets for Backup Protocols.
This hand appears to be very resource rich, so I think that Spark of Genius could really unlock with the help of Backup Protocols and check.
Does Heist say hit a hero? Can we heist the angel? It does say hit a hero. Okay, never mind.
Checking to make sure any spark targets would still be in the deck at this point.
Mm-hmm. And one very
that would have been
way
a good
to
play.
ensure your red boom grenade hits is if you manage to resolve a maximum velocity on that turn. So Spark of Genius, you have to wonder, Job is thinking we can resolve a maximum velocity off of it.
We kick things off here with a heist.
Mm-hmm.
It is a red heist, going to be boosted. We know we're safe at this point.
Very, very scary on hit is this heist. However, Matthew Folks already insulated from it just from what's on the board. There's Ward 5 on the board right now. So heist will not be hitting here.
Going to have to choose very carefully where to apply this ward, where to apply cards from hand.
Mm-hmm.
Every decision.
Can we tell what color that boom grenade is? I can't.
Every point of value out of your hero to make up for that lower life total. The no blocks you deal with. There's a lot of power in Prism. There's a lot of hurdles.
I guess it doesn't matter, right?
That Spark of Genius.
Like, even blue boom grenade is lethal here, right? Like, literally, a point of damage is lethal right now, so... Biggest disappointment from the Pro Tour? Probably the food in the area. So like, I think Amsterdam is probably the nicest area we've had a major in. A lot of the other areas that we've had majors in were not great either. Just shitty areas, didn't feel safe, just like armpits of America. I really liked Amsterdam. You felt safe going out at night. You know what I mean? Like, and the general vibe of the area was very relaxed and low key, which makes sense based on where it's Amsterdam. But the food and the price of everything was not good. Everything. So like, you're not tipping in Europe. But then the price of food was still more for what it was than I would have paid in America, including the tip for America. But then the food itself wasn't that good. So it's like, I'm paying more for something that's not that good. And it wasn't like any of it was bad. It's just not... For how much I'm spending, like $40 a meal or something like that, like I'd expect my food to be good. Like, I'm glad that I traveled across the world to eat this meal type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I got to experience something from a different place. This was good. None of that. Best thing I had the entire weekend was lamb at one place and the ice cream every single night. Though I will say the ice cream did not agree with me. I was having a bit of lactose intolerance that weekend. It was my body was not happy with me. Other than that, no. With the Pro Tour itself, well-run event. You guys heard my complaints about the meta. I guess there was that one round that went in an hour into overtime. That was shitty, but I get it. The weird situation. The glare was annoying. It's all little shit. It was nothing that was like, I can't believe X, Y, and Z. They did a good job running the event, and they always do a good job running these events. Fab runs some of the best tournaments in the entire TCG market. I can't actually complain. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm complaining about shit at Fab events, it's all nitpicking. I'm not looking to nitpick. It's not like fucking Battle Spirits where... God, I never even did that story time. Holy shit, I never did that story time on Battle Spirits. Wow. I should do that. That was the worst run event I've ever been to in my entire life. I can't actually ever complain about an event after that one, just because everything pales in comparison to that. I'll tell you one cursed thing. One cursed thing from that event. So we get to Top Cut, and it became abundantly clear that they had no idea how to actually run a Top Cut. They pair top, I think it was 32, runs normally, pair top 16, runs normally. They get to top 8, and I might be flipping the order of this, but they do something kind of like this where they run top 8, but they pair it as if they paired another round of Swiss. So it's going to check who you would be paired against normally if a round of Swiss was run right now, based on who you've already played, your record, and all those types of things. And they're like, the players are like, no, what are you guys doing? So then they go back and they try to repair. They figure it out after a while. They repair it as a fresh round of Swiss, as if no one had played against anyone yet, and it just put first versus second, third versus fourth, fifth versus... No. How do you guys not know how to run a top cut? And I think... Oh, wait, maybe it was top 16 they did this other one. I think one of them they paired it and it was random pairings. It just didn't care about who you'd been paired into already. Something like that. It was so... It was just like, how do you not know how to do this? It took them an hour to pair top 8. I'm not kidding you. An hour to pair the round. You just get a piece of paper and you go 1, 8, 2, 7. It's not rocket science. I had infinite curse stories like that. Maybe one day I'll do story time. I think I still have it all written on my phone somewhere. Yeah, exactly, Tim. Yeah, they told Tyler Horsepool that he called Judge, wanted to go take a pee in the middle of the round. They told him that if he wanted to go to the bathroom, he could take a game loss. This is such a clown event. It took them... It was like 4 to 6 months to actually even pay me out for the event. So dumb. And the game itself was bad. It was French vanilla magic, but everything has haste.
Matthew folks ended up deciding to let go of that Ward 5.
And it is going to get backup protocol red. Knew it was on top.
Yep.
Already used the Dash.io ability, has to go search for it this way.
Yep. And, you know, having used the Dash.io ability means that other Tome of Fendel in this...
That's what Tyler was joking. He was just like, I guess next time I have to go to the bathroom, I'll just piss my pants.
And you have to wonder if that's just going to be a resource card this turn.
Feels like a resource card, for sure.
Draw from the Sparkling just draws into a zipper. It can't tell what color that is, but...
I don't know that there's a bad color here, Pankaj. I feel like we're reaching the point where Max B very much in range.
Yep.
Regardless of what we find here, should we have the right combination of resources? We do still have Tekla, Foundry Heart.
This is second boost, right? It was boost, card and shield, boost, angel shield. So 1 boost. So we need $1, $2, $3, $4 to play the Max V. We could heart to gain a resource. So, and we have a yellow in our hand. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that right there, the yellow from the tome, plus what we have floating, plus heart pays for Max V. So long as the other 2 cards are boost, plus card that pitches to play the boost, we can Max V here.
At the ready, a resource already floating. Looks like a heist was the additional draw.
So, yeah, it depends what color that zipper hit is.
It just doesn't matter, right? You just zipper hit. I guess technically the heist is better, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's the same thing. You spend all your money, so you get to go heist, chest, crack, pick up, play. Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't need to be that complicated.
Dead.
Maybe you just go ahead and get these breakpoints over and over. And now with that ward cleared, that's going to potentially offer enough.
Yeah, he's dead.
Soul Shield on Matthew Fox's hand, I believe, gonna be pretty effective at dealing with something that is heist. But is that 2 no blocks I see, or just 1? I definitely see an Angelic Wrath.
There's just like no way to survive this.
Okay,
round.
no, the other card blocks 3. But if Ja manages to pull off the maximum velocity here, we'd probably just see game, not only because of the boom grenade, but
I don't even think you have to go that far. You can just go zipper hit into go get a 0 to 60, and I think that's problematic for Falks. I don't know how you clear that.
Goes and activates Foundry Heart. 2 floating, that's just nice for backup protocol. Let's see what he picks up with it. Has boosted 3 times this turn.
Yeah, but it is the max velocity. We do have the resources for it. Zipper hit going to get that one back.
And Matthew Fox just seeing his life flash before his eyes right now.
That one max V put in work this game. It popped the first Herald of the game and attacked twice.
He says, "Yep, those are 3 boost cards if I've ever seen them."
Mm-hmm. Stolen 1 Gauntlet. Rapture doesn't block unless you pay into it. 3 block. Boom Grenade as well. You have to block 10 completely.
I don't see it. I think the numbers are too big.
14 damage being presented here.
And that's going to do it. That's going to get the handshake from Matthew Fox. And Jop has taken down the Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour top 8 competitor, one of the absolute greats of
League Bravo list that some people were theorizing could exist and could win in this metagame. But that's kind of all I saw from that. Everyone's saying, in theory, it could.
A lot of theory, but you know what, Pankaj, I can tell you, this is theory in practice. That is, in fact, a fatigue.
All right. What do you guys want to do? I think it's either finish out day 1 Swiss and then stream again later for day 2, or skip the draft, go to day 2 and start watching the CC games from day 2, and then come back and do the draft games later. What are you guys more interested in watching, the CC or the draft? Can I make a poll? Is that how this works? Oh, I can make a poll! Oh god, did I just break it? Okay, what do you guys want to do? That's 1 for day 2. Nobody wants to watch the draft. Sheesh. Okay, I think I can end the poll at 8 people saying all CC. Okay. I actually usually don't like watching the drafts, but this is like the one format that I wouldn't have minded watching it. This is the best draft format they've ever made. I think the draft portion is like really interesting. Oh, actually, I should just double check they didn't post any backup games.
Piloted by Joel Grizel, I want to say, Foreign Bravo, you have to wonder, is that the fabled Fatigue Bravo list that some people were theorizing could exist and could win in this metagame? But
no, okay. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, you're not gonna get me on board with that, bucko. Fuck Blitz. I played Blitz for the first time yesterday. One of my friends dragged me to an armory, and it was Blitz. I don't know how, but somehow Blitz got worse than the last time I played it. I was just like... And that's enough Blitz for 1 year for me. I played my once-a-year Blitz, never to play it again. What I think of the armory decks, I think they're a really good product. I really like them, like, conceptually as a product. I don't know how the accessibility for players has been. I don't know on that. Assuming that's fine, then I don't have any complaints there. I think the cards in them have been okay. Could be better. Could be worse. I think the price point on them is acceptable. I would prefer them to be a smidgen cheaper. What's the MSRP on them? Is it like 40? Whatever the MSRP actually is, it feels like a $35 to $40 product to me. Okay. And that's fine. I think it's a good product. I wish there were a few more reprints in them. Like, I kind of wish the Azalea one came with a codex. That card's kind of getting out of hand. This is a really good place for them to put reprints. Maybe one of them could have come with Warmongers. I'm not expecting them to be, like, out-of-the-box playable for, like, a ProQuest or something. It's getting hot in here, so I'm going to put my AC on. Let me know if it's bugging you guys. Yeah, I don't really have any complaints with the product. It's a not for me product, but I'm not the intended audience. Like, the purpose of this product is to onboard new players, and it seems like a decent product for that. I know when I was starting, if these existed, I probably would have bought one to start playing the game. I think I would prefer that they do heroes that match the set that is coming out in some way. So it could be like, hey, here's this Bolton deck, and Dusk Till Dawn just came out. Go buy product from the new set to fill out your deck. But that's nitpick. It's whatever. Use your eyeballs, buy the right product. I don't know what to tell you. This is a guy that won the whole thing, right? Shoma?
It's suddenly the entire fridge just blocks 3. And into KO as well, another hero known.
Bartosz, what's the natural predator of the boar? That's whatever we gotta call him.
To have a very, very effective fridge. And Scalper is going to come in very, very handy. And Spider's Bite as well. Now, Zuri doesn't have access to Mistblade, of course, but Spider's Bite plus Scale Peel, the perfect dagger loadout for Brutes.
Taking
Well, the point of the product was supposed to be the deck, like, you have no misses, right? So if that's what they wanted, then not including Blood Rush makes sense. I don't know if I agree with that choice, but that was what they were going with. They're literally not immune. You got smushed. They now have 1. Shoma's the natural predator of boars.
things off with that Spider's Bite. Also in the leg slot for Azuri, we see the Black Tech Whisperers. You know, the Azuris have waffled back and forth on exactly what will be the appropriate tool there. We've seen a bunch of Snapdragons in the past, but it's just going to be Black Tech this go around. I wonder if there's some more contracts in this Azuri list. Really no idea what to expect. What does a metagame Azuri list look like right now, Pankaj? Nobody knows the answer to that except for Shoma Yamamura.
So Shoma attacking Francesco on turn 0, something a lot of Flesh and Blood players avoid to not let your opponent filter, but KO can get value going second into you by discarding cards like the Mighty Windup that we see. So Shoma recognizing that, saying, I'm just going to hit you, maybe I catch you with a bunch of no blocks, and maybe I get some damage in. Didn't quite get that, but critically didn't let Francesco get free value by letting him discard any of his windups.
Yeah, I like that decision. Going to kick things off here with the Bear Fang
like
for Francesco coming in for 8. A hand loaded with blues for Shoma here.
And I believe Arsenal is sink below, I believe, on that turn 0. And we see some of those blue stealth attacks that, you know, people thought were, in a sense, meant for new, but showing up in Shoma's hand over here. Persuasive Prognosis and a Bonds of Agony, I believe.
Yeah, these are powerful.
We actually considered Azuri for a minute for the PT when we were testing. We just didn't like the gem roulette that it had. But it's funny to see someone else actually, like, continue the idea.
Powerful options. And for Azuri.
There's a very cute thing you can do at Bonds of Agony as well. If you start with it on the combat chain, you can activate Azuri, banish a card face down, but not swap it in with Azuri's effect.
Well, like, it's supposed to be power level of, like, kitchen table magic level power, if that makes sense. Like, it's not... You're not supposed to have that competing against, like, Pro Tour level decks. It's just... The job of it is you're supposed to be able to pick it up, start playing the game, and start learning the mechanics of the game. Like, you just want the product to function. Not... You don't want it to have failure points built into the deck. Because that's going to lead you to go, well, this game sucks. My whole turn bricked on me or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, the power level of that is obviously low, but that's not the point of the product.
And that is one of the 3 reactions to turn on your Bonds.
I'm not defending that. I'm not saying that's what I want the power level of the product to be, but I'm trying to say, like, that is what their intent was.
a very, very neat little interaction that Uzuri players like Shoma definitely know and definitely will take advantage of.
I'm going to give you a second one, Ponkage. How about just attacking with a different stealth card and swapping in the bonds? Also, that Uzuri ability counting for an attack reaction, whether the bonds is already in play or not, it just checks on the chain link. So you go ahead and do that. You pop your Flick Knives, you pop your Black Tech Whispers, and then all of a sudden you have an activated bonds out of nowhere. That is extremely, extremely problematic to deal with.
That's definitely an advantage that Uzuri somewhat has over Nu, that she has all these equipment pieces that cause her... Nu has access to it too, but she doesn't typically run it. But stuff like the Black Tech, even Mask of Perdition, which you don't see here, but Black Tech, Flick Knives, all these zero-cost attack reactions just let you hide what you're trying to do even better.
Shoma finds a clean block here, going to commit that Black Tech Whispers early on, does have the Sync below out of arsenal, passes on the Sync though, and kicks things off with Persuasive Prognosis.
Is he a Komodo dragon then? Those have, Komodo dragons will kill you from the infection from their bite, right? That would make sense for an assassin to do that.
And just put yourself in Francesco's seat for a second. This is so challenging to deal with. This card in and of itself, a bit of a nightmare. But what happens when it can be just anything? It can be literally anything. Are there attack reactions in hand? Are there 6 power attacks? How do you defend when you're in Francesco's seat?
You hope you have a Nofia, and then you just banish your hand in response.
Sounds like the best option right now.
Other than that, it is so incredibly difficult to deal with these assassin, little pesky 1-power things. You can block it, but Uzuri, of course, does run Shred, unlike Nu, and I wonder if some players have almost forgotten of that card. You've been practicing against Nu a whole bunch. Might have gotten a Shred is definitely a very real card that exists that Uzuri does run.
How many games of practice do you
think
man,
I wish
Francesco
I got one of the
Uzuri going into this Pro Tour?
I'd be surprised if it's more than 2, to be honest. A lot of Uzuri was not on many people's radar, and Shoma showing us that it definitely should have been.
It's a huge advantage that Shoma will have throughout these remaining.
I wish that I got Uzuri and Riptide during the event. Those were 2 decks that I have so many reps into for no reason. Where I would have been like, you're not tricking me. I know all of your tricks.
Rounds just playing against players who don't have experience against this archetype. It is going to be a win here on the Clash for Francesco. These Clash of Might so valuable for these KOs now, especially when it comes to the Zen matchup. I think just getting over those armor humps that are presented. And here you see an Uzuri reaction. It is going to be Surgical Extraction swapped in here, and that's going to break over the threshold and have that disruptive effect. Kick things off with a banish. Critically, blue, silver. That matters a lot, Ponkage. Those Black Tech Whisperers, they're a very, very real card here, and I think a couple pieces of silver can go a long way.
Just take the
resource
resource
card.
card.
There's yet another juicy blue in Francesco's hand that Shoma can take out and then get a second piece of silver. And that's exactly
going to take it. Yeah, and this is such a huge advantage, Ponkage. Being able to go again a second time from those Black Tech Whisperers. We talked about how those attack reactions can benefit with things like bonds, but just the go again, very, very important for Uzuri. Kind of an action point start hero.
Second piece of block as well, and that cannot be understated when you buy back the Black Tech Whisperers.
Here's a big Command and Conquer coming in for 8 on the back of those mites.
Does have 2 block on the balance. This is not the sort of
felt like who's the perfect audience.
Them in on something like a Blood Rush turn, but CNC for 8 is the breakpoint is so juicy. But can you capitalize on the rest of the hand?
I think it all depends whether you want to play a 2-card hand or a 3-card hand. Like those are the 2 options you have available to you. You can go 2 cards and the balance, or you can go 3 cards.
You feel like you're the perfect audience
for Uzuri. Can play both of those modes extremely well.
I disagree. Like you know how to play the game. You've been playing the game. The audience for the deck is intro level to the game. Like someone introduces you to the game, and then that person asks, "What should I buy?" That's like a really common thing that I get with a lot of new players. I teach a lot of new players to the game. I get a lot of new players that come through, and they go, "Hey, I like this game. Now what? What do I buy?" I can't point at a Blitz deck and tell them to buy that. That product's dog shit. It's just completely useless. It's literally 40 draft cards. They can't bring that to our CC Armory. They can't do anything with it. They can't even buy 2 and jam them together. It's just not a legal deck. And it doesn't do anything for their collection either. This, they can buy it. They can then come to the Armory next week. Even if it's not good enough, they can still play the game. They can play the game. And then they have unique game pieces that they have that they can then trade with other players that don't have these cards because they didn't buy this intro level product, and then build out their collection from there. I think it's a really good intro level product. Could it be better? Sure. Could it be cheaper? Sure. I don't know their logistics as far as where the price can fall. I don't know. That's not for me to say. It feels like it should be $35 to me, but that's a gut feeling thing on the quality of the cards. I wouldn't mind if they had a few more Majestics in them, but I think my only actual complaint about the product so far is in the KO one, the gloves. Instead of the gloves I really wish they gave us new boots. I really wish they just gave us boots that disincentivize people from playing scab skins. Like, literally just give us Apex Bonebreaker, but in the boot slot, and they make an agility instead. Great! Like, give people a reason to not play scabs. Because if they're not going to ban it, print an alternative that people are actually going to fucking play. Don't point at, the fuck is it called? Beaten trackers and say that's the alternative. No, that's not an alternative. That card's terrible. And the other thing with like a card like that, the play pattern a lot of the times with scabs is your opponent will try blocking pretty aggressively, and then put you in a spot where you have to roll because you didn't draw the action point card. If your action points coming from your boot require you to block and your opponent is also blocking, it punishes you for, drawing a hand that actually doesn't block, and you can't just roll out of it. Or not that can't block, that can't play everything. So it plays better against the play pattern of Brute of how to punish them for just going crazy for multiple rounds in a row.
It's just about what works here. And you're not going to face a lot of disruption from this KO. In general, you're pretty safe putting the balance out here. You're only worried about things like send, packing, command, and conquer, really. So I could see committing the balance here, but if your hand just doesn't line up, yeah, put 3 cards in front of it. That's fine.
Uzuri has somewhat of a similar problem as Nu, that once you force cards out of the Uzuri's hand or the Nu's hand, you can either read their disruption almost perfectly or know that they just don't really have disruption. I believe that's what we're going to see. Just going to be looking for a scrap coming out of Shoma, so no disruption, at least seemingly. It could be like a leave no witnesses in Arsenal potentially, but the disruption has... The ceiling of disruption has definitely reduced to a very, very manageable amount, and that is one of those things you have to do against these pesky assassins. While they love to disrupt you, they hate being disrupted on their side as well, because so much of disruption lies on hidden information, and to do that, you need cards in hand.
We are taking the go again here. Look, there's plenty of 1-power blues in the graveyard at this point. I don't think this is necessarily a tell, but it is a nice piece of deception that you're able to offer.
I don't hate this.
Cause Francesco to at least consider the possibility
We're not getting disrupted.
Of attack coming out of Arsenal.
Go time.
But I believe we've just passed here on Shoma.
Get your value while you can.
Up, and the turn passes back to Francesco. So slow and steady in the early turns. Until now, Blood Rush Bellow. Time to go ahead
that pitch is
and
interesting.
Juice this turn up a little bit.
And Francesco also went ahead and blocked with the Savage Sash as well, so well set up to cash that in should you want to after he sees what he draws from his Blood Rush. Starting off pitching a yellow to do this, not exactly where you want to be, but sometimes against its assassins, if you see the opening, you have to take it, because if you just park that in Arsenal, you don't know if you're going to be able to resolve it eventually. It might just get blown up.
Unlucky.
Red card pitched here, though critically, Ponkage. No fear.
So Francesco is sporting those no fears, but Shoma will be very happy to see a red card pitch, but Francesco could be bailed out here. That was a random draw off the top with a wild ride. Could be a blue, and if we discard something else, like a non-blue.
Swing big here.
So did he draw a random blue off the top, or did he draw that swing big? There's a chance he gets bailed out a little bit. Critically, Balance of Justice is turned on Shoma's side. Let's see if he wants to cash it in here. Typically, if you see your opponent have a bit of a weaker Blood Rush turn, you might just hold it for the second or the third Blood Rush. You know those will be coming.
I think that's especially true when you're Uzuri. You just don't benefit from having those massive 5-6 card hands. They're not super essential for how you operate. So in many cases, you just kind of want to guarantee this value from the balance. But with Uzuri, I think the question is much more nuanced, and I could totally see Shoma passing on it in this case.
You also have to be wary of something like a send packing, coming at the end of this chain. You still don't know whether your opponent drew a blue off the top randomly. So you have to be worried about that, because that send packing would be coming in for 8. And that's something you have to think about always against these brutes now that they have access to more disruption.
It is just going to be a claw to round out the turn. It was another red there drawn by Francesco, so a bit of a miss on his part, just coming in for 5. Balance of Justice was committed to the defense. He did not get committed to the card draw.
A bit of a lucky break from Shoma, but once again, it just shows you the sort of pressure you are under when you're against these disruptive decks. You cannot just park the Blood Rush in Arsenal and wait for the perfect blue to be able to pitch for it, because every time you Arsenal against an assassin, that Arsenal's just at risk of getting blown up. So Francesco went for the Blood Rush that didn't draw the resources, having honestly a very, very weak Blood Rush turn. That was just 8 damage of a Wild Ride, 5 damage of a Claw, 13 damage Blood Rush. Not what you want, especially when you kept all those cards.
And we are going to use the Balance of Justice here, and it brings a Leave No Witnesses to the table. So more information to make this blocking decision. Looks like wants to play with the 3 cards available already, turning that Leave No Witnesses sideways, committing it to the defense. Just going to leak a little bit of damage. 2 damage comes through, but a 3-card hand for the clapback in the hands of Shoma.
Leave No Witnesses not ideal when your opponent went off and Arsenal had to pitch those reds for that claw, but that is the first Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal in Graveyard, and there's a sneaky card called Codex of Frailty, which definitely wants you to have Arsenal Disruption available in that Graveyard. So that Leave No Witnesses there, just used for defense, but represents a lot more later down the game.
Kicking things off here with a Bonds of Agony, and we mentioned how easy it is for Uzuri to go ahead and turn this one on. I also want to point out, these stealth cards are so threatening, and when you activate Uzuri, they don't go away. They go to the bottom of your deck, and that means in second cycle, you remain so powerful. You can pitch deck effectively in a lot of instances, set up Bonds with maybe some further attack reactions, so a lot of options available here for
I love
Uzuri.
The card
options,
movement.
There's 2 relatively costless attack reactions just on the board right now. The Black Tech, when you already have the 2 silver, basically a free Black Tech activation. Uzuri on her hero ability, free attack reaction activation. So Francesco has to be thinking, is one of the 2 cards just the 3rd attack reaction that Shoma needs to turn this on?
Yeah, I would argue that Flick Knives kind of belongs in that category as well. Just going to be an Uzuri activation here. It's going to bring a Death Touch alongside of it. So raising up above that blocking threshold, that means more disruption potentially coming in the form of Blood Rot Puck. So no, we're going damage here for Shoma.
Not opting for the Inertia token, saying, you know what, you might be able to use 3 cards, so just take this Blood Rot, take an extra 2 damage. And
reasonable call.
Just that fork that Bonds of Agony presented, you know, that was a piece of armor taken out from Francesco's side, and that armor is a very valuable resource when you're against these assassin decks.
I hate
That's what Assassin's all about, right? Making you.
Can you guys see my mouse?
Making you make subtle misplays and gaining progressive value from them.
I hate the location of the graveyard
whittling away your
and stuff.
defenses, whittling away your offensive options, and just benefiting from good decision making on the side of the assassin.
Speaking of whittling away offensive options, though, Shoma not happy with his CNCs repeatedly coming for well.
I do something like that too.
Definitely
usually.
not
I do this
when you're holding onto what looks like a defense reaction in the form of that Fate Foreseen. Bit of an awkward hand for Shoma, but Francesco, I mean, props to him for just playing so patiently. He went for a bit of the risky Blood Rush line.
Spin my card on the table while they're thinking.
But his life total is still very happy over here.
This is what KO's so good at, right? Playing this kind of mid-range-ish game. We almost forget a little bit because he has fallen out of the meta, but this is a very impressive deck. A lot of varying game plans and explosiveness available to KO. And just going to block with a single card here, preserve a little bit of life, but Command and Conquer is going to hit. It's going to clear out that arsenal. Just a yellow isolate, not a huge deal here.
And we spoke so much about the disruption that Assassin presents, but Francesco, the first one in this game to have, well, I guess that was a surgical over there, but first one to blow up an Arsenal over here. Not something you would have expected when you came into an Uzuri versus KO matchup, but Francesco just showing the power of KO as well. However, critically, has gone off an Arsenal here, and Shoma has a Codex in his hand with that Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard that he put there earlier.
Yeah, pretty exciting opportunity here. If there is a problem, it is probably that Fate Foreseen also in hand. Could do something like double pitch into a Spider's Bite and then play the Codex. Not super efficient, but it does work. I also think there's a lot of merit in just going ahead and Arsenal the D-React and firing off the Command and Conquer.
Double pitch into the Bite is kind of yikes with the bag on the table. You just end up having a 3-card 1.
Not only will be pitching to Res for Dagger not something you really want to do, it is also quite telegraphed, because Shoma did let his Arsenal get blown up for this, and if you just see your opponent let the Arsenal get blown up and then pitch 2 Reds for a Dagger,
yeah,
a player like Francesco's caliber knows what's coming.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very clear, but what are you going to do? What is the upside of knowing what's going to happen? It's still going to happen to you.
True, and especially with the Skill Killer coming in, there's going to be no efficient way for you to block that Leave No Witnesses.
Absolutely.
And you see Francesco already checking the graveyard, trying to see what's going to come at him from the Codex of Frailty, realizing still behind with the Scale Peel over here. He's going to need to give 2 cards.
It's so hard getting bag value
to the Codex as well.
Yeah, Cash it. And congrats, you know what's happening. What are you going to do about it? That is the question.
Well, okay, so you could flesh bag. But
yes,
I don't think that gets you anywhere. Like you could do that. It's a legal play you could make.
I think Shoma would be very happy if he sees a flashback go right here, unless Francesco has a power turn in his hand.
Sure. There is a world where your hand is good enough where you just want to protect, but no, the Scale Peeler is going to hit. And Francesco certainly knows what is coming next. It is Codex of Frailty. It's going to get back the Leave No Witnesses. Ponder token made. Frailty out there for Francesco. I think I haven't read the card, but I'm pretty sure that's
So actually, we know he's running No Fear, and there's a very cute thing you can do in response to Codex, where if you just No Fear your entire hand away, you don't need to discard.
Very true.
If we had that No Fear, that could have been a very punishing Codex for Shoma over there, because you effectively just gave your opponent an arsenal, because you don't need to discard, and the No Fear will prevent the on-hit Leave No Witnesses as well. So
we have seen one pitch as well, and Shoma's aware that that's going to be a potential option, but I wonder, like, how many No Fears do you think your opponents are bringing in against you? First of all, most of them only play 2 most of the time.
I think 2 is the limit.
I'm not sure that necessarily you want to jam your decks full of No Fears. Like, one option seems pretty reasonable to me, so I agree with going for the play here. Even if they are maxed at 2, it still feels like the odds are in your favor to execute.
Francesco taking a moment to decide what he wants in his arsenal from this Codex of Frailty. Already been such a tight mid-rangey game. It's been, 15 minutes into the game. Both players' life total still high, and we have seen a Blood Rush. We're seeing a Codex now. Power cards from both sides coming in, but both players just showing us how effective these decks are at this mid-range game plan.
Francesco is going to go ahead and take Bear Fangs as the choice. Discards a Wrecker Romp for that. Leave no witnesses comes in. Going to go ahead and commit the Scabskins there.
Which was only blocking for 1 thanks to that Scale Peeler.
Was enough in that case.
But slowly the armor getting whittled down. That is a game state that Shoma needs to progress towards. Get the KO to not having armor so that these on-hits can start going through. He's progressed that very, very effectively. Just a flashback left and 1 piece of block each on the Bonebreaker and the Scabskins. Not counting Savage Sash in that because that's, he wants
probably
to
doing something else. Yeah, if you have to block with the Savage Sash and trigger the Temper, something's gone a little bit wrong. It's not your ideal game state. So taking things off with Agile Wind up here.
Might be being pitched.
Being pitched, yep.
We know he has a Bear Fangs in Arsenal. I mean, when we speak about mid-rangey game plans, Bear Fangs from KO pretty much the best thing you can do.
It's going to be Wild Ride instead from hand, so he wants to go ahead and pass that Bear Fangs to a future turn.
Probably trying to dodge
true.
The
flick is pretty good into...
He's not going to be using the Go again.
No fear.
Wild Ride.
Yeah, you do want to get as much value as possible when you are playing KO. Looks like Isolate Codex of Frailty is the hand for Shoma. That
I love the pile
hero
of really fucking beat up unsleeved tokens under the Azuri
ability.
Blue Isolate, just 1 power dominate, and yet it is so incredibly threatening.
And it's going to get the flesh back here, and I think that's a massive win for Shoma because I don't think there was actually a swap here. If I read the hand correctly, it was Codex of Frailty.
Oh!
Just a nick here. Just offering a bit of damage.
Yep, so critically didn't get IP'd at least, so, at least the flashback just sort of denied a potential swap, potential disruption.
This is kind of the state that Shoma was playing to. I think even without the flashback, I think this turn actually goes the exact same way.
So he must be happy to have bought out the flashback right here. Now he can play what I like to call a post-flashback game where you just feel so much freer after opponent has committed a flashback. Of course, if you survive what looks to be a 5-card Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Yep, dangerous spot to be in.
Ooh, Wild Ride getting discarded to a Blood Rush. Francesco might not be happy about that. Something KO can struggle with is going wide enough on a Blood Rush turn because they only have that single claw. Cards like Wild Ride, cards like Pulping really help you for that. And we know his arsenal's a Bear Fangs, not a go-again attack. So question is whether he can actually convert his hand effectively without needing to roll Scabskins.
Yeah, it could be a Scabskins turn if that was in fact critical to getting wide enough. Going to kick things off, of course, with Mandible Claw coming in for 5.
I believe it should be... I think he had a Might to start this turn since the previous turn was a Wild Ride, so...
there's one represented out there in the arena, so you should be correct on it.
It should be recreated from the Blood Rush as well.
Fate Foreseen going to be committed to the defense here.
Oh, Scabskins roll time.
Scabskin time, all right. It's the first one I've presided over today. What is the roll? It's off the table. I have no idea.
I love the way he did that.
6.
Oh!
Okay, so this turn is completely unlocked in terms of action points. And that's bad news for Shoma.
And with that, are we going to see a Savage Sash break here, Brian? Because,
yeah, reaching for the Savage. This is the ceiling.
It's go
this is as good as it gets for a KO. Absolutely pushing out the damage now. Bear Fangs coming through.
He didn't even have any more blues to fund the turn. There's a yellow pitch in there to play out this Bear Fangs, but still has 2 action points remaining, and the Savage Sash discounting everything. We're able to see some incredible damage come out from this KO, and the balance of justice already gone from Shoma's side.
Huge Scabskins roll there. Exactly when it was needed. Bear Fangs coming.
I will say I don't like the opponent rolling for his own thing on that, but that's a minor thing.
In, representing a truckload of damage coming in for 10. And if you're Shoma, you're just giving up your hand here, trying to get away as low cost as possible. Command and Conquer committed to the defense, but you're not done yet. There's more offense coming from this KO. Falls to 24, and Clash of Might is the follow-up here.
So can the KO use the last action point? Do they have a 1 cost? Specifically run Roughshod.
That's what you're looking for here. That's the, again, absolute ceiling of this turn.
Does he have it? Oftentimes, KO struggle to use all 3 action points, looking like an Arsenal here.
He's going to go to Arsenal. It's a small sigh of relief. However, for Shoma, I think the best possible card in Arsenal here. It is a Codex of Frailty, if I recall correctly. Also have Tunic up, Death Touch in the graveyard, so there's a very powerful option available. There is the Codex.
Let's see what the pick is here. Leave no wins is probably, not ideal when your opponent still has the 1 block remaining. And you called it, Brian.
It's going to be the Death Touch. Yeah, and that clears
Death
the
Touch.
Spring Tunic. And coming in 4/6 is this Death Touch. Of course, that Arsenal will be refreshed by the Ponder.
Oh, no one gets that
next
joke
turn
here.
Blunted a little bit.
We were in Discord one night and shadowing Yuanji playing games of something. I don't remember. It was some assassin a while back. And I think it was like me and Lucas. We're just like, Yuanji, why did you make this play? This doesn't make any sense. And he just goes, Death Touch. And it was just, his entire reason for the play was just Death Touch. No other explanation given, just card name. Says Death Touch, doesn't elaborate, leaves. Giga Chad.
By the Frailty.
Incredibly efficient play, the Codex of Frailty with that tuning still up. And this, again, showcasing a difference between Uzuri and Nu. Nu, not quite able to run the Death Touch. A bit awkward when you don't have Uzuri's hero ability to just swap it in. Can only be played from Arsenal as a 2-block to boot as well. But Uzuri, with that hero ability, able to play cards like Death Touch and able to capitalize on them with Codex of Frailty as well. It's a very, very strong card that Nu doesn't quite have access to.
Both players having a look at the graveyard. Those cards remaining going to become important. On Francesco's side, 2 Blood Rush Bellows already used. A lot of equipment already used. Savage Sash down, counters on Apex Bonebreaker and Scabskin Leathers. For Shoma, Black Tech Whisperers does have a counter, but we have a rebuy coming in the near future, we know.
This is definitely still an extremely, extremely close game. On Shoma's side as well, 2 Codexes gone as well. I would say Codex is almost like the Assassin's version of Blood Rush Bellow with how strong the card is.
Fair. Pulping the play here.
Not representing being able to use the action point from the popping, even if it does get the go again, if Shoma did not ponder into a defense reaction. It's still 7 power, refreshing the might. KO just doing the 2-card 8s back-to-back. Is holding onto an inertia trap. Very, very interesting piece of tech as well, and is live right now. This pulping is +1 damage from the might token.
Okay.
Inertia token could just effectively take a card from Francesco on defense.
Like I said, Pankaj,
Oh!
how would you go ahead? Look at the look on Francesco's face. How would you anticipate what Shoma is going to play? What does a stock Uzuri list look like? Nobody knows but Shoma, and these are the type of advantages that are going to be so critical as he continues these final rounds of Classic Constructed.
And it looks like he's 12 points behind right now, but as you point out, all the armor from Francesco's side, most of it already gone. Some power cards down as well, and Shoma right now coming in with Spider's Bite, 3 cards remaining to present disruption to Francesco.
First big hand Uzuri's played in quite a few turns now. Death Touch once more.
This time representing a potential black tech into something else as well.
Death Touch.
Yeah, and if you're in Francesco's seat, I'm asking myself, where are the attack reactions? Where's the shadiness coming from hand? And it feels like defending this Death Touch is going to be very, very challenging for Francesco.
Although, at this point, it is a bit difficult for Francesco to read whether Shoma wants to black tech into something else because he attacked the dominate attack. And that was a Death Touch in Arsenal, so he doesn't know whether Shoma wanted to block a little more or whether he was forced to only block with 1 card.
Enough.
Bit of a difficult read, but...
So much nuance to Flesh and Blood, Pankaj. Just the deeper down the rabbit hole you go, the more impressive these players become. The things they have to consider on a turn-to-turn basis, the gambits, the bluffs, they're present on every single turn of the game. There's so much information to analyze. And Francesco going to go ahead and commit some more defensive options here.
That's a 3rd Blood Rush Bellow, Brian.
Interesting. So we are out of Blood Rush Bellows, and we have the Shred. Finally, Shred comes down, and it will guarantee the hit of this Death Touch. That's going to give another Blood Rot Pox. So again, just committed to this idea of damage.
I feel like on the KO side, we needed to stop respecting these Death Touches. Like, if the hand plays, just let him have his fucking 1 for 8. Who cares? Just play the game. Like, you're ahead 10 points. Just play the game. Just fucking kill him. If you just keep... So, like, this is the thing with Uzuri. Uzuri wants to force both players into playing small hands. If we go back and forth trading 2 cards for 2 cards over and over and over again, I'm probably going to fall behind as the Uzuri. But eventually, you're going to start running out of gas on the other side. And I'm going to keep having good 2-card hands. So you just need to just accept that you lose a trade that you could block and get more value on block, and just fucking play the game and kill the Uzuri. Just play your 5-card hand. Just take the Blood Rot. Who cares? It's not that deep. This just doesn't matter.
Shoma really looking to go ahead and try and get this game over with as soon as possible.
Shoma recognizing that the downside of Assassin is the numbers aren't great. So wants to match that with Blood Rot, but as we say that, Class Bone's coming in.
Yeah, this can make the numbers a little better, and it's a perfect Cast Bones. 6 hits on the Cast Bones. That means might and agility at the ready on this next turn.
And some solid red cards in that as well. CNC and Swing Big, both premium cards to follow up a Class Bones. If he draws even one of them, CNC for 12 with Go again, it's one of the dirtiest things you can do in this game.
This feels like a huge moment in this game. Francesco is set up for the future very well. Might
no
at 6,
Go again.
agility token at the ready. A
but
good
2 ways
hand
to get
drawn
claw
here
Go
could absolutely spell doom for Shoma. On Shoma's side,
but
you
he
have
has
faded the 3rd Blood Rush Bellow. If you can go ahead and get through this massive Cast Bones turn, maybe, just maybe, you're starting to push things in your favor.
Castbone's a very, very interesting pick for this KO list. We've seen a lot of KOs cut Castbones in favor of cards like No Fear for the Assassins and even Reckless Swing for the Enigmas. So to see Francesco still running this Castbones, very, very interesting, innovative deck building on his side as well.
What are the disruptive options here for Shoma? Can he find a way to pick apart Francesco's hand at a critical moment?
Never thought I would hear
Another thing he has
Castbones
to
being
consider is,
innovative.
can he empty his arsenal? Can he use all 5 cards? Because you know there's a potential for CNC for 12, which you may not be able to cover up. You know, there are some 2-blocks as Codex of Frailty and those Death Touches, and they're looking for scrap as well. So Shoma wants to empty his hand here so that the CNC just becomes 12 vanilla instead of 12 with on-hit destroy arsenal.
Looking for a scrap to kick things off. Very nice. Go again is found. That bodes well for being able to use all the cards here.
I believe that's a red pitch, though. It's not ideal.
I think you're right. I think you're looking at a red infect there.
So holding on to another Codex, while that's a very strong card, it does mean you will, end with an arsenal and
Infect it. Francesco's hand at its well. You are ready. A good
get. It's because you frailty as
bodes well for being able
deal.
I
Also,
think you're right. I think you're looking at a red infect there.
So holding on to another Codex, while that's a very strong card, it does mean you will, end with an arsenal and against the CNC, that can be really, really awkward. But Francesco may not have drawn it, to be fair. Those are 6 cards revealed. He's only drawing 4 of the 6. Could just be swing, but could just be more vanilla damage.
Really, really interesting turn here, Ponkic. It feels like the critical turn in this game thus far. 4 go again, the first offer. This is just vanilla damage. If you're in Francesco's seat, you have to wonder, do I just let this one go?
I sleep.
Especially when you have the agility as well.
If the hand is playable, I just
convert his hand offensively. But if you commit to blocks and you get disrupted after that, that would be a complete blowout. So wouldn't be surprised.
I might
if
even
Francesco
not
just say
block
no blocks over here.
disruption.
Thinking about Afflict Knives here, potentially making the way for some of those future attacks to connect.
So it looks like Francesco has declared no blocks. We under reactions over here. Shoma just doing some quick maths.
It is going to be Flick Knives throwing that Spider's Bite. This is such an interesting decision, Ponkic. This is so early in the game. You're going to play the rest of this game without that Spider's Bite. What kind of advantage are you garnering from this on-hit?
Shoma definitely gambling a little over here because with only a Scale Peeler left for the rest of the game and your opponent not even having any armor to speak of, just a 1 block on Apex Bronebreaker, that Scale Peeler almost just doesn't have text for the rest of this game.
No blocks on this effect, and it's going to go ahead and get the Black Tech Whisperers here, and that is going to give go again, and Blood Rot Hawks come through, and CNC as the Chain Ender. I think that was a near perfect Arsenal card, Ponkic.
With the Spider's Bite on hit as well. Now, I have to point out, Shoma actually left himself a little vulnerable to the Spider's Bite effect being used up on the Infect. Had Francesco blocked an attack on the Infect, he could have covered up the CNC with just 2 attacks cleanly. So Shoma did leave himself open a little bit with that Infect in the middle. Didn't get punished for it, though. Now Francesco needs to deal with the CNC with the Spider's Bite effect active.
Yeah, there were a lot of branching paths there, right? Because the defense there means maybe Black Textures don't get used. Maybe you come through the next turn, you take another counter gamble. That Command and Conquer was not drawn, but I think this went about as well as Shoma could have anticipated.
Yep, and also critically ending without an arsenal. Did not play that Codex of Frailty, not having any arsenal that could potentially get disrupted by the opponent's CNC. Very impressive damage numbers, honestly, coming out from Shoma over here. Not something you expect from Assassin. That was 5 from looking for a scrap, 5 from Infect once you count the Blood Rot as well, and then 6
If I can just play all 4 of my cards, I just play all 4 of my cards.
But impressive play for a region
you can have
that
my arsenal.
just hasn't had Flesh and Blood in its native
probably
language for
lethal
a very long
damage.
time. Of course, part the Mistveil, the first set printed in Japanese, the Japanese debut. And here we see an incredibly strong Japanese player already, Shoma Yamamura, showing exactly what that region is capable of.
Not even using an MST hero. Using some MST cards, but not using the MST hero, using an older Assassin.
And Command and Conquer is going to come through, and that brings Francesco down to 9 with a Blood Rot Pox on the table, and the Arsenal cleared. That Wild Ride pushed out of the Arsenal here.
6 mites pop at the start of the turn for Francesco. This is a swing big for 14 with go again.
Pretty big number.
Definitely quite large.
I believe the dice were ready for that. Just had 14 on demand.
Shout out to our production team for that one. I did not know dice go
I
that
don't
high.
think we're getting a Quicken token.
So 14 damage on offer here. Still cards at the ready. Action point at the ready. Francesco is at 9. Good correction of the life total there with the Blood Rot Pox out there in the arena.
Once again, Inertia Trap drawn by Shoma over here. Probably not going to be as effective. Even if it's just a claw follow-up, you can still just pay to the Blood Rot if you know you're under Inertia. So almost wonder whether he wants to Arsenal that Inertia instead. But of course, 14 damage is a lot. Might just want to convert it for just 3 block.
Looks like defense reaction in hand in the form of Sink Below. Bunch of 3 blocks as you would expect from Azuria, though there are those looking for a scrap out there, of course. 2 blocks as well, but Codex of Frailty, another 2 block on the whole. Assassin cards defend very, very well.
Total of 13 block available in hand for Shoma over here. Still not enough to cover up the swing big, and there's still 1 more action point after that.
I want to point out
I like just blocking and then getting an arsenal.
Spend some silver and get those Black Tech Whisperers back, and I think that's a really big deal, just getting access to that prevention once more.
Inertia token formed on the side of Francesco. Let's see whether that'll even affect him.
Can I point something out about those tokens? And maybe it's just our camera angle. They look worn to me. They look like the tokens of somebody who has moved them out from under Azuri about 1,000,000 times.
Or just keeps them in his wallet because he really loves those tokens.
Also possible.
Just hands them out to people. Looks like his Inertia token giving Francesco some pause. He seems to be a little, seems to be almost like he might want to change his play just based on the expression.
Yeah, maybe it was just going to be Claw. It is just going to be Claw here.
So, does have 2 floating, so you can just pay for Blood Rod and dodge the effect of the Inertia. But then, of course, then you're pitching a red to pay for Blood Rod. Not ideal, but at least...
You still challenge the Arsenal effectively. I think this Inertia actually paying pretty big dividends here.
So, there is, to some extent, a bit of anti-synergy when you're a class with as much Arsenal Disruption as Assassin. We see a Leave No Witnesses in his hand. If you already gave them the Inertia, the Leave No Witnesses doesn't really have an on-hit. So, there's a bit of anti-synergy, but you definitely are happy just to keep the KO on smaller hands.
Yeah, critically, is going to be able to lead with Bonds on this next turn, though, I believe, is Shoma, and does have access to 3 somewhat tricky reactions, and it's a huge cost. You give up your last dagger, you give up a Black Tech Whispers that hasn't defended yet, so I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the line, but you just get a lot more threat if you go ahead and lead with Bonds, and maybe you can force Francesco into some suboptimal decision, which is what Assassin is all about. We saw it with the Flesh Bag, and that's not to say Francesco does anything wrong. He's put in impossible positions time and time again where he really has to guess. That's what Azuri's so good at, making you guess over and over.
And that's the big thing over here. If he represents Bonds of Agony, Francesco might just be forced to block 5, and then he doesn't need to use those reactions, doesn't need to give up the last dagger or the Black Tech. Looking not to be able to play here, just going for the efficient 0 for 4. Over here is Shoma.
Makes sense. You can always go ahead and make this play next turn, assuming you survive. But look, no Arsenal on the hands of Francesco, no Blood Rush Bellow available. I think
I just would have set D reactants. Like, we know we're not getting a set here because of the Inertia token. Like, why do Leave No Witnesses and Inertia token? That just doesn't make sense.
Very, very reasonable to think you were going to be able to defend your way through this next turn.
Also want to point out, Francesco paid for the Blood Rod with a blue Mighty Wind-Up, so was able to instead discard the Wind-Up to dodge the Inertia effect if he wanted to create 2 Might tokens.
Maybe you're supposed to block 1 and not get a set at all, because if we don't see it there, we know there's a Command and Conquer in the next hand. So you don't really want to have a set here. So you're like playing into him going block 1 card, throw Command and Conquer, set pass, and then your D-React looks silly set, or whatever you set. You have to like block 2 cards no matter what. I don't know. It's kind of tough.
He hadn't discarded that turn, instead opting to save 2 life rather than go for the offensive 2 life, just showing...
So maybe by doing that, you're baiting him into blocking 1 card on this and then throwing Command and Conquer into your arsenal? And you just wanted to make sure you're both playing small hands anyways?
Interesting.
Showing us how he's respecting keeping his life total high against a deck like Uzuri, because aside from Flick Knives when you're at the low life totals, Uzuri's hero ability itself when you're at low life totals is very, very tricky to play around.
To say nothing of attack reactions as well, all the shreds that could still be left in the deck. We've seen yellow shred. Are there blue shreds as well? Does have a point left on that Apex Bronebreaker to go ahead and do a little bit more defending. That's going to get a Might as well for this next turn.
And that's a scary moment when you see them block with Apex and CNC. So you're like, oh, so you're going to have another CNC for 7? Looking not quite, just starting with a Claw over here.
Yeah, assuming wind-up discard here potentially, but then what's the follow-up? It would have to be something like a Run Roughshod to go ahead and actually convert on this turn.
Or a Cast Bones.
Cast Bones good as well.
I believe it's another Mighty Wind-Up in hand.
Shoma thinking about blocks here. Leave no witnesses in hand. We know Bonds in Arsenal.
Such an incredibly tight game between these 2 players on 2 heroes that weren't really the talk of the town coming into this meta. Uzuri versus KO, both at 8-2 for the first round of CC on day 2 of Proto Amsterdam.
Looking to go to 9-2. Getting ever closer to that Pro Tour top 8 that every player dreams about. This is why we play Flesh and Blood Package. This is what it is all about. It is, in fact, the wind-up.
What is the follow-up?
2 more Mights created here.
So Shoma taking 1 damage, and it's the Cast Bones.
Had them both. Had the perfect follow-ups here. Wind-up into Cast Bones, and it is, once again, 6 hits. And with Shoma at 7, this could spell absolute doom.
Shoma needs to disrupt Francesco as much as possible on this following turn.
I just got to look at Shoma's hand.
Bonds of Agony shakedown?
Just a nick. Bonds of Agony in Arsenal. Black Tech Whisperers not committed to defense. There is shakedown as well. Pankaj, there's a lot of options here. There's also, it looks like an isolate. So isolate, shakedown looks very clean here. It could only be stopped by something like a no fear, but we're going to kick things off with bonds.
He could go too wide
Just
here.
a friendly zero for one.
Bonds gets just a nicked and then black tech. He could go isolate shakedown after that as well, and that, you know, if both those effects hit,
Pretty good.
That's 2 cards out of Francesco's hand. He's in quite a bit of a pickle over here.
I'll go one further. You could turn on that bonds as well.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and throw that last dagger.
Yep.
Let yourself play a daggerless game.
Black tech, flick knives, and just a nick
Probably
for 3
worth it.
reactions into isolate shakedown. And if you can deny those 8 might tokens from the cast bonds, that could be Shoma's way to, well, it's not like he's out of the game, but that could be an incredible play for Shoma to be on the front foot.
And
following this
Francesco
turn.
is at 9. I think Francesco is actually vulnerable on this turn. Like, poor blocks here could just spell absolute doom.
Looks like declared no.
Oh shit, is he not blocking?
Just
Is he
the nick
dead?
comes down. Black Tech Whispers and flick knives. This is going to be juiced to the moon. And it's going to get the handshake. And Shoma Yamamura has taken down Francesco. Giorgio had to take a gamble there in that last spot. And I'm going to be honest with you, Pankaj. I don't think
blocks.
it mattered.
Die.
I don't think it mattered how he blocked this. Even with that follow-up, he was in so much danger.
This is coming in for 9, right? Just block 1 card and don't die? You do kind of lose, though, because then you lose your pitch card. And then your turn is claw. At least you get to play the game, right? Like... You can still pitch, claw for a million. Make him have exactly just a nick, I guess. But he didn't even check graveyard, right? He just accepted fate. Yeah, fucking whatever. Kind of greedy. Makes sense. Kind of hard to... You kind of need to take a gamble here to actually win the game. Because you just, like, win the game here if you resolve that hand. You go Bear Fangs for a million into Claw into second Bear Fangs if you keep it. Alright, I gotta get going in 45 minutes. This next game is kind of short, so we'll watch one more game. We only had 7 block? Was there a follow-up?
Out of Francesco. And just an 8.
Down. And it's going to get the handshake. And Shoma Yamamura has taken
Oh, true,
down.
there's still 2 cards. I didn't see what the last 2 cards
I don't
were.
think it mattered how he blocked, because even with that follow-up, he was in so much danger, and I understand the need to take a bit.
Alright, we'll watch one more game, and then I gotta get going, and I think I'll watch the rest of Swiss, and then top 8 probably tomorrow.
Agony started at 1, and then suddenly it was flick nice for 1 more.
What's the other games?
Nick Black Tech.
Zendash,
coming for 9, plus
Zendash,
10 damage
IO,
out of nowhere.
Zenlevia.
1 power attack.
You see the benefit of Azuri with these new cards. There's so many
No more
lines
Prism
open to you, and
games. Unlucky.
I believe, you can still win those games. It doesn't lock you out by any means.
Oh, is that Michael?
And of course, aside from just the full Blade Break loadout, also double needle. We first saw this from Evan Hunden at US Nationals, winning US Nationals off those double needles. Michael Fung sporting the same thing, and as we say that, Yap, Techlocore off the top on turn 0.
Yeah, great turn 0. Also a great turn 0. Immediately punishes the decision by Michael Fung to go ahead and run that 4 Blade Break suite. Does find just a blue T-Bone, but it's not about the damage, it's about that effect. And it is going to go ahead and demand a piece of
Block
equipment
boots.
already.
And that's
No other blocks. Go into the round of the 5-card hand.
From random T-bones being one-offs on different turn cycles. If you had a Tide Flippers, you can put it here, and unless Yap has a second T-bone, you didn't lose any piece of equipment. But over here, just a single T-bone now. Takes 1 Blade Break. If Yap only finds 1 T-bone the following turn, still takes another Blade Break. It was a risk Michael Fung took, and it's kind of not paying off for him right now. Gonna need to give up. Looks like that Shuko on this turn 0, while Yap is also setting up items.
Yeah, big win here. First win of the match for Yap. How about second Techlocore? That's I guess there's been like 3 wins, honestly. Double Techlocore, they both count as wins.
That was
and then
one
that
of the
T-bone.
turn
So an explosive
zeros.
start here from Yap on turn 0. has to be thrilled with the way this game is going so far.
There's also a Tome of Findel in Arsenal, Brian.
Okay,
so that's,
fourth win.
Yep, more and more explosiveness. Spark of Genius in hand as well. Sometimes when you have Tome of Findel in Arsenal as dash IO, sometimes you want to just wait for a crank item off the top.
Basically win the game on turn 1.
But in a matchup as fast as this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Yap just cash in the accelerator to go ahead and play the Tome of Findel, especially when you have 2 Techlo cores as well. You'll be able to gain all the life from the Tome of Findel as well, because you won't need to pitch anything.
I want to highlight Yap as, again, hometown hero from the Netherlands. You love to see somebody doing well in their home Pro Tour. Gabe Scher, of course, also still in the mix right now. Very, very good record. And both Needles accounted for on this turn. They are gone. Command and Conquer coming down, though, going to challenge that Tome of Findel that's sitting in the arsenal.
And that's the punish that you might get into when you try and blow up the Needles. When they send Disruption at you afterwards, now Zen, unlike Dash IO, can run these generic disruptive pieces. Dash IO can't really because it messes up the boost. Michael Fung's saying, okay, blow up my Needles, but now can you block the CNC? And you block the CNC, can you use your Techno powers?
Yeah, I might have let the second Needle go through.
I think the answer is yes. Just a fine block with the equipment suite here. So be pretty happy with that. Techlo Core going to go ahead and do its thing. Spark of Genius going to go grab probably hurriedly a crank item.
Probably Techlo Pounder, actually, with the 4 resources of the Techlo Core.
Sure, I like that. Yep, play towards the future turn. Great call, Pankaj.
And on Michael Fung, and no points of damage leak on both sides of it. If I had to give someone an advantage here, Brian, I'd say yeah, even though Michael Fung does have the first line part hand here, but no weapons there. The Shuko also already gone, looking a little rough for him, I have to say.
There's another tome in Yap's hand, I believe.
Now that can be tricky, to be honest. That you'd kind of need to find a crank item off the top.
Not attacking there is also kind of a big deal.
Or a high octane.
Yeah, there are some potential explosive combinations here for Yap's hand, but the first big offensive salvo going to come here from Michael Fung. And I want to point out with that
this feels like no blocks.
Maybe a bit of a blessing to take that off turn here. By setting up the Techno Pounder, you denied access to at least strides.
Helmet.
I could see very much, at first Zen's played in a fashion where it was all about jam in traverse, jam in strides, play this massive 7-card hand.
God, how many cards is his hand going to be?
I think it is more about
5, 6,
and using a stride
7,
traverse there. Just
8-card hand with 4 extra resources and 2 extra damage.
Things shifted a little bit more in that direction.
Speaking of equipment, I do want to point out the Balance of Justice that is live on Yap's side now because Michael Fung has drawn 2 cards. Now, headpieces like Balance of Justice and Crown of Providence uniquely very strong in Dash IO because they know what they're going to draw. Yap knows exactly what's at the top of his deck, knows exactly how that'll fit into his hand, if it fits into this hand. Also, potentially lets him dig further for that crank item that he wants to turn on the Storms of Fender.
Yeah, and he did take the card. It was a blue, so now has resources available. And if there is a crank card on top of the deck, this is going to be a massive, massive turn from Yap.
Now has resources available.
Why would he block with that? It's just 2 value, right? Like, is he saying this is the last chance that I'm getting to block with this all game? I'm going to present lethal and you're never attacking me again? Is that what's happening? I'm scared for Fung.
Top of the 4 from the Techno core as well. 7 resources available for Yap. We'll be able to use all of it. I mean, with 2 Tomes of Fendel available to him, you have to wonder whether he's going to be able to use all of it.
He sure did, and it's a red boom grenade. It's basically the perfect rip off the top. And now action point at the ready for that Arsenal Tome of Findel. Here it comes. Massive life gain on top, Pankaj.
This is the Balance of Justice draw. Pitchless Tome of Fendel because of the Techno core gaining 7 life.
No wonder this is a short
game. I'm not sure if I've ever seen 7 life gained off this card.
Saw a T-bone drawn there as well.
Oh my god.
There's another Tome in hand. Achilles accelerator potentially at the ready. Are you just going for it here, Pankaj? Are you saying I'm going to rip as much damage as I can?
I think if he was going to use it, he would have used it before the one from Arsenal, so you could gain more life from the Arsenal one. Either way, you need to wait to get an extra action point. So maybe he's saying, I'm going to deal a bunch of damage this turn, but also set up for a future turn.
Sure. I think that sounds very reasonable. 0 to 60 going to kick things off here. It's coming in just for 4. It is a blue 0.
Just a friendly 4.
Buffed up by that Techlo Pounder. It's a break point. Double boom grenade out there.
Give me your energy!
For sure. Hates blocking. Also T-bone in hand as well for Yap. Now, you might be tempted to block because of the boom grenades, but when you see your opponent dash with 5 more cards in hand, you're probably just like, I don't think I can stop it.
It's a losing battle, Pankaj. You have to just accept your fate somewhere along the line. It's going to get in a cheeky defense with this Tiger Stripe. But 1 damage does still leak. 0 to 60 has done its work, and the boom grenades have done their thing. Spark of Genius in hand for Yap.
Okay, if the glare came right now, I think we would call this turn Final Flash.
Action point. But if you just search for a crank item, you just get your action point right back.
I wonder if you want to get something like a blue backup protocol here to rebuy that T-bone.
Hi, Leah.
If you go ahead and just T-bone out basically everything here, because there is another T-bone in hand, is that the angle you want to take on this particular turn? And we're reaching for the Tome of Fyendel, so we are going to go ahead and use this one. 2 more cards coming to hand.
Potentially a slight missequence from Yap here. Then if you use that one from hand first, you would have healed even more.
Make sure you stay in school, otherwise you'll be talking to the
what you
TV
draw
too.
off that tome might dictate a lot of your choices. And now we are going to Spark of Genius. Surely this has to get a boom grenade. Okay, so boom grenade just going to go ahead and juice up this turn even further.
Wait, is that a yellow boom?
Do block a Dash.io's 5
Is
card
he out of
reds?
reds?
So cashes in for 3 damage, draw a card
Lost
right
a card,
back,
yeah.
and just get an action point back too from the crank.
This is that old school Thomas Dowling Dash.io, just absolutely shoot for the moon.
And one other thing to point out about the Tomes of Fyendel as well, with both of them gone, the chance of you bricking on a boost has just gone down that much lower. Just one more tomb left.
It's funny, I mentioned Thomas Dowling, who sort of put Dash.io on the scene back at that very, very exciting calling.
All right, we finally
Melbourne,
used all of our free
Remember
resources.
who ultimately ended that run in the finals?
Now we have to
Onizuri.
actually pay for
Onizuri
things.
win last round.
Yep. Brian giving me a little pop quiz out here on stream. I'm glad I managed to get that one. No more questions, please, though, of that nature.
This is how I test my co-casters throughout the day. I require perfect knowledge of every calling that has ever happened, and Pankaj stepped up.
Oh, does that mean Punkage is going to be the Fab Historian?
Yellow boom grenade. All 3 red boom grenades now critically
We need
gone.
a Fab
2 in the yard
Historian.
already went off, and then there was 1 banished to a boost, I believe. So hence why Yap found the yellow boom grenade from the Spark of Genius.
Throttle the next play here. I hear Tom Dowling in the chat right now, watching Dash.io do its thing.
Oh, that's funny.
Like a proud papa.
Also want to point out, some people might be concerned that if Yap finds a Tomb of Fyendel on top, he won't, his boost will be bricked. But Techno Foundry Heart's still available, and Dash.io knows what's on top. So if you see a Tomb of Fyendel up top, you just Foundry Heart it away. So Yap is actually completely insulated
This turn
from bricking a boost.
going to continue for sure, and it is T-Bone coming down now, demanding some more equipment. 12 Petal Kasaya is the block. 1 more leaked.
Yeah, just trying to hold on to Traverse and Stride. Blue T-Bone in the pitch zone for Yap. Decided not to
I hope
that
I'm
in.
friends with him.
Time for Techno Foundry Heart. 2 cards burned. 2 more resources available. Backup Protocol Red comes down. It is cranked, and it is going to buy back the T-Bone. And that means we're now pressuring one of these critical pieces of equipment.
Jesus Christ,
Either
this
Traverse
turn
or
just
Stride
keeps
will be
going.
committed on this turn.
Yap showing us why Dash.io is pretty much the only aggro deck that exists right now that can outraise. And not only are you outputting insane amounts of damage of red boom grenades off the top.
If I got
also just
T-boned
taking
again
away Zen's
right now,
explosiveness
I
by
might just pick up
making
my
them use
cards
these
and just
equipment
say you
pieces
got
for
it.
close to no value.
One more aggro deck that I think can outrace Zen. Dash.IE. Like, these are the 2 ways to really do it, and a lot of it is on the back of those T-bones. So a massive turn from Jop Ilst, and now sitting with an advantage, 30 life to 16. A lot of that critical equipment has been burned by Michael Fung. Does still have the Traverse at the ready. Hasn't transcended yet, so that's something that's going to have to be crossed at some
3
point.
go again, that's
Levels, and I was
cute.
almost expecting Michael Fung to respond to it and transcend, so a Traverse is online, but unfortunately doesn't have it, just holding on
Has
to
not found it yet.
Tiger and a CNC in his hand. So if Yap finds another T-bone or even a backup protocol, that Traverse would just be a blade break too.
Levels is going to hit here, and Command and Conquer coming down to challenge the Arsenal. I see a Heist, I see a Max Velocity in hand, and it looks like these cards are going to be committed to doing some defense here.
Max Velocity without the Techno cores anymore. Going to be a tough ask to resolve that, especially under CNC.
Yep, still a clean 3 block alongside Pulse Wave Harpoon, covers up that CNC, and now we're going to play a 3-card hand here for Yop. Teklo Pounder still at the ready, and that's just going to let the Zipper Hit do its thing very effectively, coming in for a juicy 7 with Fung
Not a very
only at
impressive
16.
turn.
These numbers looking pretty good, and we know Zens do not want to block. Traverse not ready yet either, crucially.
Are you just supposed to block the
Critically,
CNC
we
and go
also
next?
have yet to see a high octane from Yap. You look at the deck size and you think, ooh, is he running out of gas? We haven't seen high octane banish any of the boosts or the Foundry Heart, and he has 5 counters.
Yeah,
Symbiosis
that's
shot.
what makes that high octane so terrifying.
Plenty of damage left in Yap's side of the field. Can Michael Fung transcend? The last thing he wants is for him to give up the Traverse without having transcended. And we know his arsenal is actually just a Tiger from the Stride of Reprisal, so looks like a potential 5-card hand under this, just vanilla Zipper Hit for 7, but one of those cards being a Tiger, it's not really a real 5-card hand.
You've got to be sweating just there possibly being another T-Bone somewhere. It's so scary. Thankfully, you've cleared the cards in hand. It's a card in Arsenal. If it was a T-Bone, it would have been played last turn for sure. So it's not happening yet, but you have to transcend soon. You have to get value out of this Traverse. Otherwise, you're going to give up so much value. And we do have a double transcend finally happening.
So a bit of a break for Michael Fung. Something he can... Oh, no, this is a Preserve. Okay, yeah, if it was a Rising Sun, you could have actually tutored the Chi right back with the Traverse, but okay, Preserve, not quite, but still. Transcend coming for Michael Fung. Traverse is going to be online for future turns.
Preserve looking to buy back Command and Conquer here.
What are you talking about? My phone's all the way over
Ocean just gonna
here.
do a little bit of blunting of this Zipper Hit.
I mean, for 6. I have to imagine Yap is also going to cash in one of those counters and a Symbiosis shot. Yep, coming in for 2. So 8 damage presented off of 2 cards is Yap.
Not bad at all. Symbiosis shot, sneaky good weapon. So powerful.
I think Symbiosis shot is like
both players know there's 2 chi
probably the most powerful weapon in the game in a vacuum.
Coming down.
Does reveal a wind chakra. So a miss on that Ancestral Harmony.
However, it does have the Descendant, and both players know there's a second chi in his hand. So Bonds of Ancestry going to come out. Going to check what combo card will be available for him. See a Tiger Swipe, Spinning Wheel Kick, 100 wins, possibly a...
I think there's a Mauling Chi as well, so there's a lot of options here for Michael.
I was going to say possibly a 0 cost to go with the cost curve of the weapon, and I remembered both his needles got blown up, so there's no weapon over
here. They've been gone for quite a while now. There is a Tiger Swipe, but not going to do the thing we needed to do here.
Yep.
Zen is going to be activated here. Of course, going to get Bonds. Bond's going to do its thing with the Mauling Key.
Yep. So will he be able to use the extra 1 resource that he has on his turn? Ancestral Harmony, even though it whiffs, still doing its job pretty much. A 0 for 3 blue on a block creep and able to transcend. Can't really ask for much more than that.
It's rare that it has bad days. Ancestral Harmony always feels so strong in this list.
Yep, of course, unsurprisingly, just tanking all this damage. Saying,
Internet space magic.
Care. I'll take his Mauling Chi Gauntlet. That is just 7 vanilla damage.
Yeah, and Yap's life total is falling precariously low, down to 11, but has a very large hand here.
Okay, Traverse is live.
Michael Fung mercifully is able to use that Traverse for value on this turn should he need to, and I expect he will need to. I don't think you play that turn that way if you're Yap with anything other but explosive options. Kicking things off with a Zipper hit here. Going to get rid of the first high octane that we've seen thus far.
Does have another Spark of Genius in his hand as well, and you know, we speak about Michael Fung getting value of the Traverse. I'm not sure if this hand is something he would want to use Traverse for, but he might just be forced to. Yap kept a full 5-card hand as Dash.io. Last Tackle Pounder charge also being expended on this turn. Blue Zipper hit coming in for 5.
And Traverse is committed here. Finally goes and finds a Chi.
As Yap, you're happy to see a card come down along with this Traverse. This isn't a 6-card hand for Michael Fung. Right now, just 5. Possibly going to be even less.
Okay, Dissolving Shield off the top. We wondered if there would be defensive options in the Yap's deck, and there are. But in this case, it doesn't really feel like a defensive option. This is just
it's only a slight fast forward. I think he's just an excited man.
From Michael Fung's next turn, but also just going to.
Did you see the beginning of this game?
Spark available as well, should he want to use it.
I'd be excited too casting this game.
The extra action point as well.
The opening of this game was fucking
might
nuts.
Not need to crank the item that he searches for, but of course, leaving the action point up as well could potentially insulate you from the. From Tome of Fandal being on the top if you see it. So
it is backup protocol red here coming down.
Or even if you draw the Tome of Fandal of the Spark of Genius and cash in that second action point. Looks like he did crank the backup protocol.
Boom Grenade in hand. Tome in Arsenal. Absolutely perfect. Goes up to 15. Draws 2 more cards. What are they? Are they going to keep the aggression rolling? It looks like another T-Bone. A little too late for that one, but they did their work in this game for sure.
Gained another 4 life as well, and he has boosted once, and his backup protocols on the field has a maximum velocity in the yard. Can he turn that on? If he gets to resolve a maximum velocity over here on this turn, that might just be the end for Michael Fung.
I see T-Bone. That would be second boost. Is there a third boost in hand?
Do I see an outpace?
I believe it's an outpace, and I think it's a blue Boom Grenade as well, so resources do seem to be available here.
Foundry Heart as well, and this time all Tomes of Fandal gone from the deck.
Totally clean. You know you're getting 2 resources.
Now, of course, if Michael Fung has drawn his Passover, he could respond to the backup protocol with a Passover, which would be wild if we see that. But
very true. That would fill out the old bingo card for sure.
Yeah, low probability on that one. Though that has happened to me before. You know, I try and Codex and they pass over my only Arsenal Disruption, and that's really, really annoying. So
having a careful think here is Yap, of course. Stakes are so high at this moment. Has to know every card left in the deck, everything available.
You also have to be worried about boosting away those high octanes. You boosted 1 away. You have 6 charges on the Symbiosis shot. You really want to resolve at least 1 high octane if the game even goes further than this turn.
Fender Bender kicking things off here. Just a 1 for 4.
Adorable.
Particularly the second boost of this turn. Dash.io has been activated this turn, so Michael Fung doesn't need to worry about a cheeky Boom Grenade off the top. Most of the damage is just going to be face-up. No attack reaction speak off in Dash.io.
Things looking good for a potential max velocity if we've read the hand correctly here, Pankaj.
Yet another card coming on from Michael Fung. That's down to just 3 cards, one of them being that Chi that he got off the Traverse.
Is that a T-Bone? Is that a blue in hand? It is not. It's an outpace. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and get that next high octane out of the deck, but Fung falling down to just 3 here.
might not need that high octane. Foundry Heart, if that's a blue T-Bone in hand, Foundry Heart allows you to back up Protocol, back the maximum velocity, and just send 10 right at Michael Fung's face when you know one of his 3 cards is a cheat.
Is there maybe another miss in the deck that we don't know about, Ponkage? That seems like a windmill slam, right?
If that's a blue, perhaps we've misread, and maybe that's not a blue T-Bone.
It's possible. It's possible. We could be working with rainbow T-Bones. Maybe it's a yellow or something like that. It didn't look like a red, but we only got a quick look. Let's see exactly what it is. It is a red T-Bone. Okay, that makes sense. And the last high octane out of the deck. So this does present lethal. It gets Command and Conquer from hand. Symbiosis shot continues the chain. 2 cards and an arsenal left for Michael Fung.
And now we know why Yap took so long to decide.
There was like one turn to actually watch this game. He went nuts.
You know exactly what
it was.
Yap had to seriously consider
Pounder,
whether he can afford to get rid of the third Ioken. He made the call that he can. And I wonder whether Michael Fung's now deciding to
Tomo Fiendel and Arsenal.
But how can you do that, Ponkage? You don't have any
break balance
no
of
way to attack
justice.
with a weapon anymore.
Play
like
Spark of Genius to draw a card.
True, and without Shuko even, you can't even just.
And I think he had another item in play also. Like I think he hit Red Boom Grenade off the top.
Strategy. If both players are just
it
out of
was
damage, it's like,
so crazy.
I'm not sure, but it looks like Michael Fung's deciding he needs to go for a more defensive posture for now. With the last,
I think that was the biggest Dash IO turn I've ever seen.
Forced into a more defensive posture. What else? You could die. That's your other option.
So now question for backup protocol will just expire if it goes to his turn with it. Is he going to use it on Michael Fung's turn instead?
Yeah, definitely going to use this dissolving shield. That's going to go ahead and prevent 2 of this damage. And then thinking on the backup protocol. What does this unlock for Yap? It is going to be used here. What's the grab?
4 cards, unlikely to find max velocity. Might just get that red throttle, just the biggest number that you can get.
Pretty good card.
Zen has a lot of no blocks, has a lot of 2 blocks as well. Yeah, might just be able to just send enough raw damage to symbiosis the shot as well, not efficient to block, and just to be cheeky, extra 2 damage pings while Michael Fung is at 3.
Another critical decision in this matchup.
She's just crazy talking to the television.
Impressed with Yap's play thus far. Time and time again in Flesh and Blood, Ponkage, you see someone who you're not super familiar with make their way to the feature match area on a hero you're not super familiar with. And they show exactly why they're here. And a boom grenade found off the top, utilizing that
boom
last
grenade
resource
is
for
huge.
Yap.
Extremely efficient.
Take 1 and you die.
For Yap on Michael Fung's turn, no less. That was just 2 for backup protocol, 1 for an item off the top.
This makes any damage lethal at this point. Every single point has to be defended, or Michael Fung will die.
It also means Yap has Dash Arrow's ability available to him on this
0 to
turn.
60, and it's going to get the handshake, and Yap has taken down Pro Tour champion Michael Fung.
That was a game.
Dash IO.
What an incredible game. We saw the explosive
one of the games of all time.
From
Holy
off the back of that extremely strong start. Teklo-Core off the top, T-boning away the Shuko, and then playing another Teklo-Core from hand. Arsling Toma Fendel. If that isn't the best start that you could hope for, I don't know what is. And then he just went ahead.
Let me freak her out for a second. I'm going to go and turn invisible.
That was just such an amazing showcase of what Dash IO can do and how she is a menace to be reckoned with alongside Zen.
I think there is a lot to consider about this metagame in the aftermath of this event, regardless of how things shake up. We've seen some very impressive play from these kind of rogue-ish strategies. We're going to see more of that type of rogue-ish.
Yeah, that was nuts. Well, I think that was probably the longest stream I've ever done. 5 hours, holy crap. I'm going to go eat real quick, and then talk with my friends so we can make plans for Japan. Thank you, everyone that stuck around and watched. I will probably stream again tomorrow so we can finish up watching all of the... I don't like how Brian's staring into my soul right now. This is making me very uncomfortable. Finish watching all the CC games and then maybe do another stream watching the draft games. Again, thank you so much for watching. See you guys maybe tomorrow. Bye.